C1753 Strong Pit Brother. In Area 1, Xiao Qian's face was a little cold, and his body was trembling. Slightly. Wang Jinshan of Huayun Peak. Just these few words can make most people in the entire Luyun sect afraid. He also paid attention to Wang Jinshan's fighting skills, almost completely, crushing the opponent, and he couldn't see the reason at all. Above the void, Master Han turned his head to look at Li Mu, then looked at Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, do you want to tell your great-grandson that the fighting skills competition is just about right? This Wang Jinshan can't even control his master. Once the fighting skills are too intense, it is easy to get into trouble." After saying that, he looked at Li Mu again. With a crunch sound, Li Mu pinched his joints, and then whispered, "In fact, I don't want him to come this time. It depends on whether Xiao Qian will take the initiative to admit defeat." Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian in Area 1. How could he not see the slightly trembling body? It seems that for Xiao Qian, this Wang Jinshan is indeed a strong enemy. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han responded softly, "How can a cultivator have a smooth journey? Suffering a little is beneficial to cultivation." The disciples who were watching all around were looking at Area 1 eagerly. "We are actually going to fight against Wang Jinshan. This time Xiao Qian is really going to lose without any suspense. Why don't we open a bet and bet on whether Xiao Qian can win or Wang Jinshan can win?" "Okay, open it quickly. No matter what the odds are, I bet on Wang Jinshan to win with 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Come on, Wang Jinshan will pay 1.01, and Xiao Qian will pay 10. Cultivator who looked rich and powerful opened the bet without saying a word. If there is any fool who bets on Xiao Qian to win, he will definitely make money. Of course, there must be no one who loses. After thinking for a while, the cultivator said directly, "Do you want to bet? Small for big? The odds of betting on Xiao Qian to win are 1 to 10. That Xiao Qian just won a foundation building great perfection, and he also defeated another foundation building great perfection before. He also defeated Brother Zhou Pan from Tongyun Peak, and it was almost a complete victory. I bet on Wang Jinshan to win, 100 spirit stones. You black-hearted guy, you are so determined to cheat people in order to make money, and even use your brother from Chuyun Peak. Don't let Xiao Qian win, you have to compensate those who bet on Xiao Qian to win 100 times. If you really bet on 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, you have to compensate with 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. What are you listening to him talking nonsense about? Wang Jinshan is the strongest foundation building master after Yushan Lei. Xiao Qian can't dream of winning. I bet on Wang Jinshan to win 100 low-grade spirit stones." After a while, many people bet on Wang Jinshan to win, but still no one bet on Xiao Qian to win. No, how can we earn spirit stones? Isn't this a situation where we are bound to lose? Although the odds are very low, even if we lose only 1 spirit stone for 100 spirit stones, it is still a spirit stone. At this moment, a young figure suddenly appeared in the crowd. "I bet Xiao Qian to win 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones." When the storage bag fell, the young figure looked directly at Area number 1 and said loudly, "Brother, I bet all your spirit stones. If you don't win, our Yuyun Peak will be poor for a long time." At this time, everyone realized that the young figure was actually from Yuyun Peak. Xiao Qian of Yuyun Peak also has a sister. Many people think this time is interesting. The eyes of the person who opened the market are full of ecstasy. It's a big profit. Xiao Han also saw this scene. Xiao Han's eyes lit up at Xiao Yun's approach. What else can stimulate Xiao Qian's potential better than doing this? I'm afraid there is really no better way than this. It's just 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Wait, medium-grade? Xiao Han's face was a bit bitter, and then he realized that it was only 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which was not a big problem. At this time, Li Xingyan said with a smile on his face, "Elder Xiao Han, if I remember correctly, this little girl is your great-great-granddaughter." Look at this girl who is so anxious to send spirit stones to our disciples of Chun Peak. She is really cute.
Li Xingyan smilat.
He had never taken advantage of Xiao Han from the beginning. Now this disciple of Chuyun Peak could take advantage of Yuyun Peak with an unintentional move. Who sends spirit stones to whom? Everything is still uncertain. How about we open a game? For such verbal provocations, Xiao Han has never let the other party feel comfortable. At this time, Xiao Qian in Area 1 twitched his mouth. This Xiao Yun is really pit brother. He himself has no confidence in winning this battle, but Xiao Yun is willing to believe it. It won't be true that all the spirit stones are pressed. Those are given by the ancestors when selling pills. Can be said that it is the family property of the entire Yuyun Peak. Without those spirit stones, Yuyun Peak will have difficulty in maintaining itself, let alone development. This time we have to fight. Without those spirit stones, the family property that has been accumulated with great difficulty will be gone. This is more painful than killing him directly. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian's face was solemn. Wang Zhinshan looked at Xiao Qian, showing no sign of starting a fight. Soon, Wang Zhinshan said impatiently, "My patience is limited. Don't expect you to make any concessions just because you are from Yuyun Peak. Master is also annoying. He also specifically reminded me not to use such a heavy hand. Since you are so delicate, why don't you go down the mountain to become a casual cultivator, rely on the aristocratic family to live a happy and free life and pursue immortality? I'll give you time to use the inverted 5 elements formation. I want to see what's so wonderful about your formation." Xiao Qian responded softly, "Brother, what you said makes sense. The pursuit of immortality is what we cultivators pursue. But it's better not to be so murderous. If you really think you are strong, then the demons and monsters that are wreaking havoc on the human race are the targets of your killing. Since you are willing to give in, I won't be polite to you either." After the voice fell, Xiao Qian took out the formation flag from the storage bag and used the strongest inverted 5 elements formation according to his greatest ability. The formation flag was directly arranged in an instant, and after a gust of wind and sand, the formation was also completely carved. Inverted 5 elements formation. Start. The entire number 1 area immediately seemed to be upside down with the formation flag suspended in the air, and the formation turned over. The already dilapidated peak became even more dilapidated. The ground that had been completely repaired time and time again was also completely turned upside down in the formation, and the 5-color light went from dim at the beginning to gradually brighter. Even this world became less bright. Wang Zhinshan, who was in the formation, did not resist at all and fell directly into the formation. He was least afraid of this kind of challenge, and he improved rapidly in battle again and again. Xiao Qian desperately controlled the formation. The stronger the person who entered, the more spiritual power he needed. The difficulty of controlling the formation was also greater. In simple terms, if a Jindan stage cultivator entered the formation, it might not be used for a moment and the formation would be broken, and there would be the danger of backlash. Just when Xiao Qian thought he could consume Wang Zhinshan, the formation flags floating around suddenly trembled violently. The spiritual power in Xiao Han's body also rushed towards the formation like crazy. #C1754 Blood Burning Technique. The fighting area began to tremble faintly. At this moment, Xiao Qian couldn't even cut off the connection with the
formation.
The formation desperately plundered Xiao Qian's spiritual power. In desperation, Xiao Qian immediately took out several pills and top-quality spiritual stones and held them in his hands. No matter what, there is nothing wrong with replenishing some spiritual power in a short period of time. What a pity. Next time I take the time, I must make the array disc and the control array flag. Otherwise, every time this happens, I will definitely fail. One day. Fortunately, this was a fight with fellow disciples within the sect. If he Lost, he would be seriously injured at most, but he could still save his life. If he had to fight with the demons or monsters, he would only die. Hey look, those formation flags seem to be absorbing Xiao Qian's spiritual power. I really want to know what Wang Jinshan did in the formation. It seems that this formation will be broken soon, and the 5 elements. Inversion formation is nothing more than that. Wait a minute. Didn't you notice the blood on Wang Jinshan? As soon as he finished saying this, everyone looked at Wang Jinshan, who had his eyes closed tightly and no expression on his face. At this time, he was like an old monk who was in meditation. He was obviously a short figure, but he had the calmness of an old monk. The whole person began to show blood, and in just an instant the blood filled the entire area. Is this formation really that powerful? Wang Jinshan, who closed his eyes tightly, said softly, just pinching the void with one hand. The color of the red formation flag in the void immediately dimmed. Then there was another squeeze, and the khaki formation flag dimmed. Xiao Qian's face was extremely ugly. The formation flag had begun to backfire, and one bad move could easily damage the foundation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qian formed a seal again. The remaining array flags in the void returned to their original appearance and were put back into the storage bag by Xiao Qian. This formation cannot cause any harm to Wang Jinshan, so continuing to maintain it will be in vain. It is better to take it back early and save some spiritual energy. The blood energy that was still spreading to the surroundings dissipated directly within the area the moment the formation disappeared. Wang Jinshan twisted his neck and made a crunch sound. After looking around, he said indifferently, "Your formation is not too useless. At least it's quite powerful, but it's just not strong enough. If you persist for a while, you can really do some damage to me. Okay, is this your strongest method?" As he spoke, Wang Jinshan's eyes narrowed, and the last words came clearly to Xiao Qian's ears. Xiao Qian silently took out a spiritual sword, held it tightly in his hand, and prepared several talismans around him. The other hand also begins to form seals. Whether it is my strongest method, senior brother, you will know if you come and try it. Why do you have to ask so clearly? Wang Jinshan's eyes gradually revealed a hint of excitement. Xiao Qian still gave him a bit of a surprise. At least it wasn't that boring. This inverted 5 elements formation alone is worth a fight. Very good. I'm starting to find it interesting. I hope you can keep going. The short figure suddenly kicked the ground, and the whole person seemed to disappear out of thin air. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xiao Qian. He did not use any spiritual weapon, but kicked him directly to Xiao Qian's head. The short figure looks like a child, looking a little funny. But that powerful kick was not funny, and even made Xiao Qian feel a strong, murderous intent. This Wang Jinshan had plans to kill himself. Xiao Qian frowned, and a wall of earth appeared directly on the side. At the same time, he held a shield to block his head, and his whole body was slightly tilted back. Wang Jinshan came so fast that Xiao Qian was not prepared at all. He could not avoid this kick and could only avoid the fatal place as much as possible. Bang! Wang Jinshan kicked Xiao Qian's shield with precision, but the erected earth wall had no effect at all. Xiao Qian's whole hand was under this foot, making a creaking sound, and his legs sank directly into the ground. This ground was still hardened. With such great leg strength, I really can't believe that Wang Jinshan is just a monk. It seems to be somewhat similar to Grandpa Zhu's physical training. They are both good at close combat. Xiao Qian has observed it carefully, but it is far from the grandpas, not even comparable to the toes. Can only be said to be a more intense close combat. This rough play is very intuitive. Before Xiao Qian could react, Wang Jinshan kicked him down again and changed direction. Xiao Qian blocked another blow. Wang Jinshan seemed to be possessed by a man and frantically attacked Xiao Qian physically. Even if Xiao Qian wanted to form a seal and cast a spell, he couldn't find an opportunity. Wang Jinshan felt that he was determined to fight him in close combat. Fortunately, Grandpa Ancestor had beaten him a lot before, but at this level, Xiao Qian could still accept it. Seeing such a close hand-to-hand fight made everyone tremble with fear. After all, this kind of hand-to-hand fight is very rare in martial arts. It is this kind of intuitive fighting that makes everyone enjoy watching it. Even more, Wang Jinshan kicked me again, and then said in surprise, "You can actually withstand so many attacks. Now it gets a lot more interesting." Wang Jinshan began to get excited. It was like you originally thought that the opponent was a long-range magic damage, and thought that you could quickly defeat it with melee combat, but in the end, the opponent completely resisted. He didn't lose to himself at all. The short figure suddenly retreated, distanced himself from Xiao Qian, and then formed seals with his hands. In just a moment, a huge golden hexagram appeared in the air. The attack of the gold cultivator was the most powerful. Several spiritual swords appeared directly from the star array. Wang Jinshan did not rush to attack, and directly used the spiritual sword to slash himself. There was a scarlet color on his chest, and the blood flowed out of the wound. "What is Wang Jinshan going to do?" the disciples watching exclaimed directly and couldn't help but shouted in a hurry. "Is he going to use his own blood to increase the power of the attack?" The fierce discussion made everyone pay attention to Area 1. Even if the fight between number 2 and number 3 was also fierce, it was still no match for what happened in Area 1. It is not uncommon to beat the opponent to a pulp in a fight, but it is the first time to see the self-abuse in a fight. Above the void, Li Mu suddenly stood up and shouted to the bottom, "Jinshan, what do you want to do? The fight between fellow disciples can be stopped at a certain point. Why do you have to use this blood-burning technique?" Before Li Mu could continue to say anything, the elder said, "Hey, elderly Mu, why do you, an elder, interfere in this fight between disciples? This blood-burning technique is not a forbidden technique, and it is still within the scope of the fight. You, as a master, are a bit too nosy." Li Mu and I looked anxious, but the elder was telling the truth, so he looked at the headmaster. It was rare that the headmaster did not directly refute what I said, but just said softly, "It's just the burning blood technique. With so many people here, it's still possible to seriously injure Xiao Qian. What's more, this is also a kind of experience for Xiao Qian. If he really encounters the real bloodstain technique on the battlefield, Xiao Qian will have to face it. Is that so, Elder Xiao Han?"
Xiao Han nodded.
He knew in his heart that Xiao Qian would never grow up as long as he was under his protection. Only by letting him go as much as possible and letting him experience these things on his own can he grow rapidly. #C1755 *stone. This time the fight became more and more interesting, and none of the elders who came wanted to leave. After such a long period of practice, it is also a fun thing to occasionally watch the fights between disciples. Qiao Tanner, who was sitting next to Xiao Han, looked at Xiao Qian with some concern, and then turned to the headmaster and said, "Second brother, if Xiao Qian is really in danger later, you must help him." This time she did not ask the eldest brother for help. Knowing that the eldest brother has always wanted Xiao Han's life, she still asked the eldest brother for help. Isn't this a brain problem? Even if the headmaster is deep-minded and doesn't know what he is thinking, from the surface Xiao Qian should be protected, otherwise he will lose some people's hearts. The headmaster chuckled, glanced at his junior sister, and said softly, "Junior sister, don't worry, Xiao Qian will be fine. Even if he is in trouble, don't you still have me as your disciple? You, as a senior sister, are worrying about it. The headmaster made it very clear that you are Xiao Han's senior sister. So, don't think too much and break the rules in the end. What's the matter with this senior sister falling in love with her junior nephew? Isn't it looking for trouble for Lu Yun's sect?" When Xiao Tanner heard this, she exploded and said quickly, "There is not much difference in age between Xiao Han and me, so why must she be the senior sister? You call me old like this. If I am not the senior sister, then I will not be your junior sister in the future. After saying this, her face suddenly turned red, a little shy. I looked at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, don't pay attention to what the headmaster said. The headmaster was heartbroken. For Xiao Han, he even broke off his relationship with him, threatened him, and called him an old thing. Just when Xiao Han wanted to say something, he suddenly felt a gaze looking at him. Xiao Han couldn't tell what that gaze felt like. Jealousy? Or hatred, or even a hint of murderous intent. This was probably the way it could be understood. He quickly looked at the elders around him and then at Xiao Tanner and immediately understood why he had this feeling. This Xiao Tanner was the dream lover of the elders. There was no Taoist partner more suitable than Xiao Tanner. In this world of immortal cultivation, female cultivators were rare and most of them were not as talented as male cultivators, and those who could cultivate to the golden core stage were even rarer. While everyone was discussing, Xiao Qian in the area also heard some sounds. As a foundation-building cultivator, although his hearing could not reach the level of clairvoyance, he had no problem hearing some slightly louder sounds. Close range. Heh! Blood-burning technique? Xiao Qian thought to himself. He knew about this blood-burning technique, but, to be precise, it was not a technique. It is a secret technique which is considered to be a relatively decent secret technique. There is also a very bloody secret technique. This secret technique is generally forbidden, and only those evil practitioners and demons will practice it. Compared with the forbidden technique, the blood-burning technique is much inferior, but the power is still extraordinary and can greatly increase the tech. After a large amount of blood flowed out of Wang Zhinshan's body, he floated directly in the void, and in the blink of an eye he floated in front of the golden hexagram. Go to hell, Wang Zhinshan said in a deep voice. Xiao Qian felt a strong murderous intent. This Wang Zhinshan was really ready to kill him. What kind of hatred is there? Xiao Qian's face became colder and colder, and then he disappeared directly on the ground. Hundreds of spirit swords in front of the golden hexagram formation condensed and passed through the blood floating in the void one by one. When each sword left the blood, the tip of the sword was covered with some whoosh. The flying sword shuttled quickly, making a whoosh sound, and instantly sank into the ground where Xiao Qian just stood. Each spirit sword blasted a huge deep pit on the ground. The blood also flowed to the ground. The most terrifying part of the blood burning technique was here. If the blood did not dissipate, the attack would come at any time. The blood seemed to have magic power, and it shuttled quickly on the ground. As the blood increased, it gradually formed a short figure. This figure was Wang Zhinshan standing in the void. Hey, do you like to fight guerrilla warfare with others so much? It's your bad luck to meet me. Wang Zhinshan slapped his storage bag, and several talismans flew out directly, one after another attached to his body, and gradually floated up. The golden hexagram array also emerged one after another. Compared with Wang Zhinshan's short figure, this hexagram array seemed particularly large. One after another, the attacks began to hit the ground, and the entire area was filled with Wang Zhinshan's attacks. The bloody little man also had a ferocious look on his face, and looked a little scary. He was frantically looking for every corner of the ground. Wang Zhinshan kept floating and said in a deep voice, "As long as you are still in the area, I will definitely pull you out." Xiao Qian, who was hiding underground, had a livid face, and his bones seemed to be broken by the impact. At this time he was particularly embarrassed, even more embarrassed than the previous fight with Zhou Pan. "If you want to win this fight, you have to fight to the death," Xiao Qian muttered, and looked at the bloody man not far away. This must be Wang Zhinshan's blood essence. Cutting off the connection between the blood essence and Wang Zhinshan should buy him some time in a short time. Thinking of the key point, Xiao Qian was ready to take the initiative. If he just passively defended, he would lose sooner or later. After all, he was reluctant to give up so many spirit stones. If he lost, he would be seriously injured at most. With Grandpa, he would recover quickly, but he couldn't accept it if he admitted defeat like this.
Sealing technique.
Xiao Qian made seals several times in a row, and each time he accurately covered the bloody man not far away with the earth ball. This kind of sealing technique can only cut off some connections for a short time, including the imprint of spiritual consciousness, etc. This is also what he learned later, just to avoid the previous thing from happening. Once the same thing happens again, you can seal it directly. Wang Jinshan saw the movement below, and his blood man was imprisoned. But he was not panicked at all. Even if the blood man was gone, what would it have? Any impact on him? It's really unnecessary. Thinking that you are very smart. After Wang Jinshan said this, several hexagram arrays appeared again and began to bombard the ground. Then he said in a deep voice, "My patience has been exhausted. I thought you still have some tricks worth seeing. I didn't expect that. I thought too much. Your strength is limited to this." After saying this, the intensity of the attack suddenly increased, and the entire ground was covered with rocks, as if this area had experienced some great disaster. Is there no practical effect in controlling the blood man? In this case, I can only use that trick. This trick was originally reserved for the final battle. Now it seems that I thought too simply. Once you lose here, you will stop here. Such a long gap cannot be made up in a short time. It is already an extraordinary performance to be able to achieve this point from the initial stage of foundation building. This is related to the top-grade elixir and cultivation of the grandfather, and his own efforts also play a crucial role. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qian appeared directly on the ground, and his hands quickly formed seals. A huge hexagram array emerged on the ground of the entire area. Xiao Qian said in a deep voice, "Then let you see what other means I have." At this time, even Wang Jinshan stopped his hand movements and looked at Xiao Qian quietly. At this time, the magic on the entire ground was completed quickly, and the hexagram array was particularly dazzling, and the earth yellow color spread. Xiao Qian said loudly, "Star Stone Start. #C1756 Top 4. The huge khaki hexagram almost filled the entire area, and it was about to spread out, but it was blocked by the barrier of the area. The ground made some vibration sounds from time to time. If you look closely, you will find that every piece of gravel is jumping slightly. Look at Xiao Qian. What is he doing? The group of disciples who just opened the market suddenly found some clues. Why do I always feel that Xiao Qian is like a beast? I can even feel that the arena under my feet is shaking slightly. Suddenly I feel that Xiao Qian can win. Can I change the bet now? Don't dream. It just looks bluffing." The dealer silently cheered himself up, hoping that Xiao Qian was a paper tiger. In the end, if Xiao Qian wins, he will lose a lot of spirit stones, but if Wang Jinshan wins, these spirit stones will be earned in his pocket. At this time, he didn't want Xiao Qian to win this battle at all. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinshan looked at Xiao Qian with interest, and then said softly, "Very good. This is a bit interesting. If there is really no trump card, it seems a bit boring. For him, winning or losing is not that important as long as he can improve in the battle. He is even willing to wait for Xiao Qian to cast a spell." However, at this moment, Wang Jinshan's face suddenly became solemn, and he began to seal quickly in a hurry. This spell has not been completely carved, but it has such power. At this time, it is impossible to interrupt Xiao Qian's spell. Wang Jinshan's face is solemn, but his heart is faintly excited, and the emotions that had originally calmed down gradually became excited. A series of defensive spells appeared between Xiao Qian and Wang Jinshan, and several auxiliary talismans were also floating around. The terrifying momentum came from the formation, and a huge stone came out of the formation, which was as big as a dozen adults piled together. Xiao Qian's face was pale. Every time the stone came out, his face would turn a little paler, and the spiritual power in his body was quickly sucked away. It didn't seem to be actively output at all, but was sucked away by the spell, as if it was out of control. The spiritual stone in his hand was also turned into powder. After the huge stone came out of the spell, it quickly blasted towards Wang Xinshan. The time in between seemed long, but in fact it was less than a breath. The attack coverage was also very large. Wang Xinshan wanted to escape from this attack range, so he could only give up the seal defense. However, Wang Xinshan had no way to dodge the covered attack directly. He could only meet it head-on. Boom! Boom! The defensive spells were shattered one by one, and finally hit Wang Xinshan directly. He only resisted for a moment and then was blasted out, and the wooden sign on his body also fell off. The huge stone still had no rhythm to stop, and it hit the barrier directly. With a crack suddenly appeared in the barrier, and the star stone also shattered, turning into energy and floating around. This is the barrier set up by a Jindan stage cultivator. This scene fell into the eyes of the cultivators, and they didn't know how to describe their feelings at the moment. Apart from thinking the two words fuck in their hearts, they really didn't know what words to use to express their feelings at the moment. If I went up, I would probably be smashed to death. Xiao Qian picked up the wooden sign that fell on the ground. At this time he had no spiritual power in his body, and even the spiritual power absorbed by his body was disappearing rapidly. The body was like a bottomless pit, desperately absorbing any spiritual power. Li Yuanhua repaired the damaged barrier. This Xiao Qian really surprised him, and almost smashed the barrier he set up. If this technique was released and accidentally hurt the disciples, the responsibility would fall on him. Thinking so, Li Yuanhua did not mean to blame him at all, but looked at Xiao Qian with appreciation. The hidden dragon will eventually take off, but it has been in the growth stage before. It seems that the Xiao family is destined to take off, and there is also the person who dares to bet all his wealth that his brother will win. It is really good to have such a mentality at such a young age. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuanhua said loudly, "Xiao Qian of Yun Peak will win." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qian's upright figure fell directly to the area and was unconscious. Wang Xinshan climbed up from the ground with difficulty and slightly adjusted his disordered spiritual power.
Puhelin numero.
A mouthful of dirty blood was spit out, and Wang Xinshan said excitedly, "It's great. I will continue to fight with you next time." After speaking, he left the area directly without staying in the fighting place. He was seriously injured and needed to go back to heal his injuries in time, so he could not participate in the next fight. "Xiao Han, go quickly. Your great-grandson seems to be in shock." Before Xiao Tanner finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure disappeared from the seat. Master Han sat in his seat as steady as an old dog, with no intention of saying anything. The great elder's face was a little ugly. He thought that this great-grandson of Xiao Han was just an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. He didn't expect that even Wang Xinshan would fall into his hands. Even if he had a contemptuous mentality, this was indeed the case. Li Xingyan just watched quietly, with more plans in his mind. In the area, Xiao Han directly passed a stream of pure spiritual power to Xiao Qian the moment he landed. It was impossible to give Xiao Qian a top-grade elixir in front of everyone. Then he directly pulled Xiao Qian up, flew up on his sword, and said to the headmaster and the elders, "Xiao Qian is in this state, so he can't participate in the next fight. As for the ranking, just follow the lowest one at present. I have no objection from Yuyun Peak. As for me, I will come to participate in this Feishin conference later." Xiao Qian got the top 4, but he can only be ranked last. The competition for the top 3 is different from before. When he comes back, the fight should be over. Han nodded and said, "Go quickly. The injury is more important." The elder did not speak, and the other elders either nodded or spoke softly to express their concern. Each has a face, and everyone has a disguise mask on his face. No one knows what the face under the mask looks like. Speaking of this, Xiao Han went to Yun Peak at a very fast speed. Hurry up and give the spirit stone. Has agreed to pay 10 times the price. Don't cheat. Just when everyone was still stunned, a childish voice suddenly appeared. In front of so many people, the person who opened the market naturally didn't dare to cheat, otherwise he wouldn't be able to stay in Luyun's sect in the future. After a little calculation, his face became particularly ugly. According to the compensation, 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones became 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. In terms of exchange, it was 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones and 100 top-grade spirit stones. This was 100 top-grade spirit stones. He wanted to make a fortune, but this was the result. After betting on Wang Jinshan to win, there were only more than 80 top-grade spirit stones, and he had to make up more than 10 top-grade spirit stones. His heart was bleeding. After thinking for a while, the person who opened the market threw all his spirit stones to Xiao Yun and said, "There are about 9,200 middle-grade spirit stones here. I owe you another 800 middle-grade spirit stones." Just as Xiao Yun put the spirit stones into the storage bag beautifully, pressure suddenly descended on Xiao Yun. "You are so greedy at such a young age." A voice appeared in the void and reached everyone's ears. #C1757 Do you really think I dare not kill you? This scene happened so quickly that many people didn't react. Xiao Yun fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. The ground was gradually sinking down, and the whole person was pressed down, and couldn't speak. All the spiritual stones obtained must be handed over and confiscated. The voice appeared again, and dozens of figures were directly pressed to the ground. Everyone who participated today will be fined 100 low-grade spiritual stones, and will be handed over to the Deacon Hall on a chosen day. Deng Yuankui's figure stood in the void, holding the storage bag on Xiao Yun's body. Master Han frowned and raised his hand slightly. The pressure disappeared. Immediately, all the people who were pressed to the ground struggled to stand. "Deng Yuankui, you are so powerful." Master Han grabbed the void and a huge palm appeared above Deng Yuankui. Before the master could continue to do anything, the elder also reached out and grabbed. In just a moment, Deng Yuankui was forcibly caught back, and then he hurriedly said, "You dare to abuse your power in front of me and the headmaster. Today, don't say that the headmaster will settle accounts with you. I will settle accounts with you." From today on, Deng Yuankui's status as the elder of the Deacon Hall is cancelled, and Zhong Yu will temporarily replace him. From now on, go back and face the wall. After saying this, he slapped him away. Deng Yuankui spit out a mouthful of blood, bent slightly and said, "Yes, the headmaster and the elder taught me." After saying this, he wanted to control the flying sword to leave, but a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Today he was not crazy, but the elder gave him instructions. "Xiao Yun is just a child in the Qi training period. Why do you do this? Although I don't understand it very well, I have to hold the elder's thigh. Well, so I can only do it." Just when Deng Yuankui wanted to leave, a beautiful figure suddenly blocked Deng Yuankui, and a spell appeared when she stretched out her hand, and I pressed Deng Yuankui directly. This sudden situation caught Deng Yuankui off guard. Xiao Tanner looked at Deng Yuankui coldly and said loudly, "Since when did Elder Deng only bully children? Today I will let you see what it feels like to be bullied." The elder frowned. This junior sister usually doesn't care about anything. Before, he had always sent people to secretly suppress the Xiao Qian brothers and sisters, but he didn't see such a big reaction. Today is just a small test. Why did he become so emotional? After thinking for a moment, the elder said loudly, "Junior sister, I have punished Deng Yuankui, and it didn't cause any serious consequences. I have revoked his status as an elder of the Deacon Hall, and punished him to face the wall to reflect on his mistakes. This punishment is not too heavy. It has been done to this extent. Even if Elder Xiao Han comes, he can't say anything. Junior sister, What are you meddling in? The headmaster pulled the corner of his mouth. Compared with what Deng Yuankue did, this punishment was indeed in place. Moreover, the attack from the Great Elder just now was also real. Although Deng Yuankue was quite strong, it was definitely not pleasant. If this was the case, Xiao Han really couldn't say anything. Even if he vaguely guessed that it was the Great Elder who did it, he couldn't really express any opinions on the surface. Xiao Han would probably have to take this dumb loss. Xiao Tanner bit her silver teeth and opened her lips slightly several times, but she didn't know what to say. She always felt that she had countless grievances that she couldn't say. Tears began to roll in her eyes. Today, someone actually bullied Xiao Qian's great-granddaughter in front of her. However, at present, she really couldn't do anything, and her face was also more resentful. Just when Xiao Tanner was about to give up, the young figure below slowly stood up and shouted loudly into the void. "Grandma Tanner, don't forget to ask for my spirit stone. This person must stay and wait for Grandpa to come back to deal with it." The person who shouted was Xiao Yun. At this time, Xiao Yun had some minor injuries on his body, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of his mouth. Xiao Tanner heard Xiao Yun calling her like that, without any intention of refutation, just looking at Deng Yuankue coldly. Xiao Yun's words just now woke her up. "Yes, can't we wait until Xiao Han comes back to deal with this matter?" Then he said in a deep voice, "Before Xiao Han comes here today, Deng Yuankue cannot leave. Besides, this spirit stone originally belongs to someone else. Take out the spirit stone first." Deng Yuankue saw this and threw the storage bag down directly in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun put away the storage bag and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the spirit stone is fine, it's no big deal. When she felt the pressure, she was not anxious. She didn't believe that someone would kill her in front of so many people. The elder also said, "Haha, the little girl's opinion is not bad. That's right. It's best to wait for Xiao Han to come back to deal with this matter." Looking at the elder's expression, Master Han finally knew what the elder was thinking. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Qian could enter the semifinals and meet the people on the elder's side. Based on his understanding of the Great Elder, he would definitely do something in the fight. The one from Chiyun Peak before, he used such a powerful killing move just to defeat Xiao Qian. But he didn't expect Xiao Qian to fight back. For this reason, Yushan was specially asked to remind Xiao Qian. But he didn't expect that his luck had been so good, and he was unconscious just a moment ago. After avoiding some subsequent dangers, the Great Elder set his sights on Xiao Yun. The scene boiled quickly and calmed down quickly. The fight was going on, and the matter was surprisingly resolved quickly, so there was no big deal. Xiao Yun looked at the high-ranking members of the sect in the void, and was filled with contempt. They only had these little thoughts. The fight continued, and time passed quickly. As expected, Yushan and Leili were opponents again. This first place could only be created by the two of them. The regional barrier this time was the largest and strongest in all the fights. The fight between the two was infinitely close to the power of the Jindan stage cultivators. If the two had not been suppressing their realm and thinking about going further, the Jindan would have been formed long ago. In just a moment, a fierce battle broke out in the area, fighting in close combat and fighting in the distance. The scene made countless disciples shout. For it, this world seemed dim in the fight between the two. Everyone's eyes were on the fight. The fight between Leili and Yushan was the highlight of this Facian conference. The little episode that just happened had long been forgotten by everyone. Whether it was the head teacher or the other elders, they did not move their eyes looking at the area. Xiao Tanner sat in her seat, and with her other hand she controlled Deng Yuankue to prevent him from escaping privately. Deng Yuankue was not panicked at all. The elder asked him to do so, and he would protect him no matter what. Besides, he just pressed the little girl. What could happen? The elder's punishment seemed so severe on the surface, but it was just bullying a few disciples in the Qi training and foundation building period. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. The position of the elder of the deacon hall was directly removed. This punishment was really severe. Thinking of this, Deng Yuankui was even less panicked, and he stood in the void and recovered slowly. In order to be true, the elder hit him so hard that his ribs felt like they were about to break. Deng Yuankui, do you really think I dare not kill you? Just when everyone was focusing all their attention on the fight, Xiao Han's voice suddenly came from a distance. Hashtag C1758 punishment. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Xiao Han's voice came from a distance, and the voice came before the person arrived. There was extremely strong anger in this voice. The great elder was smiling, with some joy in his eyes. The headmaster frowned. Xiao Han couldn't fail to see such an obvious thing. Anyway, he didn't suffer much, so he should put things to rest. Xiao Han came from a distance, standing in the void with his sword. When he left, his hearing was still here. He knew exactly what happened just now. After settling Xiao Qian, he rushed over as quickly as possible. Deng Yuankui, you have provoked me 3 times and 4 times, and now you have directly bullied Xiao Yun. After Xiao Han said this, his arms quickly swelled and he continued, Today I will let you experience what it means. Hazing, compared with attacking with magic, the giant ape's current transformation. Strength will be stronger. By simply using magic, let alone Li Xingyan, even Deng Yuankui really wouldn't be able to gain an advantage. This is his current shortcoming, and it cannot be made up for in a short while. Just when Xiao Han was about to attack, a message suddenly appeared in Xiao
Han's ears.
Can't you see that the great elder has such a crude plan? Once he makes a move, the great elder can give you a slap on the wrist. Now is the time for disciples to compete. Everyone in the sect knows what is going on, but the new disciples have no idea what is going on. At that time, everyone will only say that you, Yunfeng, are domineering. You should be able to imagine this kind of harm. These sound transmissions reached Xiao Han's ears several times. How could Xiao Han not know that this was the great elder's plan? But if he bowed his head here today, the momentum built by Yuyun Peak would be in vain. Hey, so what? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said loudly, Everyone should have seen it today. This Deng Yuankui insulted my younger generation. Today. Then if I bully you again, there's no problem with that. I think you have been bullied at some point and you all know what Deng Yuankui is like. If I settle the matter today, what will you think when Deng Yuankui bullies you again in the future? It doesn't matter if someone bullies your juniors when you are away. When I take action today, no matter what others think of me or how they comment on me, I will do what I want in my heart. Seeing that Xiao Han did not listen to what he said, Headmaster Han quickly reminded him, The great elder has just punished Deng Yuankui, and these punishments are enough to punish Deng Yuankui. Xiao Han spoke again. The so-called punishment, how can you punish yourself, is just a method of overt and covert promotion. I still think it's more appropriate for me to do it myself. I just want everyone to understand that anyone who bullies me, Yun Peak, will have to pay the price. After saying that, there was a loud roaring sound in Xiao Han's body again, and the entire assessment place was filled with this sound. The battle of foundation building monks that was originally eye-catching has now become a bit bleak. No matter how fierce it is, why would a monk in the Golden Core stage take violent action? Even Li Yuanhua, who maintained the regional boundary, took the time to focus.
On Xiao Han.
The 2 arms transformed into a beast in just the blink of an eye, but he was not completely transformed into a beast. If you want to defeat someone like Deng Yuankui, you don't need such a huge force at all. Deng Yuankui saw that Xiao Han was about to take action, but no one stopped him. He cursed secretly and immediately took defensive measures. Just because he had a fight with Xiao Han, he knew how strong Xiao Han was, and he couldn't raise his ambition to win against Xiao Han. Bang! In just one breath, Xiao Han appeared next to Deng Yuankui, punched Deng Yuankui and knocked him away. As soon as his figure flashed, Xiao Han appeared at the place where Deng Yuankui flew out and punched Deng Yuankui several times. Everyone must remember today that this is the fate of those who bully me, Yuyun Peak. No matter what kind of punishment the sect faces, I, Ancestor Yuyun, will accept it all. After a series of attacks, Deng Yuankui was already dead. The ribs on his chest were all dented, and the injuries were extremely exaggerated. If it weren't for the faintly flowing spiritual energy that maintained Deng Yuankui's life, he would have died long ago. Just as Xiao Han stood up, the great elder slowly spoke. Foreign Affairs. Elder Xiao Han has behaved badly and is punished by depriving Yuyun Peak of all its cultivation resources for the next 30 years. Do you have any objections? After saying this, the great elder turned to look at the headmaster and all the elders.
No objection.
Li Xingyan grinned and said first.
No objection.
Sixth elder Kong Kai also followed suit. Several voices without objection appeared, but some elders did not speak. Qin Ming and Li Mu both looked at the headmaster. Before the headmaster could say anything, a middle-aged man said loudly, "No objection." Qin Ming frowned, looked at the speaker and said, "Wang Song, do you know what you are talking about?" Even though Xiao Han went too far in what he did today, it was obviously Deng Yuankui who started the matter in the first place. If this punishment is really implemented, then how can we, Lu Yun sect, be humane? The man in question looked up at Qin Ming and said, "No matter what, Deng Yuankui will be punished if he does something wrong, and Xiao Han will also be punished if he does something wrong. If that's the case, then can I beat someone up and get no punishment?" Qin Ming opened his mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Wang Song was right. Master Han pressed his hand and said, "According to the wishes of the great elder, Yuyun Peak will be fined 30 years of cultivation resources." Deng Yuankui did such a thing, and was directly dismissed from the position of elder of the Deacon Hall and was also punished to go to the interview. Xiao Han almost beat him to death, and it is reasonable to punish him for 30 years, knowing that it was a trap, but he insisted on jumping into it. I don't know what Xiao Han was thinking. He had already reminded Xiao Han, but Xiao Han insisted on doing so, and there was nothing to say. Master Han's last words directly settled the matter. The expressions on the faces of the disciples were complicated, and I don't know what emotions they were in. Hey! These 30 years of cultivation resources. If this thing is implemented, then the past few decades of Yuyun Peak will be wasted. If I were a new disciple, I would definitely not choose Yuyun Peak. Nonsense, do I need to consider this? There are only a few decades in life, and this is equivalent to wasting them. Hey, this Yuyun patriarch just came back and I thought he would rise, but this happened again. Stop talking about these things. Everyone tacitly stopped discussing this topic and at the same time thought in their hearts that even if Yuyun Peak recruited disciples, I am afraid that no one would be willing to stay in Yuyun Peak in a month.
Xiao Han liste ned kvietly.
The elder's approach was quite cruel. Not only did he put himself in a passive position and bear a bad reputation, at the same time it could also limit the development of Yuyun Peak in the next few decades. No matter whether he took action today or not, he would suffer in the end. The elder's situation was a win-win situation. Xiao Han just grinned and didn't care at all.
Almohadilla C1759 sin.
Seeing that the situation gradually calmed down, Xiao Han grabbed the half-dead Deng Yuankui and whispered in his ear, "Take a good look at him today. Would the great elder for whom you have sacrificed his life help save you? He is only doing it for his own benefit. And you will be abandoned at any time, even if I beat you to death here. Today he will not take action just because this will give him an excuse to kill me. A master at the nascent soul stage doesn't even have the ability to prevent this kind of thing. He actually wants me to kill you. After saying that, just throw it aside like a dead dog and let it die on its. After handling this matter, Xiao Han came directly to the void, sat on his seat, nodded towards the headmaster and said, I, Yun Peak, am willing to accept this punishment and have no objection. Looking at this scene, Qin Ming and others looked puzzled. Today's honey operation is really confusing. The great elder said that he could figure it out and it was okay for the headmaster to say so, considering the overall situation. The problem is your Yun Peak's business. You didn't even struggle to directly agree that this is a mysterious operation. Qin Ming, who couldn't figure it out, stopped worrying about this matter. Xiao Han himself didn't fight for it. If he said anything else, wouldn't it be meddling in other people's business? Xiao Han looked at Xiao Yun among the disciples, reached out and grabbed Xiao Yun's storage bag and grabbed it in his hand. This scene was seen by everyone, and those who had other ideas gradually eliminated their own ideas. If so many spiritual stones were only on Xiao Yun's body, they would still take risks and kill Xiao Yun and take away these spiritual stones. But this spiritual stone was taken away by ancestor Xiao Han, so there is no need to consider it. I have no chance with this batch of spiritual stones. The moment he grabbed the storage bag, Xiao Han directly sent a message to Xiao Yun. You go back to Yun Peak to take care of your brother first. I will go back. When things are over here, leave the spirit stone with me first. Be careful on the way back. Xiao Yun nodded towards her ancestor, then looked at Xiao Tanner and nodded. Xiao Tanner smiled and waved to Xiao Yun. In Xiao Han's confusion, Xiao Yun took a picture of the speed-increasing charm and left directly. Only then did he remember that he had heard Xiao Yun calling Xiao Tanner's grandmother loudly. According to the lifespan of a monk in the Golden Core stage, Xiao Tanner is in her best years, and if she breaks through to the nascent soul stage, she will be in her best years. As a blue star person, how could he accept being more than 100 years older? What a sin. Xiao Han covered his face and couldn't say anything. He just turned his head and said to Xiao Tanner, I also know a thing or two about what happened before. Thank you for speaking for Yun Peak. Xiao Tanner said with some displeasure on her face. You are a bit out of touch when you say this. This is just a small effort. I can't see Xiao Yun being bullied. And your great-great-granddaughter is so cute. I like her so much. If you weren't here, I would have accepted her as my direct disciple.
Kia Tan
Smiled again after finishing speaking. Some of the Jindan elders around looked at Xiao Tanner with bewildered expressions. The so-called smile that brings beauty to 100 people was probably the scene in front of them. Xiao Han felt some malicious eyes and whispered back, Thank you no matter what. After saying that, he decisively turned his attention to the place of fighting. Xiao Qian defaults to the fourth, and the third is Ma Yiming, a disciple of third elder Shin Su. The first and second place must be Yushan and Lei Li. Now the battle between the two is the last one, and it is also the one that determines the first and second place. This is not only a competition for disciples, but also a competition between the headmaster and the great elder. On the other side, Zhong Yu was arranging the queues for the disciples with intermediate or above qualifications. In order to ensure fairness, these disciples were drawn into lines. They were evenly divided into 108 teams, and each peak was finally allowed to choose. The remaining disciples were directly numbered and assigned to each peak. At this time, in the fighting area, Yushan's offensive was very strong, and compared to Yushan Lei Li, he was weaker. After just a brief glance, Xiao Han knew that even if Xiao Qian fought to the death with these two men, he would not be able to win the final victory. Just when Xiao Han thought Yushan was about to win, the thunderbolt suddenly rose up, crushing Yushan with absolute strength, and won the final victory. Region number 1, Lei Lixing of Leiyun Peak. Li Yuanhua reported the final result, and the rankings of each peak were also released. Just suspended in the void, the first place is Thundercloud Peak Lei Li, and The fourth position is Xiao Qian of Yuyun Peak. The great elder stroked his pale beard, turned to look at the headmaster and said with a smile, "Headmaster, your disciple is actually pretty good. Whether it's in terms of magic attack or melee strength, he is considered the strongest, but it seems to be inferior compared to my Rayleigh. This time I accept the offer, and I will still choose first." After the great elder finished speaking, a ray of light appeared on the peak. With a finger in the air, the great elder chose team number 8. The qualifications of the disciples here are the best among all the teams. The moment the light appeared, team number 8 was directly circled by the aperture, and then was marked with the mark of Lei Yunfeng. Those disciples who were selected all showed joy on their faces. Headmaster Han had an indifferent expression on his face, and casually named team number 3 and then said softly, "Ha, why should you care too much about victory or defeat, whether you are a disciple of your Lei Yun Peak or my disciple of Tong Yun Peak? In the end, they will all belong to the disciples of Lu Yun sect. I am very happy that you are strong. When the demon tribe invades, the disciples of Lei Yun Peak will also stand up. Ha ha." After saying that, Master Han smiled again. After Master Han made his selection, it was Xiao Han's turn soon. There were not many people with medium and upper qualifications, and each peak could only get a dozen people. It is these people who will become the backbone of the peak in the next few decades. It is important to say that it is important, and it is not important to say that it is not important. Master Han looked up and said, "Xiao Han, I think the team number 18 is not bad. It is the best at present. Although there are no disciples with upper grade spiritual roots, there are the most disciples with middle grade spiritual roots. It is currently the most suitable for Yuyun Peak." Master Han was very worried that Xiao Han would choose the team with upper grade spiritual roots. The advantages are obvious and the disadvantages are also obvious, so he specially reminded him for this. Xiao Han remained calm and looked carefully, and finally set his sights on team number 78. After confirming, he pointed directly into the air, and the team number 78 was selected. The next moment, all of them were marked with the mark of Yuyun Peak. Such a confusing operation was something that Master Ren had never thought of. After thinking for a while, he still asked, "Xiao Han, what are you doing? This is the only team without middle-upper grade spiritual roots. Any team is better than this team. I really don't understand why you are doing this." The elder said, "Master, this shows that this team has something Xiao Han likes. How to choose is his business. What does it have to do with you?" Xiao Han just said softly, "Master reminded me, but I have my own choice in this matter, so you don't have to worry about it." This operation not only made the elders curious, but also the disciples below were extremely surprised. What is this choice? Xiao Qian worked hard to get the 4th place just to be able to choose some good disciples, but the Yuyun Patriarch chose the last one. Hey, who said it wasn't? Isn't this a waste? Maybe the Yuyun Patriarch has other ideas. There were constant discussions below all about the Yuyun Patriarchs. Confusing choice. #C1760 affects the speed of my flower infant. After the selection of the people with medium and upper qualifications, the remaining ones are those with inferior spiritual roots. There are also 108 teams, but this time they are randomly assigned. The peak masters or leaders of each peak are randomly selected. After all, they are all inferior spiritual roots, so there is nothing to choose. Just bring them all back to the peak. Those with better talents do some serious work, and those with inferior talents are directly thrown into miscellaneous work, such as mining, etc., which requires a lot of people to do. Xiao Han drew the team number 100. After seeing the last team being branded, Li Yuanhua directly made seals with both hands, and a row of large characters appeared above Li Yuanhua's head. Then he paused and shouted loudly, "This Feishan conference has ended successfully. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. If you have any doubts about the Feishan conference, you can raise them Raise them at any time within 1 week. The doubts will be replayed and they will be treated fairly. If no one raises doubts within a week, it will be assumed that there are no problems and the contents of the photo beads will be destroyed. After that, Li Yuanhua greeted the headmaster and the elders and left first. Someone will handle the affairs of his peak, and he doesn't need to handle them personally. The headmaster didn't say any nonsense, just stood up and left here. The elders also left one after another, and they didn't need to deal with these trivial matters. Xiao Han, I'll leave first. Remember to find me for dinner when you're done. Xiao Tanner stood up and was very close to Xiao Han, especially when she saw Xiao Han's face again. That expression was very shy, and his whole face was like a red apple. Xiao Han nodded and said, "Then I'll go first. I'll go eat with you and wait for the ghost's meal. Women will only affect my speed of transformation." The people below gradually left, and after a while only the new disciples were left. The disciples looked extremely excited. Even after such a long examination, they still couldn't suppress their excitement. Especially after watching the battles, all they thought about was practicing quickly. So naive. Maybe it won't be long before they find out that what they need is just the food and water they eat every day. Xiao Han took a step forward and appeared in front of the disciples. After the team he chose was branded with the Yuyun Peak label, these people gathered together. Before the disciples could say anything, Xiao Han said directly, "I am the ancestor of Yuyun Peak, a Jindan cultivator. You can all call me the ancestor. I won't waste so much time talking to you, since you are my disciples of Yuyun Peak. You are all my own people in the future. When you are doing things outside, always remember that you represent the people of Yuyun Peak. I don't care what you see or hear. Or maybe you are thinking about changing peaks in your head, but at least in this month, you are my people of Yuyun Peak. At the same time, I also have the right to drive you down the mountain. Do you hear me?" Xiao Han's tone suddenly became stern, and the disciples looked at each other. After a while, a disciple whispered, "I understand." After a while, the disciples spoke one after another. Xiao Han said with displeasure, "Are you so lazy? Answer again." Xiao Han's voice was full of spiritual power, and the tone that hit the soul made everyone stunned. Then they all said loudly, "I understand." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Very good. Who among you has experience in managing a team?" After he finished speaking, he paused and continued, "If you have experience in management, come to the front. Those who have no experience in management, stay where you are. It is more comfortable to go to other peaks. If a Jindan stage cultivator does such a thing, he may be laughed at if he tells others. Xiao Qian, the only one who did something, is still unconscious, and although Xiao Yun is not bad, the incident just now puts her in the public eye. At present, it is more appropriate for me to handle this matter myself." After saying this, 6 people came to the front one after another. These people were all wearing some pretty good clothes. Those who were at the back were all wearing coarse cloth clothes. As long as they have experience in team management, who will be a low-level citizen? In this dynasty where one's identity is determined at birth, those who are born at the bottom must be at the bottom unless luck comes. Xiao Han pointed at a young man who looked pleasing to the eye and said, "What's your name?" The young man looked serious, first bowed his hands and then said in a deep voice, in reply to the ancestor, "My disciple's name is Zhang Shixin, Li Zhao." Zhang. The surname Zhang Shixin is rare. After memorizing his face, he took out a map. Then he whispered, "I temporarily appoint you as the captain of this team." He handed the map to Zhang Shixin and continued, "Here is the map. You lead everyone to Yuyun Peak according to the mark on the map. When you arrive at Yuyun Peak, someone will arrange for you. There are men and women among these people. About half of them are men and half are women, and the population is coordinated." After explaining the matter, Xiao Han took out another talisman and gave it to Zhang Shixin. In case of emergency, Just tear this talisman into pieces. After saying that, he turned around and stepped forward, and the red soul sword flew out of the storage bracelet and floated in the air. He went straight to Yuyun Peak. Although the red soul sword was not bad, it was far from meeting his requirements for a lifelong magic weapon. Once this lifelong magic weapon was confirmed, it would be very difficult to replace it. Zhang Shixin bowed his hands and said, "Farewell, ancestor." The remaining disciples saw this and bowed their hands and said, "Farewell, ancestor." Xiao Qian's residence in Yuyun Peak. At this time, Xiao Qian was lying on the bed. There was no wound on his body, but he was still unconscious. The spiritual energy around him was always in a blank stage. As long as some spiritual energy was gathered, it would be absorbed and refined by Xiao Qian's body. Xiao Yun asked anxiously, "Grandpa, how is my brother now? Why hasn't he woken up yet?" On the way back just now, Xiao Han brought Xiao Yun back, and on the way he
deeply criticized Xiao Yun for calling Qiao Tanar grandma.
Xiao Yun struggled for a moment, and then deeply realized his mistake, so Xiao Han let Xiao Yun go. Looking at Xiao Qian lying on the bed, Xiao Han didn't have a good solution. For the time being, the pill had been fed, and the rest could only wait for Xiao Qian's body to adjust and recover. "You don't have to worry too much. I checked Xiao Qian's condition. Everything is fine. He just overdrawn a little." Xiao Yun nodded to show her understanding. After all, this is her brother who has always depended on each other. At this moment, Xiao Yun's face suddenly changed and said, "Grandpa is in trouble again."
Sia han frovned.
How could something happen again just after he was done? Then he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xiao Yun paused and said, "I received a message from Zhao Taizhu. He found that Wang Chunyi was dead." Zhao Taizhu. Xiao Han thought of the resolute young man in his head. Xiao Yun explained, "My brother temporarily arranged him in the spiritual medicine garden to help Wang Chunyi." C1761 Mysterious Death. Yuyun Peak Spiritual Medicine Garden. After a period of natural growth, there are already many high-quality spiritual medicines here, far beyond what was previously comparable. It is definitely not a spiritual medicine that can be grown in Yuyun Peak, where the spiritual energy is so thin. It can even be vaguely felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the spiritual medicine garden is much richer than before. This spiritual energy is also like this, a virtuous cycle process. After the spiritual medicine is planted, in addition to absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, it will also feed back some spiritual energy to the surrounding area. Xiao Han brought Xiao Yun directly to Zhao Tieju's residence. Wang Chunyi died again, or to be more precise, Wang Chunyi also died. Previously, Bai Susu died strangely, and not long after that, Wang Chunyi died strangely again. This time, Xiao Han still did not find out how Wang Chunyi died. He thought that his attention was high enough. Unless this matter had been buried before, Bai Susu or Wang Chunyi must have something hidden from him. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that Wang Chunyi should have no
reason to kill Bai Susu.
Soon Zhao Taizhu was brought to Xiao Yun. Zhao Tai looked determined and bowed, saying, "Greetings, ancestor." Xiao Han looked at the disciple he had recruited and said softly, "No need to be polite. Just briefly tell me the details." Zhao Taizhu pondered for a moment and said, "I asked senior sister Wang for advice last night. This morning, I found that senior sister Wang had not come. Some parts of the spiritual medicine field needed to be irrigated, so I thought about calling senior sister. Maybe she forgot about it. As a result, no one answered me no matter how I called or knocked on the door. This happened in our village before. Basically, they starved to death at home or had other problems. I forced the door open and found senior sister Wang dead in bed. So I quickly notified the master, but the master didn't reply. I waited for a long time before notifying the aunt." Xiao Han didn't say anything. He went straight to Wang Chunyi's house and looked at Wang Chunni's body, which was exactly the same as by Su Su's death. Last time. The two people died from the same source and the way they died was the same. Someone must have done something wrong. Xiao Han thought to himself. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han asked softly, "Has Wang Chunni done anything unusual recently?" Zhao Taizhu shook his head first, and then nodded after a while. "Now that you mention it, there is really something that makes me feel strange. When I asked Sister Wang for advice last night, she suddenly said to me if I suddenly disappeared, this spiritual medicine garden will depend on you. Then I asked why she was gone, and Sister Wang said that if she broke through in the future or was transferred to another place, this spiritual medicine garden would depend on me. I thought it was okay at the time, but now I think about it, it's really a bit problematic." Zhao Taizhu analyzed calmly. Xiao Han thought about it for a while and then stopped thinking about this problem. It was probably Deng Yuankue who did it. Before Bai Su Su came here, he gave Bai Su Su some kind of colorless and tasteless poison, or some spiritual medicine and spiritual food for cultivation which Bai Su Su and Wang Chun and I used together. It turned out that there was something wrong with the spiritual food. But, based on what Zhao Taizhu said, Wang Chunni seemed to know something and had some guesses in her heart. That's why she said those things to Zhao Taizhu. Most of this had happened before. No matter what happened next, Xiao Han would continue. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Taizhu with interest and said, "Are you scared?" The reason he asked this was because he saw that Zhao Taizhu didn't look scared at all. Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and said, "Hey, it's a lie to say I'm not afraid. I'm definitely afraid in my heart. It's just that when there was a famine before, a large number of people died, and there were even cases of cannibalism. Since I can remember, I know that this society is the law of the jungle. What does the death of one person mean? To be honest, I had already planned to die here when I went up the mountain. As long as I can go up the mountain and my family can get some money from the sect, my family can survive. That's my hope. As for whether to die or not, I'm afraid, but I can only accept it." Zhao Taizhu kept talking, and Xiao Han kept listening. Compared with Blue Star, Tianxian realm is even more of a law of the jungle, and the bottom has no dignity. The realm of the immortal cultivator suppresses the realm, and the immortal cultivator suppresses the dynasty, and the dynasty suppresses the powerful. Xiao Han nodded and looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Arrange another person to come." After that, he threw down a bottle of marrow cleansing pills and left with Xiao Yun. "Take one pill a week from this bottle, and it will help you start practicing as soon as possible." The pill he gave was a specially refined ordinary pill, and the power of destiny was specially controlled during the refining process. It was just the most rubbish low-grade pill, not even a first-level pill, and was used by these disciples who had just entered the mountain. Zhao Taizhu tightly grasped the porcelain bottle in his hand, knelt down excitedly and said loudly, "Thank you, ancestor, for the medicine." The next morning, Xiao Han woke up early, and the first thing he did was to go to Xiao Qian's room. Xiao Yun stayed by Xiao Qian's side, and the moment he saw Xiao Han, he said directly, "Good morning, Grandpa." "Well, how is Xiao Qian?" Xiao Han asked softly. Xiao Yun said with some concern, "There is still no movement from last night to now. Grandpa, do you think my brother will not wake up?" Xiao Han touched Xiao Yun's head and said, "Don't think too much, just help Xiao Qian deal with his affairs before he wakes up. Let's not talk about this. Have you fallen behind in your practice recently?" Xiao Yun replied softly, "Since you took me to hunt monsters, I found that I was lacking in my skills. I have been suppressing my cultivation recently. In addition, I am thinking about the ancient secret realm. Once I reach the foundation building stage, I will lose the conditions to enter. That's fine, but you don't have to suppress it very deliberately. When you want to break through, just break through directly." Xiao Han raised his hand and took out several bottles of pills. After a pause, he continued, "These are Some pills you can use now. But you have to remember one thing. Be careful when taking these pills. Don't let others see them. Once the pills are at risk of being lost, remember to destroy them as soon as possible. Xiao Yun put away the pills and nodded heavily. She knew very well what these pills meant. Once others got these pills, the consequences can be imagined. Where are the new disciples? Xiao Han asked softly. After such a long time they have arrived at Yun Peak and Xiao Yun has arranged them there smoothly. However, he did not pay much attention to where they were arranged. Xiao Yun pointed to the bottom of the mountain and said, "They have been arranged to the disciple residential area halfway up the mountain. My brother planned it before. He also told me specifically about the plan of the entire Yuyun Peak." Xiao Han said softly, "Take me over to have a look." C1762 New Disciple. Disciples residential area at the halfway point of the mountain. Xiao Han took a quick look in the air. The entire residential area was basically at the same height, divided into male and female residential areas. The dormitory was a standard double room, with all the utensils for bathing and cooking. There was also a public canteen for everyone to eat during their practice. The various facilities were not very complete, but overall they did not hinder their use, and they were being built by decent people. These houses and residences were all arranged, and Xiao Qian took this into consideration. Xiao Yun directly transmitted the message, "Everyone, gather in the transmission hall and be quick." This message was transmitted accurately to the ears of these new disciples, with the help of talismans. After a while, Xiao Han heard some fragmented sounds and everyone got up quickly and packed up in one go just like a conditioned reflex. The two went straight to the transmission hall, which was built at the halfway point of the mountain on the way up the mountain and was the closest public facility to these ordinary disciples. Further up was a large venue, and behind it was the Yuyun Hall. This teaching hall is quite large, enough for hundreds of people to attend classes at the same time. Xiao Han asked Xiao Yun, "Have you counted the number of people?" "Yes, including Zhao Taizhu. There are a total of 139 new disciples." Xiao Yun replied softly. Xiao Han nodded and said, "Well, let these people quickly improve to the initial stage of Qi training and strive to have them all enter before the secret realm opens." At this time, Xiao Yun showed a worried look on his face and asked, "Grandpa, if we vigorously train these disciples now, what if they all move to other peaks in a month? Should we wait for a month and then train these people after they stay completely, so that the loss can be minimized?" Xiao Han shook his head decisively and said, "Why did I choose the worst batch when I selected disciples before? It was for now. Those with good talents will definitely be unwilling to leave after understanding the general situation. As for these disciples, if they can't even keep their Yuyun Peak, there is no need to consider so much, just give up the secret realm directly. Besides, I have my own way to make these people willing to stay." Just as the two were chatting, the disciples gradually gathered, and the one at the top was Zhang Shixin. "Grandpa, all 138 disciples are here." Zhang Shixin has a lot of momentum to lead the team. It was obvious that he had led some teams before. Judging from his age, his family was either rich or noble. Xiao Han nodded and then waved his hand, and more than 100 bottles of pills appeared in front of everyone. This kind of basic pill can be made into more than 10 or 20 pills at will. It is a good thing for new disciples, but it is just a toy for Xiao Han to practice. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said loudly, "The one in front of you is the marrow cleansing pill, which can help you start practicing as soon as possible. I gathered you together today just to ask about your wishes. I believe you have learned a lot of things, including the rules of my Luyun sect, and Yun Peak has heard of them now." At this point, Xiao Han raised his hand and threw out two flags, one on the left and one on the right, respectively. In the puzzled eyes of everyone, Xiao Han whispered, "Those who plan to leave Yun Peak and find another mountain after a month stand under the red flag, and those who plan to stay in Yun Peak temporarily stand under the white flag. Instead of wasting time like this, it is better to put this matter on the table at the beginning. Xiao Han's purpose is very simple. If you are willing to stay in Yun Peak, I will spend some energy to train you. If you don't want to stay in Yun Peak, then you can leave. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient secret realm is the best way for him to obtain resources at present, he wouldn't care much about these disciples. It is even possible that these disciples will be left to fend for themselves. After saying this, many people looked bitter, so how should they choose? They knew that the resources of Yun Peak would be withheld for the next 30 years, and they also knew that they could change peaks in a month. But the problem is that no one would change peaks unless it was absolutely necessary. There is only one chance. Once they change peaks, it's okay if they have better qualifications, but if they don't have good qualifications, they basically won't get any resources. Most of them have garbage qualifications, so it's almost the same even if they change. What's more, the Yun Patriarch in front of him is the strongest cultivator, after the headmaster and the great elder. In addition, he stood up for his own people the day before. If he protects his shortcomings, he doesn't have to worry about being bullied by other peaks. How to choose such a difficult multiple-choice question? Xiao Han paused and continued. If you have any doubts or concerns, you can speak out directly. Don't worry that I will retaliate or treat you differently. You are not worthy of me doing so. As soon as this sentence came out, several people walked directly under the white flag, including Zhang Shixin, who had low-grade spiritual roots. One of them was a little panicked, but under the instigation of several people around him, he still asked, "Now Yun Peak is short of resources, spiritual energy is exhausted, and the great elder has punished us to take away resources for 30 years. Then if we stay in Yun Peak, does it mean that we can only get very few cultivation resources in the next 30 years, or even no resources?" This question is what many people want to ask, and it is also a question that lingers in everyone's mind. Xiao Han grinned and said, "Do you think you can get resources by going to other peaks? I believe you also know that the peaks of Luyun sect usually concentrate resources on the best disciples, while the grassroots disciples can only get basic resources or even nothing. It is precisely because my Yun Peak currently has few disciples that you can get some resources, far more than the resources of other peaks. Moreover, if you really think that these cultivation resources can only be attained by hair, then why are you still cultivating immortals? Isn't it better to wait for death? If you want resources, you can improve your cultivation, hunt monsters, complete sect tasks, and go to places with many opportunities." Xiao Han said a lot in a row, which can be regarded as a complete answer to everyone's doubts. After saying this, many people walked under the white flag, and so far no one has walked under the red flag. Soon another person asked, "If I want to go to another peak, will you drive me down the mountain during this period?" Xiao Han said directly, "I said, you are not qualified to waste my time. There are only Jindan cultivators in their early 20s in the entire Luyun sect, and I am the only one who will waste a little time on you. You may not even have the opportunity to meet a Jindan cultivator in other peaks, let alone this kind of thing. For those who stand under the red flag, I will not give you any cultivation resources in the future, nor will I waste a little time on you. But I will still take care of your food, clothing, housing, and transportation in Yun Peak, so don't worry about this." After saying this, several people walked directly under the red flag. At this time, someone else asked, "Can the ancestor tell us about the future development prospects of Yun Peak?" Hashtag C1763 Yun Peak. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Han laughed immediately, and everyone looked at Xiao Han in confusion. "Haha, you are from Blue Star and you ask this question. I wonder how many streets ahead they are in terms of making big promises there." After thinking for a moment, he spoke directly. "You are currently staying in Yuyun Peak, where the spiritual veins are exhausted and resources are scarce. But it is precisely because of this that you have the opportunity to develop. Do you think you will have a chance if everything is really good? If you can't get along well in my Yuyun Peak, then there is no place for you to stand in other places. As for development, Yuyun Peak is short of talents. As long as you are capable and responsible, you will have the opportunity to be promoted at any time, including the heads of various halls and the heads of various branches. Even the newly established Yuyun market below is blank. Can't you think of how to develop it? As long as you work hard, all this will be yours. After these words, everyone's blood boiled immediately. Yes, other peaks have already developed well, and various personnel appointments are predetermined. How could they have a chance? It's different here, not to mention that this Yuyun Patriarch is the strongest cultivator in the Jindan stage, even stronger than the other 6 sect elders, so all these resources can be easily obtained. After thinking about this, dozens of people stood under the white flag and some stood under the red flag, and finally a total of 28 people stood under the red flag. There are still 110 people under the white flag, which is far more than expected. Xiao Yun looked at the ancestor's operation. His eyes suddenly lit up, thinking in his heart, "Oh, the ancestor is just drawing a pie in the sky." As expected of the ancestor, he thought of a way to deal with it so quickly. After seeing that everyone had made their choices, Xiao Han continued, "You are lucky, but also unlucky. I can tell you clearly that an ancient secret realm will be open soon, and it is the largest secret realm in the past few hundred years or even thousands of years. Only disciples in the Qi training stage can enter this secret realm, and the opportunities inside are countless, so you are lucky. This secret realm will open as soon as it is said, and it may open in less than a month. Your time is very limited, and you must at least enter the early stage of Qi training to seize this opportunity. In addition, this secret realm is not developed by my Luyun sect alone, but by several major sects working together. The cultivation world robs it for cultivation resources. There are even a lot of people who directly kill people. The degree of danger inside can be imagined, so you are unlucky." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked at everyone quietly and gave them some time. Sure enough, hearing this, some people were full of excitement in their eyes, while others were a little panicked. Until everyone's emotions gradually stabilized, Xiao Han continued to speak. "Those standing under the red flag can go back and rest first. During this period, I will take care of all your food and drink at Yuyun Peak, but you can only stay in your residence and cannot move around at will. After a month, you can move to other peaks. If anyone regrets and wants to continue staying at Yuyun Peak, they can also report to Xiao Yun."
Xiao Han
pointed at Xiao Yun and continued, "But not today. The rest of the people standing under the white flag will follow me up the mountain now. Today, I will start teaching the art of cultivating immortals." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took a special look at those standing under the red flag. There was a hint of regret in their eyes, and some of them even began to argue. Xiao Han turned around and stepped on the spirit sword, and in an instant he arrived outside the main hall of Yuyun. The scale of the main hall was not large, but it was not small either. It was above average among all the main halls. In front of the main hall was a large open space, all covered with rock formations without any fancy buildings or facilities. After waiting for a while, Xiao Han saw Xiao Yun leading all the disciples up the mountain to the main hall. All of them were excited. Is the long-awaited cultivation technique going to be learned today? Seeing everyone standing in line one after another, Xiao Han said to Xiao Yun, "Today you should explain the most basic content to them first and make sure everyone understands it clearly." In fact, Xiao Han himself didn't know how to teach. He was still confused, so how could he teach these people? In these days, he only roughly understood that, in order to introduce spiritual energy into the body, a method is needed. This method is not divided into the first and second levels but only into grades. There are low, medium, and high-grade methods, but Xiao Han knows even less about the specific content than Xiao Yun. The reason why I said it like that just now is nothing more than to form some contrasts. First, take the initiative to put all the problems on the surface, and then let everyone take the initiative to choose, followed by a big pie, and then continue to put it out to give everyone a chicken blood, and finally form a strong contrast. He had already laid a lot of groundwork before doing these, including various previous actions, and Xiao Yun's protective behavior after being bullied. These were all planned and premeditated. Xiao Yun nodded and said, "I will obey the order of the ancestor." Xiao Han looked at Xiao Yun again. The little girl was very understanding. Was good that he didn't have to worry so much. When Xiao Qian wakes up, call me again. After saying that, Xiao Han chose to go up the mountain directly. Farewell, ancestor. Xiao Yun bowed. Then all the disciples said in unison, Farewell, ancestor. Xiao Han's goal was the top of the peak, where there was a cave specially opened for him. Nowadays, Yun Peak is crowded with people and eyes, and this noisy environment is no longer suitable for his own practice, not to mention there are so many secrets. The next step is to consolidate my strength. The day when I become the 8th elder is not far away. The day when I become the 8th elder is also the day when all the Jindan cultivators challenge me. When facing ordinary cultivators, I will use ordinary magic plus talismans and spiritual tools. When I meet a strong one, I will first use the giant ape transformation to attack. It only takes 3 days and 3 nights. The cave on the top of the peak. Xiao Han looked at the perfect cave in front of him and even suspected that it was not just built but existed a long time ago. This is not a simple cave, it is clearly another small Yuyun peak. After entering the cave, there is a very large space with a large pool in the middle. There is a natural cave entrance on the pool and the light is sufficient. There are many green plants around the pool, and there is a faint spiritual energy flowing on these green plants. To be more precise, the pool itself has spiritual energy flowing. The end of the water source comes from the depths. A stream slowly flows down and finally converges in the central pool. There is even a small piece of land reclaimed next to the pool where some spiritual medicines are planted sporadically. There are some houses around, including places to sleep, places to practice alchemy, and places where spirit beasts live. After taking a general look, Xiao Han was particularly satisfied with this place. If nothing goes wrong, Xiao Han is willing to stay here. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han decisively opened the sleeping room. No matter what, he should have a good sleep first. C1764 Horrible Top-Grade Elixir. A dozen days later, by the pond in the cave of Yun Peak. After a whole cycle of running, Xiao Han stored the spiritual energy he absorbed. During these days, he took some bodybuilding pills to temper his body. On the other hand, he released magic at the top of Yun Peak. He did not greedily use more magic, but just practiced the magic he borrowed from the library a few days ago. He released it again and again until the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted and then returned to the pond to restore the spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, no one, Li Xingyan or anyone else, made trouble these days. Seemed that everyone had secretly agreed to this, and they had been at peace. During this period, Xiao Han was also happy and at ease, concentrating on practicing magic and tempering his body. At first, he wanted to ask in the Hongmeng Creation Pearl whether there were any magic suitable for him to practice. As a result, the Creation Pearl did not have any magic. Just when Xiao Han was complaining about the Creation Pearl, the Creation Pearl told him another thing. Although there was no magic in the Creation Pearl, it had the ability to deduce magic. In this world, most of the magic is actually imperfect and has loopholes. As long as the power of creation is sandwiched in the magic when releasing the magic and combined with the Hongmeng Creation Pearl, the magic can be gradually improved step by step. The more power of creation, the more perfect the magic deduction. Xiao Han felt the spiritual power in his body and muttered to himself, "Hey, let me try this so-called deduction ability." He stood up and took a step forward. The next moment he appeared at the top of Yuyun Peak, but he was a distance away from the cave. He didn't want to let his comfortable cave turn into nothingness. At this time, the place where he stood could only be described as devastated. After practicing magic for so many days, the top of Yuyun Peak had already changed. Xiao Han stood in the void and directly formed a seal with one hand. A fiery red hexagram appeared behind him in an instant. The whole formation process did not even take a few breaths, and it was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Compared with the beginning, the speed of forming seals in the spell is now many times faster. Xiao Han desperately controlled the power of creation to flow into the spell. At the beginning, he did not dare to add too much, but only added a little. After adding, Xiao Han specifically controlled the spell not to release it. When he saw that he was about to be suppressed and hurt himself, there was no movement. Brahma Heart Flame. After Xiao Han whispered, a huge fireball appeared in the red hexagram. This is the third-level top-grade spell that Xiao Han selected in the library before as the strongest spell in single-target attack. The fireball is not a simple fireball, but a fireball that looks like a huge meteorite. It is burning with hot flames all over, and the heat wave can be felt from a distance. Some vegetation on the ground began to wither rapidly. Heh! Still no movement? Xiao Han was a little disappointed. The so-called deduction technique did not appear, but the attack power of this technique was improved. This was the first attempt. Previously, the power of creation was added to the giant ape transformation, which could break some difficult-to-break techniques and greatly enhance the attack power. Now that the power of creation is added to the technique, the deduction has not started, but there are new discoveries. The power of creation can also bless the attack of the technique, which is extremely rare. Just when the Brahma Heart Flame was condensed and was about to attack the ground, Xiao Han suddenly felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the technique of forming a seal. It would be better if the index finger was bent a little more. A vague hand gesture of forming a seal appeared in Xiao Han's head. Xiao Han, who had a little understanding, directly released the Brahma Heart Flame that had just been condensed. Boom! The huge Brahma Heart Flame bombarded the top of the peak, making a deafening roar. This attack was many times larger than the previous one. The deep pit and the raging flames around it could represent all of this. After releasing the spell, Xiao Han did not dare to stop and directly formed a seal with one hand to continue releasing the spell, especially the hand gesture that just appeared in his head. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed into the red hexagram array above his head crazily, and Xiao Han could vaguely feel that this spell was a little stronger than the last time. Another thicker force of creation poured into the spell, which was the deduction technique. If this goes on, will this third-level upper-grade spell transform into a third-level top-grade spell? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Xiao Han could not suppress his ecstasy. Boom! Another violent collision sound appeared, and Xiao Han did not stop, and continued to form a seal with one hand. If this goes on, I really need to consider changing a place to practice this spell. Didn't Zhuke complain that he didn't eat well? Some ideas gradually appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Just when Xiao Han was about to continue to form a seal, he suddenly felt a movement from below. He stopped the action in his hand and raised his hand directly. A large cloud and rain spell has been floating in the void. The hissing sound continued to appear. It would take a while for this fire to be extinguished. The figure gradually became clearer. Grandpa, my brother is awake. Before reaching the top of the mountain, Xiao Han heard Xiao Yun shouting. Then he summoned the red soul sword and pulled Xiao Yun to appear in Xiao Qian's room in a short while. At this time, Xiao Qian was leaning on the bed, looking weak. Seeing Xiao Han appear, Xiao Qian's face was not surprised. His sister had told him before that she would inform Grandpa. He said weakly, "Grandpa." Xiao Han nodded, but he denied this title in his heart. "How could he be your great-grandfather when he was still so young? How do you feel?" Xiao Han asked softly and then took out another pill and stuffed it into Xiao Qian's mouth and continued, "This is a pill I have refined over the years. Your current situation should not be just a loss of spiritual energy. If it was just a loss of spiritual energy, you wouldn't be unconscious for so long. I guess there are some physical deficiencies. This pill has a yang enhancing effect in addition to being a great tonic. If you can't control yourself, find a way to solve it yourself." After hearing this, Xiao Qian quickly raised his weak hand and scratched his throat, but there was nothing. The pill melted in his mouth and was completely absorbed by his body. After a while, he felt his body warm and there were some inexplicable throbbing. Xiao Yun asked curiously, "What method did Grandpa use to solve this? Do you want me to help my brother?" "You can't help with this, you go out first." Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian's face and was slightly surprised. It was more powerful than he expected. Well, some spiritual medicines can be used less. Xiao Han glanced at Xiao Qian, then looked at the toilet paper beside him and said, "Then you solve it yourself first. I'll wait for you outside. I have something to tell you today, hurry up." After taking this pill, Xiao Han was confident that Xiao Qian could stand up directly and basically recover. Not long after leaving, Xiao Han heard something. "Hiss, the top-grade pill is so terrifying. #C1765 That person is my disciple." In front of Yuyun Palace, Xiao Yun quickly gathered all the disciples, and Xiao Han closed his eyes and meditated as if he was thinking about something. If it weren't for the occasional curve at the corner of his mouth, I would really think he was thinking about something profound and philosophical. Xiao Qian stood beside Xiao Han with a red face, and the embarrassment on his face was particularly obvious, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing his sister busy and the disciples gathering, Xiao Qian mustered up the courage to say to Xiao Han, "Grandpa, next time you let me take the pill, can you tell me the effect before you let me take it? Don't do it like today." Xiao Han held back a smile and said, "How about today? I see you have recovered well now." Xiao Qian was even more embarrassed, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Instead of doing this, he would rather lie in bed for a few more days. "Okay. I'll tell you about the effect next time I give you the pill." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked at the assembled disciples. Then he turned to Xiao Qian and continued, "See these disciples? They are all handed over to you. Your most important task next is to help as many of them as possible. As for how much your cultivation can be improved, you can improve it as much as possible, and you can use various spells at the initial stage. The requirement is that you can't act like a fool when facing attacks from others. I don't know when the secret realm will open, so you must be prepared for it at any time." Xiao Han attaches great importance to this secret realm. He is currently completely stuck in the middle stage of the golden core and has no more strength. In addition to the previous rapid progress, the most important thing is the shortage of cultivation resources. The third-level spiritual medicine suitable for him is now in short supply on the market. Including the Wanyao Hall, there is a serious shortage of stocks, and the sale of the first-level top-grade elixir is also suspended. The remaining third-level spiritual medicine should be treasured by each peak, and it will not be sold under normal circumstances. If there is no harvest in the secret realm, then he can only go to the Wanqing Sea to try and see if there is any opportunity to harvest. It takes so many resources for him to enter the nascent soul alone, not to mention that there are 2 more in the Hongmeng Fortune Pearl. Xiao Qian knew the importance of this matter, and nodded his head and said, "I will do my best to do this." Well, in addition to this matter, we must always pay attention to the spiritual medicine garden. Your sister should have told you about Wang Chunni's death. Since then, Zhao Taizhu has been fine, and the new disciples sent over are also fine. This shows that the person behind the two people has already done all this. Behind Bai Susu is Deng Yuankue, and there should be someone behind Wang Chunyi, but Wang Chunyi chose to hide after knowing that Bai Susu took action. All this is unknown. Be careful. He still prefers Xiao Qian to do this kind of thing. Xiao Yun has a good heart, but after all he is a little younger and he is not as mature and experienced as Xiao Qian in handling various things. Soon all the disciples gathered, and Zhang Shixin, who was at the top of the list, stepped out and said, "A total of 133 disciples have gathered." Xiao Han was a little surprised, and then he realized that some of the people who chose the red flag before regretted it and rejoined Yuyun Peak. Most of the human species have a herd mentality. Xiao Han did those things last time for this step. It seems that there are still a few people who are obsessed with changing backs. Xiao Han used his spiritual sense to feel it a little bit, and he realized that a small number of these people have already explored the sense of qi, and it won't take long for them to reach the primary level of qi refining. These people have also been very hardworking during this period. Xiao Han raised his hand, and there were more than 100 porcelain bottles. These porcelain bottles were suspended in front of the disciples one by one. There are also elixirs in it, which can help you practice. Xiao Han thought for a moment and continued, "Time is tight, you must do your best to practice. As a cultivator, the pursuit of immortality is your ultimate goal. But this immortality also requires practice resources. Whether you can get enough resources from that secret realm depends on your own efforts." Xiao Han put another pot of chicken blood in front of these people, then turned his head and pointed at Xiao Qian and said, "From now on he is your master. He has the final say on all matters. Originally this matter should have been determined when going up the mountain. But at that time Xiao Qian was asleep, so Xiao Yun had to take over temporarily." Xiao Han was always worried, and he often paid attention to this place after practicing. Now Xiao Qian woke up and completed the handover himself. This matter was completely put aside. After dealing with this matter, Xiao Han did not go up the mountain immediately but turned to the spiritual medicine garden. At the same time, Ziyun Peak. In Ziyun restaurant, Qiao Tanner was on the top floor drinking wine and eating dishes slowly. The whole person seemed to be thinking about something, sometimes resentful, and sometimes sad. Dong dong dong. At this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking Qiao Tanner's meditation. Qiao Tanner lazily put down the wine glass in her hand and said, "Come in." With a creak, the door was opened, and the female cultivator outside came in with a plate of dishes and put it on the table. Just as she was about to leave, Qiao Tanner slowly said, "Hua Mei, what do you think this man is thinking?" Hua Mei was able to become the person in charge of the Ziyun restaurant, and she was also a person with a quick mind, and she quickly understood what the Peak Master meant. "Are you talking about the man who accompanied the Peak Master to dinner a few days ago?" Qiao Tanner said shyly. "No, I have a female disciple who has recently fallen in love with a male cultivator. She has lost her appetite and even doesn't want to practice. You have been thinking about it for a long time, so you told me about it and asked me what to do. I don't know what to do, so I thought of asking you if you understand. This disciple is a very important disciple of mine." Hua Mei was stunned for a moment before she realized what was going on. She couldn't help but think in her heart, "Oh, that person is a disciple? Peak Master. In fact, for this kind of thing sometimes you can't be too proactive or not proactive." Hua Mei said something that seemed clear but was not clear at all. Qiao Tanner looked confused, then asked, "Well, can you explain it more clearly?" Hua Mei continued, "Being too proactive will make the other party think you are a casual person, and not being proactive will make the two sides further and further apart. So the degree is very important, and it is up to your disciple, the Peak Master, to grasp it." Qiao Tanner seemed to have grasped something important, and hurriedly asked, For example? For example, your disciple must not reveal his purpose when taking the initiative and can break through from things that both parties know. Seeking help in magic or deliberately revealing where he is injured, etc. These are all flexible methods. After Hua Mei finished speaking, she secretly looked at the Peak Master with her eyes. She really didn't understand where the charm of Xiao Han from Yun Peak came from and made this fairy so fascinated. Xiao Tanner heard this excited look and hurriedly said, Well, you clean up. Here, I need to quickly enlighten my disciple, and then I will leave first. After speaking, she disappeared directly on the top floor of Ziyun Restaurant, and her figure quickly headed towards Yun Peak. #C1766 Man in Black. Recently, she has been paying attention to Xiao Han's movements. At least from the news she got, Xiao Han has been in Yun Peak these days and has not left. Going to Yun Peak first is definitely the best solution. A purple figure quickly went to Yun Peak and arrived at Yun Peak not long after. At this time, Xiao Han was checking the status of the spiritual medicine in the spiritual medicine garden, and he raised his hand to perform a cloud rain spell. The power of creation was also integrated into the cloud rain spell, and it fell with the raindrops. The entire spiritual medicine garden is thriving. These spiritual medicines can only become first-level lower-grade spiritual medicines even if they are mature. Now they have the efficacy of first-level middle-grade spiritual medicines, and some spiritual medicines can reach first-level upper-grade spiritual medicines. I am afraid that it will not be long before first-level top-grade spiritual medicines will appear. The reason why I continue to experiment on this spiritual medicine is that if I can get a spiritual vein in the future, I will meet the conditions for planting third-level spiritual medicines, and I can cultivate third-level top-grade spiritual medicines through the power of creation. Zhao Taizhu and another newly transferred female cultivator were watching this kind of magic quietly below. All of them were open-mouthed in surprise. As expected of a Jindan cultivator, the senior sister could only summon a small piece of cloud and rain to irrigate, while the ancestor could summon such a large cloud and rain technique. After irrigating these spiritual medicines thoroughly, Xiao Han came to Zhao Taizhu and the other person and first felt Zhao Tiezhu's body. There was no sense of qi as expected. This pseudo-spiritual root was indeed a little bit poor in aptitude. In addition to taking care of the spiritual medicine garden all day, this other female cultivator also had a task to teach Zhao Taizhu, and it was a one-on-one teaching. There was still no sense of qi. Xiao Han was not in a hurry. This was just a short time, and Zhao Taizhu was not a person with extremely high aptitude in such a short few days, so it was normal for him to have no sense of qi. After checking Zhao Tiezhu's situation, Xiao Han sighed slightly and said, Spend more time on cultivation. If you don't want to be a joke, then work hard in this direction. Even if you fail in the end, don't regret it. Zhao Taizhu was also a little disappointed in his heart. He had worked so hard for so long but still didn't have any sense of qi. According to the senior sister, disciples with better qualifications can feel the sense of qi in 10 days, but he had nothing. It's the ancestor. You must spend more time on cultivation. Just then, Xiao Han suddenly felt a figure appear outside Yun Peak, flying on a sword. Could it be that another Jindan cultivator couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to find him to solve his problems? Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all and went directly to the foot of Yun Peak. When he saw the figure, he was subconsciously stunned. His heart told him to leave quickly. This woman should not be provoked. But his legs seemed to be filled with lead and couldn't move at all. Xiao Tanner was wearing a purple short skirt, and the light purple had a different charm under the light. The purple veil always gave people a sense of mystery, and the two jade legs exposed were like the most beautiful unpolished jade in the world, making people want to grab them and play with them. If she wasn't really old, she would really be considered a stunningly beautiful girl. Xiao Han, how are you these days? Xiao Tanner's voice was sweet, and she looked at Xiao Han with affection. On the contrary, Xiao Han felt a little sick after hearing this. Thinking about the age of the woman in front of him who was hundreds of years old, he suddenly felt a little bad. But he still replied softly, "How can a cultivator be good or bad? It is normal for decades to pass in the blink of an eye." Xiao Tanner was blocked and speechless, and quickly adjusted her state and said, "I have some doubts about magic recently. I wonder if I can discuss it with you, Xiao Han." Xiao Han subconsciously wanted to refuse. A man and a woman discussing magic alone? "I really don't have much time recently. You know that I will face the challenge of the Jindan cultivators in 2 days. I am preparing now. I will wait for a chance in the future." Xiao Tanner suddenly remembered this and apologized. "I almost forgot about this. I am really sorry. Then you go ahead and I will come to discuss magic with you later." Xiao Han nodded and went straight to the top of the peak. Xiao Tanner bit her lip and said secretly, "I am really too impatient. Promised to be reserved." Thinking of this, Xiao Tanner went straight to the direction of Ziyun Peak. Would be embarrassing to come to Yun Peak again in a short time. Just when Xiao Tanner was halfway there, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Tanner. This man was standing on a flying sword, wearing a black suit and a strange mask.
Kia tan was shocket.
When did a Jindan cultivator come into Luyun's sect? Who dares to break into my Luyun sect? Xiao Tanner summoned her life magic weapon without any hesitation. A purple long sword floated in front of Xiao Tanner, facing the man in black. Anyone who could fly with a sword must be a Jindan cultivator, so he would never dare to be careless. The man in black did not directly answer Xiao Tanner's words, but just looked at her with burning eyes. Then he laughed a little crazy. "I think I have been obsessed with you for a long time, and I can't stand those lonely days. Today I will do it once and for all." Xiao Tanner had some disgust in her eyes, but she couldn't tell anything from her voice. After all, she had a lot of voice-changing skills. Even her figure couldn't tell anything, unless you could see her face directly. No matter how it changed, her expression couldn't be changed. "Go to hell." Xiao Tanner didn't say anything nonsense. Her life magic weapon flew out directly and stabbed the man in black. The agile purple sword was extremely flexible and fast, but when it reached the black-clothed man, it was fixed in front of him. The black-clothed man's hands shook slightly, and the whole flying sword seemed to lose control and fell directly to the ground. Xiao Tanner spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her life magic weapon was severely damaged. Then she said with a trembling voice, "You are a Jindanduan. Which sect are you from?" Xiao Tanner knew in her heart that there were many Jindan monks who had feelings for her near Luyun sect, but it was really hard to guess who it was. When the black-clothed man saw Xiao Tanner spitting blood, his body leaned forward slightly, and soon stabilized his body and said, "Don't care which sect I am from. From today on you are my woman." Then he rushed towards Xiao Tanner. Xiao Tanner slapped the storage bracelet, and several talismans quickly went towards the black-clothed man, and then began to transmit sound. It seemed that Xiao Han was the closest to him. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tanner directly typed, "Xiao Han, save me." Then attached the specific location here. "Do you want someone to save you?" "Haha." The man in black laughed and continued, "I calculated the distance before I took action. It seems that the only one who can rush here in a short time is Xiao Han from Yun Peak. He came just to die. It just happened to do 2 things at the same time. I am waiting for this opportunity, which is extremely rare." After saying that, he laughed again. Xiao Tanner's face changed drastically and said, "How are you so familiar with
Me Luyun sect.
Then he reacted and continued, "Actually, you are from my Luyun sect, right? Golden Core Stage Great Perfection. Which senior brother of mine are you? #C1767 I have wanted to kill you for a long time. In a rolling mountain range, surrounded by tall mountains and dense forests. There are two figures standing in the void. One is beautiful in a purple short skirt, the other is in black and has an evil look in his eyes. After hearing the analysis of the man in black, Xiao Tanner was shocked. This person was so familiar with Luyun sect and was probably from the sect. According to his cultivation level, he is a golden elixir Dzogchen monk. In the Luyun sect, only the elders of the sect are at the golden elixir Dzogchen stage. It turns out that some of my senior brothers have such thoughts about me. Sure enough, Master is right. There is no love without reason in this world, and there is no hate without reason either. The man in black did not reveal his identity directly, but replied softly, "It doesn't matter whether he is your senior brother or not. Anyway, judging from the current situation, you will probably have no choice but to obey me." Xiao Tanner mentally calculated the distance from Yun Peak to here, so in order to delay the conversation, she could only lengthen the topic. "I have just sent a message to the headmaster and the great elder. If you can stop now, it is still too late." "Ha ha." The man in black laughed and then continued, "I'm afraid the headmaster and the great elder don't have much time today. Let's not talk about the distance between Tongyun Peak and Leiyun Peak. Just because they cannot receive news from you today, they will not be able to come to rescue you." The man in black obviously guessed that Xiao Tanner was stalling for time, but he still ignored the delay. Xiao Tanner was slightly surprised and sent a message directly to the headmaster. After a few messages, the headmaster still didn't reply. The longer he waited, the more surprised he became, although he didn't know why the headmaster and the great elder didn't reply. But this alone is enough to show that there is no way to count on the headmaster and the great elder today. Regardless of whether the headmaster and the great elder can get here, I can support Xiao Han until he comes, and Xiao Han's strength is enough to kill you. Xiao Tanner raised her hand with a spell and continued, "Even if it doesn't work, it can delay time. Once the other elders arrive, you will definitely be defeated. I really can't figure out where you get your confidence." "Ha ha ha." The man in black laughed unscrupulously and said with some irony, "He is just a person who barely surpasses Li Xingyan. He really thinks that he is the number one person under the golden elixir. Don't talk about you two. Even if there are two more, I can escape unscathed. But don't have such extravagant hopes. After I kill Xiao Han, I can enjoy you. I don't know how many days and nights I have been thinking about this moment." Xiao Tanner suddenly felt a little nauseous. She vaguely guessed who this person was and said quickly, "Could you be Qin Ming?" The only person who could defeat Li Xingyan was Qin Ming, and then there was Xiao Han. It didn't take long for her to react and said softly, "It's not Qin Ming." Almost forgot that senior brother Qin can't like women at all. The man in black gradually lost his patience and said hurriedly, "My patience is limited. Since Xiao Han is on his way here, I will play with you first. I wonder what his expression will be like when I enjoy you in front of him." Seeing that the man in black was so confident, Xiao Tanner wanted to send a message to Xiao Han asking him not to come, because it would bring danger to her. Rather than letting Xiao Han face this danger, it would be better to bear it all by himself. Just as he was about to send a message to Xiao Han, the man in black attacked without any warning. After testing several times in a row, Xiao Tanner did not take any advantage. The other party's strength was crushing to her. At this time, Xiao Tanner was extremely thirsty for strength. If she had been practicing hard for hundreds of years, she would have entered the nascent soul stage long ago and would not have been treated like this. He would not be so powerless in the face of the elder brother's attempts to make things difficult for Xiao Han. Other side, Xiao Han had just returned to the cave to recover his spiritual power, and was about to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain to continue practicing his skills when he suddenly received a message from Xiao Tanner. Those simple 4 words made Xiao Han's pupils shrink. There are still people in Luyun sect who have plans for Xiao Tanner. They are really not afraid of death. Since it is transmitting sound to yourself, it means that it is probably within the scope of your own strength. Then the hearing was spread out infinitely, and the main direction was the distance from Yuyun Peak to Ziyun Peak. Some information was quickly received. You will probably have to obey me. Wait until I kill Xiao Han. One sentence after another of dialogue reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han took out several talismans, stepped on the red soul sword, and quickly headed towards the place where the sound came from. There are only 7 sect elders in the golden elixir Dzogchen. No, of course it may be the great elder's method to hide it. It can't be the headmaster or the great elder. Qinming can't like women. Then he is. The possibility of Li Xingyan cannot be ruled out. The most problematic person in Xiao Han's heart is the 3rd elder Shinsu. He is usually the most low-key and an unassuming person. As for the 6th elder, if it weren't for what Xiao Tanner said before, Xiao Han would have suspected him. After speaking, Xiao Han placed this person on a slightly suspicious target. As for whether it is Li Mu and others, this needs to be considered. I don't dare to make random guesses without seeing who it is. Death vines. Xiao Tanner formed a seal with her hands and whispered, and several vines quickly flew out of the spell like long snakes and headed towards the man in black. When this technique appeared, Xiao Tanner's whole body seemed to be emptied out and her whole body was exhausted. Xiao Tanner's eyes were a little sluggish, and she said to herself, Xiao Han, if you don't come again, I really can't hold on. The man in black, not far away, chopped off the flying vines one by one with a playful look on his face. Then he said with some heartache, Oh, don't use too much force, I will be very distressed if you do this. But there are other things to do later, don't faint. If you faint, many things will become boring. The man in black rushed directly to Xiao Tanner. When she was about to hug Xiao Tanner couldn't control her body, and fell directly downwards. She would rather fall to death than be bullied by the scum in front of her. The man in black was shocked and leaned down quickly. If she fell down and accidentally broke her skin, it would be so painful, it would not be perfect, and it would definitely be impossible to fall to death. As Xiao Tanner fell, she kept muttering, Xiao Han, come quickly, I really can't hold on any longer. Just when the man in black was about to grab Xiao Tanner with a crazy look in his eyes, a sharp flying sword flew out from a distance. It was directly at the fatal point of the man in black, and he immediately blocked it with his flying sword. When he looked down, Xiao Tanner was already tightly held in the arms of another figure. The man in black had a fierce look in his eyes, and then he shouted, Xiao Han, let go of your dirty hands. Xiao Tanner is not someone you can touch. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. I've waited so long just for you. #C1768 mistake. Xiao Han looked at the man in black coldly, and hugged Xiao Tanner with one hand. In order to keep a distance, he held her with his arm, which looked like he was holding her, but in fact he was just holding her. Xiao Tanner raised her head weakly and looked at the person holding her, with a sense of security in her eyes. Then she said weakly, Although I really hope you can save me, this man in black is too strong. I started to regret after sending you the message, but I didn't have the chance to send a second message. You, leave quickly. Don't worry about me, you will definitely be able to run away. Xiao Tanner's tone was full of worry. Xiao Han felt a little touched when he heard this. This Xiao Tanner is really something. What did Xiao Han do to make Xiao Tanner consider him so much? After thinking for a while, Xiao Han directly put Xiao Tanner on a hill in the distance and said, You rest here first, and I will talk in detail after I deal with the man in black. Xiao Tanner saw that Xiao Han had made up his mind, so he said nothing more, but replied softly, Then I will contact the other elders now. Xiao Han shook his head and then stepped out, and the red soul sword also floated in the air. He turned his back to Xiao Tanner and said, No need to contact the other elders. There is no need to go to such trouble for this person in front of you. Looking at Xiao Han's back as he stepped into the void, Xiao Tanner felt that this figure had become much more majestic, and it was still as reassuring as before. Xiao Han looked at the man in black not far away, and what he saw in his eyes was not a man in black, but a dead man. Hey, the giant ape transformation is invincible in the same realm, which is not just a casual talk. The man in black in front of him was so confident, just knowing his previous strength. Little did he know that he was still in a weak state at that time, and his strength might not even be half of his peak period. The entire Luyun sect's understanding of his combat power may be limited to the last battle with Li Xingyan. But now he is not as simple as he seems on the surface. When he stepped into the void, Xiao Han began to form a seal. He didn't know which system of magic Xiao Han had majored in before, but after his attempts, no matter which system of magic, it was suitable. It was like a natural result with a strong fit. Could this be what others call innate spiritual roots? Theoretically, any 100% attribute. Brahma Heart Flame. Xiao Han only took 2 breaths to form a seal, and at the moment the seal was successfully formed, he directly put a force of creation into the magic. This time he did not experience the so-called deduction, but directly threw the magic out violently. The whole process of the magic was extremely fast. The man in black did not use magic to fight magic, but took out a shield and used several defensive talismans. Xiao Han did not think that his magic could defeat the man in black, and several more Brahma heart flames condensed immediately. The power of creation in his body was not much, so Xiao Han did not dare to use it casually and only released the most primitive attack. The purpose of using magic at the beginning was to test the opponent's trump card. After several attacks, Xiao Han did not succeed, and did not use any magic attack. All relied on close combat and swordsmanship, as well as external objects such as spiritual talismans to deal with Xiao Han. Unfortunately, it is impossible to judge who this black-clothed man is from the magic. Xiao Han has learned the basic information of these sect elders. Once the opponent uses magic, he can do a big elimination. The reason why he has been wasting time is that he cannot be sure what trump card the opponent has, and he wants to determine the identity of the opponent, so he is wasting time here. Since you can't force you to use magic, just suppress it directly. Heh, there's no point in guessing like that. The man in black saw Xiao Han didn't move, and whispered, "If these are all your tricks." He paused, stretched out a thumb, and nodded downwards, and continued, "That's really a pity. Your death is coming next, and you've wasted so much of my time. I have more important things to do than kill you." The man in black looked at a place not far away and said loudly, "Right,
Tanya?
wait for me." Xiao Han felt a chill and started to transform into a giant ape. "You're really sick of me when you say that." Xiao Han's body began to change, dramatically making a rumbling sound. After a pause he continued, "Kneel down in front of me now, and I can consider letting you die quickly. Similarly, if the opponent only has this little strength, he doesn't even have to spend much strength." "Ha." The man in black laughed a few times and said, "I didn't hear you. Wrong. Don't talk about your strength just now. Even if you show your peak moment, you are not my opponent. I will tell you the same thing again. Kneel down in front of me now, and I can consider leaving you a whole body." Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Ah, right. Then he completed the transformation of the giant ape. The moment the huge body appeared, it fell directly on the top of a nearby mountain. The inability to fly after the giant ape transformation is the biggest disadvantage of the giant ape transformation. When a pair of wings can be refined, this problem can be solved. Xiao Han didn't say too much nonsense. He slapped several floating talismans on his legs and then the speed-up talisman and stomped on the ground, fiercely heading towards the man in black. The entire mountain peak was almost crushed. Xiao Han's speed was very fast, much faster than the previous fight with Li Xingyan. The man in black showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and soon came back to his senses and controlled the flying sword to attack Xiao Han. Xiao Han grabbed with one hand, and a huge giant ape phantom appeared on his hand, swallowing the whole flying sword in one gulp. Crack! The flying sword shattered in the air, and the man in black was shocked and flew into the air again, but it was too late. Xiao Han's huge fist had already arrived. In a hurry, he offered a shield to block in the middle. Bang! A punch hit the shield, and the shield shattered directly. In Xiao Han's understanding, most of the shields here are disposable spiritual weapons, which are too fragile. Boom! The black figure turned directly into a meteor and hit the mountain not far away, making a huge sound. The mountain trembled a little. This is the battle between the great perfection of the Jindan period, which can split the mountain in an instant. Xiao Han took advantage of the victory to pursue, and did not give the man in black a chance to breathe. Kneel down. Xiao Han raised his hand violently, and a huge phantom appeared, and endless pressure acted on the man in black. From the moment he made his move, he had no intention of sparing this man's life. He had originally wanted to kill him, and keeping him alive would only cause trouble. Moreover, the man in black was at fault first. Even if he was a sect elder, the sect would not say anything with Xiao Tanner as a witness. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's pressure on the man in black became stronger. In a hurry, the man in black threw out several flying swords and rushed towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han reached out again and crushed several flying swords, dodging several flying swords.
Xiao Han shouted.
Ha! The man in black laughed and said, Xiao Han, take a good look, whether to go back to save Xiao Tanner or kill me. I made a rash move without knowing your background. This is my mistake. Let's take a good look today, whether you will kill me or protect Xiao Tanner. After the flying sword bypassed Xiao Han, it went towards Xiao Tanner at a high speed. Xiao Han looked at the man in black. He knew that if he insisted on going, just as he was hesitating, the man in black disappeared directly into the void. The next time you attack, it will be your death. Xiao Han, ha. The voice of the man in black echoed in the void, and the unbridled laughter echoed in this world. At this time, it was too late to chase the man in black. Xiao Han turned around hurriedly and summoned the flying sword to quickly intercept the flying sword of the man in black. Maybe the man in black didn't want to kill Xiao Tanner. The speed of this flying sword always felt like it was not a flying sword thrown by a Jindan stage. This move was only for self-protection, but if he really didn't care, Xiao Tanner would probably be seriously injured even if she didn't die. After shooting down several flying swords, Xiao Han cancelled the giant ape transformation and came to Xiao Tanner. Originally, he thought he would not have any contact with this woman, but this contact happened again and again. Xiao Tanner endured the weakness of her body and said, Xiao Han, I really implicated you this time. I'm really sorry. Xiao Han replied softly. This man in black originally intended to kill me. Then he took out a pill directly, covered the pill with his hand and continued. Even if there was no you, this man in black would find me sooner or later. From the meaning of his words, I think he must be my enemy. Maybe you were implicated by me. Take this pill, it will help you recover soon. Xiao Tanner didn't think about it and took the pill that Xiao Han put in her mouth directly. A strong medicinal fragrance began to appear, that sweet taste. Xiao Han, your pill tastes so sweet.
Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han
affectionately. Really sweet? Xiao Han was shocked and quickly turned his back to take out the pill in the storage bracelet. Oh no, the pill given to Xiao Tanner was the same pill given to Xiao Qian. This is the wrong pill. #C1769 Listen to my explanation. Somewhere on a peak in Luyun mountain range, the grass and trees are in disarray, and there are some huge cracks on the peak. It is obvious that a great battle has just taken place here. The person who caused all this stood there anxiously, not knowing what to do with the situation in front of him. I didn't expect that one day I would take the wrong pill or that kind of pill. How should I explain this to Xiao Tanner? Tell her that there is something wrong with the pill I gave her? I'm afraid it will cause Xiao Tanner to think too much, so I definitely can't say that. It is definitely impossible to take it out. The pill has been completely absorbed. Xiao Han can only desperately think about how to explain this matter. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Tanner. Xiao Tanner was meditating to refine the pill, and the entire medicinal power was directly filled in her limbs and bones. That charming melon seed face looked much rosier than before, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with water. I think there is something I need to tell you, Xiao Han said softly, then took out a bottle of pills and continued. I brought this pill back from the Wanqing Sea. In addition to having a strong recovery effect, it also has a little side effect. Xiao Han stopped talking here. Some words need to be stopped at the right time. And the other party's cooperation. This is also some rhetoric. Xiao Tanner only felt a little hot all over, but she could still bear it, so she asked softly, is this side effect serious? I feel that this pill is very strong. I have lost so much spiritual power and even squeezed my body. This pill only took a short while to recover. If there are some side effects, I can understand it, but I don't know what harm this side effect has. Xiao Tanner felt the condition of her body and answered softly. The more she spoke, the more different her voice became, as if she was a little charming. I don't talk like this. Xiao Han was afraid that Xiao Tanner would suddenly explode, and hurriedly explained, the side effects will probably be that you will feel the blood rushing up, and the whole person will feel hot and uncomfortable. After saying this, Xiao Tanner felt more and more obvious, and her breathing began to become rapid. Xiao Han, why do I feel that this pill seems to have that effect? Xiao Tanner's eyes became more and more fascinated, and the look she gave Xiao Han became different. She could clearly feel her desire. At this time, although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Xiao Han, so this is what you like. No wonder you have been indifferent for so long. Xiao Tanner made a bold guess with some fear on her face, but also some expectation. Xiao Han's face became a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly said, Xiao Tanner, listen to my explanation. No, I don't need to listen to your explanation.
Kia tan tre herself on. Xiao Han.
Seeing that Xiao Tanner was about to lose consciousness, Xiao Han touched the wetness of his lips, pushed Xiao Tanner away, and directly hit Xiao Tanner on the neck with a palm, knocking her unconscious. Seeing Xiao Tanner lying on the ground safely, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was smart, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with today. Next time, he must not do such a pitfall again. Xiao Han sat on the ground and waited quietly for Xiao Tanner to wake up. He didn't dare to take Xiao Tanner away now, and he couldn't explain it at that time. It was not until the sunset that Xiao Tanner woke up from her sleep. The redness on her face had long faded, and only a touch of shyness remained. People were knocked unconscious, but Xiao Tanner remembered what happened before the knocking unconscious clearly. How could Xiao Han not know that Xiao Tanner remembered everything? It was a pity that he didn't refine the forget-worry pill. It was a pity. The recipe was there, but it was missing 2 or 3 main ingredients. He would definitely find it if he looked for it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be great if he couldn't remember anything after taking a forget-worry pill? He definitely didn't want to be a heartless person, but this way he could avoid a lot of trouble.
Xiao Han.
I'm not like this usually. Xiao Tanner wanted to defend herself. When she found that she was fine and was slightly relieved, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Xiao Han nodded and said, I understand, and today's incident was mainly my responsibility. I didn't think so much about it. Don't blame me. No, I don't blame you. Xiao Tanner subconsciously leaned forward, but soon leaned back. Her body told her that she should take the initiative, but her reserve told her not to do so. Xiao Han thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll take you back to Ziyun. Peak. You must be careful when you go out in the future." "Well, thank you, Xiao Han." Xiao Tanner's voice was very low, like the buzz of a mosquito. It was not until late at night that Xiao Han returned to Yun Cave Mansion. Whenever he meditated and practiced, his mind would reflect on what happened during the day, and he could not concentrate on practicing. After repeated attempts, Xiao Han gave up completely. Sure enough, women would only affect his speed of transformation. A few days later, Wanshou Mountain. Xiao Han stood in the void, looking at the six-horned tiger below with a
contemptueuse attitude.
This monster is at the peak of the second level. For Xiao Han, it is just a matter of chopping melons and vegetables. He just wants to borrow these monsters to practice magic and get some food for the Suzaku and other holy beasts. This monster looks like a tiger, but it has 6 long rhinoceros horns on its head, and a pair of long teeth in its upper and lower mouths. It looks very strange. With such a large body, let alone the Suzaku and other holy beasts, even Yun Peak can have some meat today. A red hexagram was formed in just a moment. A fiery red meteorite with scorching flames slowly emerged from the hexagram. Xiao Han can control the speed of this spell, which requires precise spiritual power control and is also the result of the deduction of the power of
Precision.
Not only can it greatly improve strength, but it can also accurately control the speed of the spell attack, infinitely close to the 3rd level top grade spell. At the moment when the entire meteorite was condensed, it directly hit the head of the monster. Roar. Before dying, the 6-horned tiger roared in grief and anger. Xiao Han put the 6-horned tiger into the storage bracelet and looked straight into the distance. I don't know if it's an illusion. He always feels that these monsters seem to be increasing rapidly, far more than the last time he brought Xiao Qian here. And the strength of these monsters has also increased. It was usually difficult to find the peak of the 2nd level, but today he killed 3 at once. No wonder Luyun sect has to come here regularly to clean up. Even if the Luyun sect officials don't come to clean up, he wants to clean up. Otherwise he dare not let Xiao Qian come here to train again. Just on the way, Xiao Han saw some green robes of Luyun sect disciples. So many peak-level 2nd-order monsters could easily die tragically if they were not careful. Just as Xiao Han wanted to continue looking for monsters, his ears suddenly moved, and a voice came into his ears. "Hey, has this day finally come?" Xiao Han whispered, and his figure suddenly accelerated, heading towards Yuyun Peak. Not long after Xiao Han left, thousands of monsters gathered in the center of Wanshou Mountain, and each monster had the strength of the 2nd order. In the center, there were more than a dozen 3rd-order monsters looking at the distance with burning eyes. #C1770 You can only win outside Yuyun Peak. At this time, many disciples were gathering. These disciples did not approach Yuyun Peak but watched from afar. A few days ago, Xiao Han had spread the news that a large number of disciples were not allowed to gather in front of Yuyun Peak. If there was this news in the past, the disciples would only be disdainful and would have to go up the mountain to find trouble. But now it is different. All disciples know what kind of person Ancestor Yuyun is. He is a man who will kill people if he is not satisfied. No one would bother to provoke Ancestor Yuyun for such a small matter. "Hey, have you noticed something?" a foundation-building disciple said in a low voice. Another foundation-building disciple said directly, "I guess you are talking about Ancestor Yuyun. Since Ancestor Yuyun came back, major events have happened one after another. In this sect, the disciple who brought up this matter felt extremely embarrassed. Oh, who said it wasn't? Speaking of which, there are also many people who come to watch the battle. This time, many disciples who have been in seclusion for a long time have also come out to watch the battle. No matter whether Ancestor Yuyun can hold on, let's see first. If it were in the past, I would definitely deny you at the first time, and Ancestor Yun would definitely lose, but after experiencing these days I really think Ancestor Yun can hold on for so long. Although this sounds ridiculous, it feels like this. The disciples' discussions continued, and the disciples gathered quickly more than 10 kilometers away from Yuyun Peak. Some disciples with business acumen started to do business selling spiritual medicines, spiritual talismans, and all kinds of things. It looked like a market. Today's noon is the time for this battle. Xiao Han called Xiao Qian over as soon as he arrived. Xiao Qian knew very well that his ancestor would become the 8th elder, and he also knew what he would face. At this time, he was also worried about the ancestor's experience. This was to face the siege of many Jindan stage cultivators. Xiao Qian looked at the ancestor and bowed, saying, "Grandpa, do you have any arrangements or anything that can help Grandpa? This time the fight will most likely take place outside Yuyun Peak. I will stay as far away from here as possible." Xiao Han pointed to the hillside and continued, "This place can't withstand any damage. The disciples must also be well protected, and nothing too big can go wrong. In addition, arrange 2 more people to guard the passage up the mountain. Except for the disciples of this peak, no one can enter the mountain at will. During this period, he has a lot to think about. On the one hand, there are more and more secrets on the mountain, and on the other hand, he can't focus on Yuyun Peak when he is fighting. Once there is a crisis or someone from other peaks is arranged to go in, it will be uncomfortable like by Su Su and Wang Chunyi. So it is necessary to prohibit outsiders from entering Yuyun Peak during this period." Xiao Qian nodded, and then asked, "What if someone forced his way up the mountain?" Xiao Han slapped Xiao Qian on the head and said loudly, "I have taught you several times. Don't you understand Lei Li's method? If someone really forced his way up the mountain, then kill him on the spot." Hearing this, Xiao Qian completely understood the essence of his ancestors' words. After Xiao Han saw that Xiao Qian understood the meaning, he asked again, "What is Xiao Yun doing recently?" "Practicing magic, refining spiritual tools, and saying that he must gain something from this trip to the secret realm," Xiao Qian replied. Just when Xiao Han wanted to talk about something, several figures appeared in the distance. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian intently and continued, "Yuyun Peak depends on you these days. You can put your practice aside first, but Yuyun Peak must not have any problems, and the disciples must be disciplined, and their practice cannot fall behind." "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Qian nodded seriously. Xiao Han moved his body and took 2 steps. The red soul sword appeared under his feet and flew out of Yuyun Peak, colliding with the people who were coming. Xiao Han looked at the 8 people in front of him. He knew that the man in black who wanted to kill him that day was among these 8 people. He carefully recalled the figure of the man in black that day, and looked at the figures in front of him, but did not find any commonality. This is where he felt very uncomfortable. The enemy was watching him in the dark, and he never knew which enemy was. "Master Elders." Xiao Han bowed slightly and said, "He behaved neither humbly nor arrogantly, without any humility nor any arrogance or disrespect to the master." Master Han looked at Xiao Han, who was not far away from him, and said softly, "Today is the day you become the 8th elder. I and the elders of the sect are here to bear witness today. Of course, except for me and the great elder, the other elders are also qualified to challenge you. If the elders of the sect win, then you will not be qualified to become the 8th elder, and the 8th elder position will be cancelled." When speaking, Master Han was nitpicking from time to time, obviously conveying something. How could Xiao Han not understand? It was nothing more than that he would say something when he felt that he could not hold on, just like Elder Qin Ming would challenge him and he would just lose directly. In this way, even if he lost, the 8th elder position would not fall into the hands of the great elder, and the original balance would not be broken. The master really calculated well. Wu Feng just glanced at the master and said directly, Everyone saw it clearly. In public. Master, don't say these nonsense. Since the position of the 8th elder is established, an 8th elder must be selected within the next few days. I think you have too much trust in Xiao Han, so don't play these word games. If it is really so easy to establish and cancel, it is really too much of a joke. Well, if the elder doesn't accept the challenge, there is no better way, and he can only win. Xiao Han never thought that he would lose. Time passed by minute by minute. The master and the elders of the sect had already chosen their positions and waited quietly. Only Xiao Han was left standing on a mountain peak, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes. He has been reviewing in his mind how to deal with any kind of magic attack. Although he has dabbled in magic during this period, it is definitely not extensive and even a little lacking. To use this limited trump card to burst out more effects. Master Han looked at the sky from time to time, and soon stood up and shouted loudly. The Luyun sect is now establishing the 8th elder position. At present, Xiao Han from Yuyun Peak will take the position temporarily. Anyone who can defeat Xiao Han within 3 days and 3 nights can obtain the 8th elder position. The fighting process should be stopped at the right time. No killing or malicious serious injury to fellow disciples can be used. Except for the forbidden techniques, all means can be used. It's noon now. You can challenge at any time. If Xiao Han is not defeated in 3 days, the 8th elder will be Xiao Han. The master's voice is very penetrating, and any disciples who are closer can hear it clearly. The elder suddenly stood up at this time, looked at Master Han and said, "The master seems to have missed some rules. Each fighting time shall not exceed 1 hour. If the battle is inconclusive, the challenger will lose the qualification to continue the challenge." After saying this, he looked at the master with interest. If it were in the past, he might be fooled by the master's word games. But now it is not so easy to fool. #C1771 Kneel down. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the headmaster as if asking, "Is it okay for the headmaster to make such a rule?" There was some disappointment in the eyes of the headmaster Han. When Wu Feng saw this scene, he felt very good. He just liked to see the old man Han hating him but being helpless against him and wanted to fool him with this crude word game. Now is not the past. After a pause, the headmaster Han said, "There is another rule, just like the elder said. Each battle time must not exceed 1 hour. Otherwise, you will lose the qualification to challenge." Originally, he really had this idea to let some Jindan cultivators challenge in turn and then pretend to fight to give Xiao Han time to rest. Now that this rule has been issued, although there are still some loopholes, these loopholes have little impact on the overall situation. The entire Luyun sect, plus the 4 newly promoted Jindan cultivators, has only 27 people in total. There are 12 hours a day. Even if Xiao Han wants to rest, how long can he rest? This rule has great limitations, but it is not without benefits. As long as Xiao Han persists, he will be invincible. As soon as Master Han finished speaking, Li Xingyan stepped out and said, "Let me try whether junior brother Xiao has made any progress during this period." Although he wanted to attack halfway so that the chance of winning would be higher, but when he was practicing, he suddenly felt that if he could not defeat Xiao Han head-on, his inner demon would take root in his heart and he would never be able to cross this hurdle. This time is the best opportunity, and he must defeat Xiao Han. What he is proud of is just the body cultivation technique. As long as he pulls enough distance, he will not be defeated. This is also the answer after he consulted his master. Xiao Han's own strength has just entered the Jindan stage. Even if he has made some progress recently, it is only the middle stage of Jindan. Hey, this is really welcome. Xiao Han was eager for someone to come to establish his prestige for him. Li Xingyan's appearance at this time is equivalent to giving him a pillow when he is sleepy. Li Xingyan said while making a seal with one hand, "Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I still want to tell you that life is a long journey, and a short-term victory does not mean eternal victory. As he spoke, a golden hexagram appeared behind him, and several flying swords were arranged beside him. As a gold cultivator, his means are usually to stop killing by killing. Boom! A huge roar appeared in Xiao Han's body. Those who have seen Xiao Han and Li Xingyan fight before know that Patriarch Yun is going to use the body cultivation technique to fight directly. The elder who was watching the battle said sarcastically, "This Xiao Han is really violent. The immortal cultivator doesn't even look like an immortal. If you continue like this, you may go the wrong way." Heh! Master Han sneered and said, "Fear is fear. What is immortal? Is he as hypocritical as the elder?" Just as the two were talking, Xiao Han had completed the giant ape transformation, and Li Xingyan quickly moved away. This is the experience he summed up. As long as there is enough distance, this transformation is just a large meatball that is slightly resistant to beating. Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense, just stepped on one foot and shot directly into the air. With one hand stretched forward, a huge giant ape shadow appeared in the void. This shadow also exudes a strong pressure, and anyone with weaker strength will be suppressed and unable to move. Crack, crack. At the moment when the giant ape shadow pressed down, dozens of flying swords condensed behind Li Xingyan broke with a sound. Before they were completely released, they were directly crushed by Xiao Han. Li Xingyan's eyes revealed some strange looks. How could he be so strong? This is different from what he expected. While thinking, Xiao Han's figure quickly moved between the peaks, looking at Li Xingyan's direction and stepped out again, stomping the peaks under his feet directly. Destroying an entire mountain in an instant, he quickly moved towards Li Xingyan and pressed down with one hand. Li Xingyan seemed to be imprisoned and could not move at all. Xiao Han shouted loudly, "Kneel down!" This shout resounded throughout the world. This was what he wanted to do, to establish his authority and make these people fear him before the battle. Once fear grows, it is difficult to extinguish. Boom! Li Xingyan's two legs unconsciously knelt in the void and fell quickly to the ground. It only took a few breaths to land on a mountain. Bang! The two knees that were kneeling were deeply smashed into the stone, and two deep pits were knelt out. A strong sense of shame surged in his heart. Li Xingyan bit his tongue, directly, desperately circulated the spiritual energy in his body, and frantically wanted to stand up. This Xiao Han was simply too strong, more than twice as strong as before. This is impossible. Impossible. How could Xiao Han watch Li Xingyan stand up like this? He increased his pressure and shouted, "Kneel down! Did I let you stand up? You wanted to kill me without knowing the truth before, and you put such a big accusation on me. Today I will collect some interest first." Xiao Han maintained this pressure with all his strength, which was more difficult than defeating Li Xingyan directly. But as the first battle, the momentum must be brought out, otherwise all the previous efforts will be wasted. Even the elder couldn't stand this scene, and opened his mouth from time to time, always wanting to say something. Han Zhangjiao seemed to have seen through the elder's thoughts and chuckled. Xiao Han did not violate the rules. "I know you don't need to emphasize this." Wu Feng replied a little depressed, which was also the reason why he couldn't speak. Xiao Han did not violate the rules. At the same time, he cursed Li Xingyan in his heart as a waste. It was fine that he lost to Xiao Han before, but now he couldn't bear this kind of pressure. Li Xingyan, who was kneeling, suddenly shouted and stood up forcibly. There were continuous clicks, which were the sounds of bones rubbing against each other. Xiao Han pressed down suddenly, and Li Xingyan knelt down again. Fuck! What the hell did I see? This scene fell into the eyes of all the disciples, and it was undoubtedly the most shocking thing. Elder Li, who could originally fight with Patriarch Yun, can't he even bear the pressure now? Hey! If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. All the disciples were exclaiming at this scene. Master Han smiled, and the elder looked ugly. Xiao Han saw that the time was ripe and no longer wasted time. The moment he let go of the pressure, he rushed to Li Xingyan. The fist mixed with a little bit of the power of destiny hit Li Xingyan violently. "You can go back and rest well." After saying that, the fist was in place. Bang! A huge collision sound appeared, and this punch directly hit Li Xingyan onto another mountain peak, and the entire mountain peak was completely cracked. Xiao Han shook his huge fist, looked around with sharp eyes and said, "Who will come next?" This question made everyone stunned, and no Jindan cultivator answered. "Did I say I lost?" At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly came from the direction where Li Xingyan flew out. #C1772, 9-turn Shenyuan technique. "Did I say I lost?" When this sentence appeared, Xiao Han frowned. He had used all his strength in that punch just now. If it was someone like Deng Yuankue, he might have been killed by now. Although Li Xingyan was a little stronger, this punch was enough to knock him down. Xiao Han turned around and lifted the giant ape transformation to stand in the void. In an instant, a 5-color hexagram array appeared behind him, which contained 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Xiao Han whispered, "9-turn Shenyuan technique, open." The 5-color hexagram array began to rotate and change, and Xiao Han's mouth slightly grinned. This was the 3rd-level middle-grade spell he found in the library, which had
no attribute distinction.
The fire attribute-based practice was the fire attribute spell, and the wood attribute was the same. According to the records of spells, in theory, the more attributes the spell has, the stronger it is, but people with multiple attributes have much worse aura absorption and perception. That's why the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Origin technique was classified as a 3rd-level mid-grade technique. It was already so weakened that it could still be classified as a 3rd-level mid-grade technique. This is why Xiao Han chose this technique at that time. Others can't do it with multiple attributes, but he can. Especially after using the power of creation to deduce, Xiao Han discovered the extraordinary things of the 9 Revolutions Mysterious Origin technique. This thing is not just a technique, it was originally extracted from another shocking ancient technique. 9 Revolutions Mysterious Origin technique? Qin Ming, who was watching the battle from a distance, exclaimed. Master Han also blinked from time to time. Wang Song followed and said, "As long as a Jindan cultivator in the sect, this 9 Revolutions Mysterious Origin technique has basically understood it. What's so special about this technique that it's worth Elder Qin's exclamation?" Li Mu saw Qin Ming unconsciously glance at Wang Song, with a little helplessness in his eyes. Then he took the initiative to explain. "You know that Xiao Han has innate spiritual roots, and these innate spiritual roots have a strong affinity for all 5 attributes. You have also learned about the 9 Revolutions Shenyuan technique. Now you know why it is so." Wang Song opened his mouth slightly and said, "Hey, so this means that Xiao Han is very suitable for the 9 Revolutions Shenyuan technique." The other elders looked at him sideways, and it seems that you only feel it now, and you are always half a beat slower. Master Han pressed his hand and said, "This Xiao Han knew the 9 Revolutions Shenyuan technique before he disappeared, and he only had a preliminary understanding at that time. At that time, it had extremely strong lethality. I wonder what it will be like now. Everyone, be quiet for a while, and see to what extent Xiao Han has practiced the 9 Revolutions Shenyuan technique, and whether Li Xingyan can withstand it." The elder's face was livid. This Xiao Han refreshed his cognition again, and perhaps it won't take long for him to be unable to endure it. At this time, a purple figure appeared not far away. After a pause, he said loudly, "How can Li Xingyan block Xiao Han's 9
Révolution mystérieuse origine technique?"
I am optimistic about Xiao Han." Xiao Tanner stood in the void after she finished speaking, unconsciously keeping a distance from the male cultivators. With what happened that day, she knew her charm to these male cultivators, and conquering women was what these men liked to do most. Especially in Luyun sect, where high-level female cultivators were extremely rare, there were countless beautiful girls among these Jindan cultivators. They had long become numb to women, and these beautiful girls would only flatter them blindly, and had long lost any novelty. What's more, among these elders there might be someone who was plotting against him, which was disgusting to think about. He did not tell the headmaster and the great elder directly. Regardless of whether this matter was from the sect or the outer sect, the great elder wanted to kill Xiao Han, and the headmaster was so thoughtful that he could not mention this matter. At present, the only person she could trust in the entire Luyun sect was Xiao Han, and only Xiao Han could bring her a sense of security. Thinking of this, Xiao Tanner looked up at Han Zhangjiao and asked, "I wonder what the headmaster brother was doing a few days ago." Han Zhangjiao didn't know why Xiao Tanner asked this, but still replied softly, "Of course he was in seclusion. Your senior brother is so hard-working in practice every day. If I don't work harder, I will be bullied." Han Zhangjiao said that he was a bit weak.
Xiao Tanner curled her lips.
"Who can really bully you?" This is what she wanted to know. Then she nodded and smiled. "You are really hard-working. Let's watch the fight." The headmaster brother probably didn't know about this. I saw that the 5-color hexagram array in the void was getting bigger, and the colors were getting more and more dazzling. Some colors even collided and emitted other colors. Li Xingyan was ragged and tired, driving the flying sword and standing
opposite Xiao Han.
The eyes were full of bloodshot, as if he had stayed up all night for countless nights. Xiao Han could still feel a hint of murderous aura. Li Xingyan shouted loudly, "With just this little power, you still want to win. With one punch. Today I will no longer hide my strength and show you what the real golden elixir perfection is." Just as Li Xingyan finished speaking, a huge pressure spread out. Even though his body was tired, his body was surprisingly strong. Xiao Han was slightly moved, but he just controlled the 9 revolutions.
Xuanyuan technique.
After the deduction, the speed of the 9 revolutions. Shenyuan technique has been accelerated a lot, but it is still a few points slower. Soon, several rays of light shot out from the 5-color 6-pointed star array and went straight to Li Xingyan. Directly projected onto Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan screamed in pain while holding his head. The 9-turn mysterious origin technique not only hurts the body, but can also impact the spirit, making it completely lose the ability to fight. This technique does not seem to be as powerful as other techniques, but its strength is ridiculously strong. When Xiao Han used the power of creation to deduce it, he could even feel that this technique could not only kill the enemy, but also temper himself, which was a feeling of feeding back. It not only has the effect of tempering the body, but also can exercise the spirit. Li Xingyan was about to go crazy in the void, his eyes were red, and the whole person became weird. Just when Xiao Han wanted to use a Brahma heart flame to deal with Li Xingyan, he saw some blood gradually emerging from his body. The burning blood technique is the burning blood technique that appeared at the Feishan conference at that time. The disciples in the crowd exclaimed, "Hey, a cultivator in the great perfection of the golden core stage used the burning blood technique. This is really interesting." Xiao Han received various information in his ears, and he didn't expect that Li Xingyan would choose to use such means. "Xiao Han, you forced me to do this." Blood began to seep from the corners of Li Xingyan's mouth, and 3 golden hexagram arrays appeared behind him, in the sky and underground at the same time. Above the hexagram array in the sky was another hexagram array. Li Xingyan formed seals with both hands at a very fast speed, and in just a short while he formed for spells. Li Xingyan laughed crazily and said, "Let you experience what despair is. Giant sword technique, 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, life-taking, soul-chasing sword." After 3 consecutive whispers, 2 giant swords appeared directly in the sky, and the power of the double giant sword. Technique was extremely powerful. Hashtag C1773 Blood Sacrifice Technique. Xiao Han directly gave up controlling the 9-turn mysterious Yuan technique. The effect had already been exerted, and if it continued, it would at best be strengthened. But he couldn't escape the danger he faced. Boom boom. With loud sounds inside his body, Xiao Han directly completed the giant ape transformation. At this moment, the two superimposed giant swords directly hit Xiao Han. Bang! The huge impact sent Xiao Han flying hundreds of meters away, with a huge wound on his body. The power of this giant sword technique is too strong. Xiao Han murmured. It's not like I haven't seen the superimposed power of Li Xingyan's double giant sword skills before. There is no such power at all. The only explanation is that this is a technique blessed by the burning blood. Technique, but I am a few points stronger than then. Xiao Han, be careful. When Xiao Tanner saw Xiao Han's huge figure being knocked away, her whole face showed nervousness. That voice fell to other people's ears, like a wife worried about her husband. Xiao Han deserves to die. Many Jindan elders thought so. Unknowingly, Xiao Tanner's unintentional actions aroused a lot of hatred for Xiao Han. Ancestor Yun was actually knocked away? It seems that the Yuyun myth is about to be terminated. I said that ancestor Yun can't really be that strong. That's right. This is obviously because Elder Li didn't use his true strength before. According to this, Elder Xiao Han is ranked 4th or 5th at most. He has become a god recently, and Ancestor Yuyun is nothing more than that. Many people began to talk, all of them questioning Xiao Han's strength. The wrinkles on the face of the great elder Wu Fengxiao began to increase, and he said to Headmaster Han with some pride, "Headmaster, this Xiao Han is really nothing more than this. Li Xingyan just used the blood-burning technique to stop him immediately." Headmaster Han ignored the great elder and just stared at Li Xingyan quietly, with his brows furrowed. It's still so annoying. Wu Feng thought to himself and did not take the initiative to bring up the topic. It's the same as pretending to be aloof on weekdays, but not being sinister inside. While everyone was chatting, the 6-pointed star array behind Li Xingyan shot out countless flying swords, and their target was Xiao Han's chest. Xiao Han blocked his body with his arms, and countless long swords passed by his body, leaving a medium-deep wound from time to time. While recovering, more wounds were made. This is a single-target attack. Technique similar to a group attack with strong endurance. Boom boom. Xiao Han's body swelled a little again, and he flew towards Li Xingyan with the flying sword. It was not an option if he continued like this. Sooner or later, he would run out of energy. Just as Xiao Han rushed towards Li Xingyan, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw that it was the last spell. This spiritual sword seemed to follow wherever Xiao Han moved. Xiao Han's heart thumped. This was bad. Then he resisted the flying sword in front and took out his shield to resist the flying sword behind him. Bang! This time Xiao Han flew out again, and the entire body of the giant ape was bleeding. No, this is definitely not a blood-burning technique. Xiao Han was very sure in his heart, decisively cancelled the giant ape transformation and quickly formed seals with his hands. Ha ha ha! When Li Xingyan saw Xiao Han's embarrassed figure, he started laughing crazily and then said loudly, "Xiao Han, do you really think you are invincible at the same level? It's just that I wasn't serious before." As he said that, his eyes suddenly burst into light, and then he continued, "Now it's my turn. Kneel down." Endless pressure appeared on Li Xingyan, like an invisible big hand pressing down on Xiao Han. This momentum is much higher than before. The sudden momentum made Xiao Han bend his knees slightly, but he still stood firm. Click, click, click. The leg bones of both legs began to make a slight sound, as if they were about to break. The pain was like being cut with a knife, and soon countless beads of sweat appeared on my head. Li Xingyan's eyes were slightly surprised, and he said in a deep voice again, With gloomy eyes, "Kneel down!" The pressure increased again, the blood all over Li Xingyan's body became stronger and stronger, and there seemed to be some faint black energy surging. "Why don't you kneel down for me?" The voice appeared again. Xiao Han saw through the void that there was a little madness in Li Xingyan's eyes. Although the sealing speed has slowed down, it is still completed successfully. 9-turn Shenyuan technique. The 5-color and 6-pointed star array appeared again, and he could only cast the spell once more. He was betting on whether Li Xingyan would completely fall into madness under this impact. The 5-color ray of light quickly rushed towards Li Xingyan and directly penetrated Li Xingyan's body. The madness is getting worse and worse, but the method of releasing coercion has not stopped. Boom boom. Xiao Han did not follow Li Xingyan and directly transformed into a giant ape. His current body alone could not withstand Li Xingyan's pressure at all. "Let me kneel down?" the giant ape asked with doubts. After a pause he continued, "Can you withstand my kneeling down?" Although the coercion still existed, with the blessing of the giant ape's transformation, apart from the inflexibility of his body, he could not really make Xiao Han kneel down like this. "Ha ha ha! Go to hell!" Li Xingyan's eyes began to lose focus, unknown liquid flowed from his mouth, and his whole person gradually became outrageous. Xiao Han saw the thick blood color, and more traces of black energy emerged. Han, the headmaster, left his position in a flash in the air. When he was about to do something, the great elder suddenly appeared in front of him. "Headmaster, it seems inappropriate for you to attack now. It's better to stay in your position." Han, the headmaster, said anxiously. "Li Xingyan used the blood sacrifice technique. Can't you see it?" Wu Feng's face condensed, and he looked back quickly. He then quickly confirmed and shouted, "It's the blood sacrifice technique. The blood sacrifice technique. Everyone leave here quickly." This voice attracted Li Xingyan's attention, and he controlled a large number of disciples in an instant. Han, the headmaster, shook his head. If he made another gesture at this time, Li Xingyan would definitely kill his fellow disciples. Even if the great elder didn't shout, he had no confidence that he could kill Li Xingyan in a short time. Considering that Xiao Han's fighting method has always been so rough, this time the distance was particularly far, and Li Xingyan, who was in that state, was very sensitive, and it was likely to arouse Li Xingyan's violent heart in the past. The blood sacrifice technique has always been like this. Then he shouted helplessly to Xiao Han. "Xiao Han." Li Xingyan used the blood sacrifice technique, which is a taboo technique. "This fight is invalid. Li Xingyan can be killed on the spot." This time it was not just a simple shout, but it was accompanied by spiritual power. The sound was instantly transmitted to every corner, which must attract everyone's attention. Run as much as possible. Now Li Xingyan has no rivals below the nascent soul stage. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Master, although there are some differences between you and me on weekdays, let's put aside our past grudges and kill Li Xingyan together." "Do you need to say all this nonsense?" Master Han paused and continued. "As for why Li Xingyan practiced this forbidden technique, let's talk about it slowly. Don't act casually now, otherwise the sect may be seriously injured. So, stabilize Li Xingyan's emotions first, and then respond flexibly. The blood sacrifice technique nourishes blood with the body, and every drop of blood has extremely strong lethality. Unless a great cultivator in the god transformation stage comes, he will have no way to deal with Li Xingyan." Both of them looked bitter. #C1774 fight to the death. Wu Feng knew that he was being unreasonable in this matter and was too lazy to argue with Headmaster Han. After all, Li Xingyan was his disciple. This Li Xingyan is really ambitious, and he doesn't even know when he practiced the blood sacrifice technique. When Headmaster Han finished saying the words, "Kill on the spot," a purple figure appeared directly in the void. "Xiao Han, let me help you." Xiao Tanner's familiar voice came. Xiao Han's face was slightly cold. No wonder he felt that there was something different about Li Xingyan. Turned out that it was not the blood-burning technique, but the more taboo blood sacrifice technique. Don't come here at all. Arrange the disciples to stay away quickly. The speed must be fast. He heard the conversation between Headmaster Han and the first elder just now. In fact, Li Xingyan's danger level is much greater than those two people thought. Not to mention the group of disciples controlled by Li Xingyan, just the nearby disciples who retreat slowly will be affected. If Li Xingyan hadn't been hit by the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique, he would still be under control, but at this time he was falling into madness and there were too many uncertainties. What's more, he still controls a large number of disciples. Not to mention him, even the headmaster and the great elder can't take action. Once he takes action, all the disciples controlled by Li Xingyan will die. He now faintly regrets that he shouldn't have used the 9 transformation mysterious Yuan technique just now. Hey, everyone, run! This is a blood sacrifice technique. Li Xingyan is an elder of the sect. Only evil cultivators and demons can practice this technique. I heard that not only do you need your own blood as a medium, but you also need to kill living people to refine the blood essence. It is eventually stored in the body, and as the blood sacrifice technique improves, more and more living people's blood is needed. How many disciples has this great demon Li Xingyan secretly killed? Crazy, simply crazy. Has the sect been so deeply infiltrated by demons? The disciples evacuated frantically while talking loudly, and the crowd disappeared like a tide. While controlling a large number of disciples, Li Xingyan screamed in pain, as if he would lose control at any time. Just by raising his hand, he controlled countless monks, too many to count. Then he said loudly, "Xiao Han, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could I be in this situation today? Whoever dares to approach me will be buried with me by all the disciples below."
Die all.
This scene happened so fast that many people didn't have time to react, and they were even at a loss when Li Xingyan controlled him. "Ah, let me go, I don't want to die. Master, I am your disciple. Please don't kill me." When these disciples came to their senses, they realized what had happened, and they quickly shouted in horror, their voices extremely noisy. At first I could still hear some faintly, but later I couldn't hear anything at all. Li Xingyan covered his ears, with a lot of liquid flowing from his mouth, looking more and more like a mental patient. Just when these disciples were making noise, Li Xingyan couldn't bear it anymore. He just raised his hand and grabbed hundreds of disciples. Noisy! Li Xingyan grabbed the air with one hand, and all these disciples were crushed into pieces. Then he continued, "Everyone be quiet. If you keep making noise, you will die now." The entire ground was unsightly, more shocking to the human mind than anything visually stimulating. These disciples who were not on the front line had never experienced such a big scene, and one by one they began to vomit. But the scene became strangely quiet. In an instant, no one dared to make any noise anymore, especially the disciples who were under control. They didn't even dare to make the slightest movement. Headmaster Han appeared next to Xiao Han in a few steps. He patted Xiao Han's huge body with his hand, and the endless pressure disappeared. After a pause, he shouted loudly, "Li Xingyan, what do you want to do? The conditions are up to you. These disciples below are all innocent. My Luyun sect has never treated you badly. I really don't know why you would go down this path." Wu Feng also stood not far away and said, "Li Xingyan, ask yourself if Master has ever treated you wrong. You have only been in the sect for a short time, and you have already reached the golden elixir perfection, comparable to many elders in the sect. As a teacher, I will even help you enter the nascent soul realm. Oh, it is indeed not unfair." Li Xingyan seemed to have regained some clarity. After a pause, he continued, "Master, can you explain to me what exactly we are pursuing in our lives? Don't rush to answer me. Let me tell you. You keep telling me that what we are looking for is immortality. But the fact is, can anyone really achieve immortality? Let alone the realm of Yuanying. Even monks in the transformation stage cannot live forever. Stop dreaming. The road to immortality has long been closed. What we have been pursuing is only the rights and the power of life and death that we gain after our strength increases. In that case, there's nothing wrong with practicing this forbidden technique, but it's just to improve your strength. Wu Feng shook his head and said, Li Xingyan, I never noticed that your thoughts have become like this. This is my teacher's fault. I have never done a good job in this area, but I still want to tell you that there is a difference between being a human being. You can choose to do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, but there must be a bottom line. Take your practice of this forbidden art as an example. This is a power that can only be obtained by killing many monks. What's the difference between what you do and those demons? No, they are just the worst people who can't even build a foundation in this life. Li Xingyan retorted loudly, and then continued, Sacrifice them to make me stronger so I can guard the border, resisting the attacks of many demons and reducing the death of the human race. How many people can be saved? I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. It's always you who are wrong. A bunch of stubborn people. Li Xingyan gradually lost interest in communication and began to become brutal. With a single wave of his hand, a huge formation appeared under the disciples. He controlled. This formation is blood red, and the headmaster's pupils suddenly widened when he saw it. This is a sacrificial formation. As long as I have a thought, these disciples will be buried with me. Li Xingyan suppressed his emotions and did not let himself lose control completely. After a moment of silence, Li Xingyan continued, If you want these people to live safely, you have to listen to me. Wu Feng said directly, Everything is up to you. I have come to this point today, all because of you. Li Xingyan looked at Xiao Han fiercely and continued, What I want is to fight Xiao Han one-on-one. No one is allowed to interfere in this battle. Xiao Han and I will fight to the death. Xiao Han, do you dare to fight? This voice resounded throughout the world. When this sentence was finished, everyone's eyes were all on Xiao Han. The headmaster and the elders, the many disciples who were controlled below, and even those disciples who were evacuating at a high speed all stopped and
looked at Xiao Han.
The scene was completely quiet for a while, and everyone was waiting for Xiao Han to speak. Hashtag C1775 3 punches. Xiao Han. Promise him. There are many fellow disciples below. At this time, the elder on the other side shouted hurriedly, then looked at Li Xingyan and continued, No matter what you say, everything is up to you.
Xiao Han.
The headmaster looked at Xiao Han with a worried look on his face, opened his mouth several times, and after thinking for a moment he still said, In fact, the sect has no right to force you to do this for this matter. To be honest, the sect is actually sorry for you, especially after you disappeared. Even for your contribution to the sect, you should be taken care of by Yuyun Peak. So the decision on this matter today is yours. If you don't want to, we will negotiate with Li Xingyan again. No, except for a one-on-one with Xiao Han. I will not accept any negotiation. Li Xingyan interrupted before the headmaster Han finished speaking. No one of the others spoke when they saw this, and the purple figure in the void looked at Xiao Han with a worried look. Xiao Han, everything should be based on your own safety.
Kia tan tukt.
For a long time and just said this. Li Xingyan immediately said anxiously, Shut up, everyone, shut up. Today I want to drag Xiao Han to be buried with me. There is no room for negotiation except this. Otherwise, watch all these
Disziplisti.
Even if you are still alive, I will make you bear the infamy, make you feel guilty for life, and make you sleep uneasy at night. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Han looked around. The purpose of the elder was the most obvious among the people present. He wished that Li Xingyan would die with him, double happiness and maximize the benefits. As the head of the sect, it is not easy for the headmaster to stand in his perspective and consider him a little. Only Qiao Tanner really cares about herself regardless of morality. What a joke! After thinking for a while, Xiao Han took the huge step, looked up at Li Xingyan and said, "I accept your conditions." After these words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially the smile on the face of the elder, who could no longer be suppressed. But Xiao Han said 2 words again, and then he paused and continued, "Today, I will fight you one-on-one. It has nothing to do with these disciples below. If I don't want to fight with you, even if you kill all these disciples below, I won't be moved at all. You can kill these disciples below if you want. What does it have to do with me? What I do and what I don't do is up to me. Today I fight with you just to resolve the grudge between you and me. Time to settle the past accounts with you." Xiao Han raised his foot and stepped forward hard, and the entire ground was crushed. Li Xingyan gradually fell into madness and shouted, "I hate yourself, righteous look the most. We are both beginners. Why can you, Xiao Han, be cultivated with all your strength? Is it just because of your innate spiritual roots? Why can you, Xiao Han, suppress everything and be so glorious? I can only rank second in front of you. Why can you make so many cultivators worship you? Even that bitch." Li Xingyan pointed at Xiao Tanner not far away and continued, "They are all devoted to you. Even if you are missing, they still miss you. Go to hell." Li Xingyan quickly formed seals with both hands, and several hexagram formations appeared, with golden light flashing. Everyone was away from this place at this time, especially those with higher realms left faster. It was really not worth losing their lives today. Everyone had an expression on their faces, and their thoughts were different. Giant sword technique. With a sharp shout, a golden giant sword appeared. Again in the void. Under the endless pressure, Xiao Han's figure quickly swelled up. Previously, he had considered that there were still several days of fighting, so he had been saving some energy, which led to the previous incident. Since there was no need to consider the future, let's fight. Xiao Han drained more than half of his power of creation in an instant. After so long, he finally recovered, and half of it was directly drained by Xiao Han. For fighting. Boom! After the roar, the pressure exerted by Li Xingyan could no longer put too much pressure on him. Unless Li Xingyan suppressed him crazily without considering the consequences, it would not be worth the loss. He would probably die from excessive use, before causing any harm to himself. The elder not far away had a cold look in his eyes, and muttered in his heart, "It turns out that Xiao Han is still hiding his strength. What has he experienced in all these years of disappearance?" Master Han was surprised. In this case, there was hope of winning. "I just hope that Li Xingyan can do what he said and let all these disciples go, otherwise it will be a huge blow to the entire sect. It is very likely that this vitality cannot be replenished for hundreds of years." Boom! Xiao Han's figure suddenly accelerated, and he arrived in front of Li Xingyan, and punched him in the face. For a cultivator, this kind of fighting style is too rough, but it is also the most suitable for now. Bang! In addition to the giant sword technique, all the hexagram arrays above the void also shattered in an instant. Xiao Han was delighted. Sure enough, he guessed right. How could it be possible to control so many spells at the same time? Most of them were false. This is also the reason why so many Taoist spells attacked in sequence before. Xiao Han's sudden surge in strength surprised Li Xingyan, and he was knocked out before he could react at all. This punch is for all these years in Yuyun Peak. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han jumped up again and approached Li Xingyan, who was flying out, shouting loudly, "This punch is for you who killed so many fellow disciples." Another punch hit Li Xingyan, and the mountain behind him made a continuous crackling sound, as if it would crack at any time. Li Xingyan's whole body was no longer human. Under Xiao Han's huge fist, every punch was equivalent to squeezing his whole body. He was covered with blood, but strangely, the blood did not flow out in large quantities but only stayed on the surface. The thick blood on his body kept telling Xiao Han that all the blood that had not flowed out had been sacrificed and refined in exchange for powerful strength. Just when Xiao Han was stunned, a terrifying aura appeared on Li Xingyan's body, and the whole person was wrapped in black air, and even his face could not be seen clearly. Xiao Han gathered all his strength into a punch and said, "This last punch is for myself." After saying that, he punched down. Bang! The entire mountain was smashed to pieces by Xiao Han's punch.
Li Xingyan's
body went through the mountain and hit another mountain, making another loud noise. Hee hee. Li Xingyan's laughter suddenly appeared, and then a cold feeling spread around. The bodies of the disciples who were close to him seemed to be stiff. They all froze in the same place for no apparent reason. Soon the weaker disciples began to vomit, and the vomiting turned into vomiting blood. The ears and noses all began to bleed. The entire group of disciples was like a plague spreading, and in an instant, they exploded into a pile of blood and flesh. In an instant, hundreds of disciples lost their lives again. The huge blood and qi began to move towards Li Xingyan, and soon another voice appeared. "Hey, Xiao Han, have you had enough? #C1776, is that all you can do? Li Xingyan, please abide by the rules you set." Master Han opened his mouth to remind him, and after a pause, he continued, "If you insist on doing so, I will kill you here even if all the disciples controlled by you die." When Master Han finished speaking, the situation of inexplicable death improved, and soon no one continued to die. Master Han looked at the many disciples who were controlled below, and calculated that the disciples who had just died were just a small number, so he did not pursue it further. Hee hee. Li Xingyan's laughter became more and more weird. He just did that to block Master Han's psychological bottom line. These fresh blood can replenish his energy very well. Is this the blood sacrifice technique? That person really did not lie to himself. But he must die here today, and he must take Xiao Han with him before he dies. Li Xingyan's momentum changed greatly, and the whole aura became gloomy and terrifying. When he raised his hand, several formations appeared, all of which fell on Xiao Han not far away. Such a violent fighting style is extremely rare in the sects of Tianxian continent, not to mention Luyun's sect. It only happens when fighting against the demons and monsters. Xiao Han, it's my turn. Bang bang bang. Xiao Han was hit several times in a row, and his whole body rolled up and down. There was no intact place where he went, and the whole fighting area was filled with sand and dust. Those who watched the battle outside the fight were all surprised. Of course, there were very few people willing to stay. After all, they would lose their lives if they were not careful. If it weren't for the faction leader Han, the Great Elder, and the elders of the sect, I'm afraid that everyone here would have left in an instant. When Li Xingyan reached an agreement with the sect, the disciples felt much more at ease. "Hey, do you think the 8th elder can win?" a disciple asked. "8th elder? Elder Xiao Han is not the 8th elder yet. I don't know whether he wins or loses. Anyway, the sect is not in big trouble at the moment. Li Xingyan just wants to take Xiao Han's life. It's not you or me who are controlled. No matter who wins or loses, does it matter at the moment? Hey, you have a heart that has been eaten by a dog. If Patriarch Yuyun kills Li Xingyan and is still not qualified to be the 8th elder, it's really disheartening. You are fighting for the sect in front, and you are talking nonsense behind. Do you have a conscience?" "Hey, conscience," the cultivator said disdainfully. He continued with a smile. "Ancestor Yuyun just said that he fought for himself instead of those disciples. What is conscience? Ancestor Yun has a conscience. This sentence made the disciple speechless for a while, and soon another old monk said, "Who lost his conscience first?" All the elders in the sect know the inside story. When Ancestor Yuyun said that, you should think about why Ancestor Yuyun said that, instead of accusing him. Humph! The monk snorted coldly and stopped talking. The violent momentum raged in the void, and in just a moment Xiao Han's huge figure was knocked out again. Xiao Han grabbed the ground with one hand to slow down his speed, and his entire palm began to become hot due to friction. He hadn't figured out Li Xingyan's details yet, but he kept his body at a minimum consumption. Facing Li Xingyan's violent attack, Xiao Han looked embarrassed, but in fact he was not in any fatal danger. Ha! Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. Just when he was about to fight with all his strength, he suddenly found that Li Xingyan's dantian seemed to have been absorbing the power of blood and qi. He was really stuck in a dead end. He thought that the blood sacrifice technique was completely different, but he didn't know that all energy sources depended on the golden elixir in the dantian. Whether it was the blood-burning technique or ordinary techniques, even the blood sacrifice technique could not be separated from this basic principle. At least, no one below the nascent soul could escape this principle. Xiao Han soon had an idea in his mind. When Li Xingyan attacked closely, he clenched his two huge palms into fists and smashed them directly on the ground. Countless rubble was smashed out of the ground. Xiao Han slapped his huge palms hard, and hundreds of kilograms of boulders were slapped out and hit Li Xingyan like meteors. Then he quickly distanced himself from Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan dodged countless rubbles with just a few moves and said sarcastically, "Ha! Xiao Han, is this all you can do? Hurry up and struggle. Otherwise I will feel bored. Do you think I don't know that you are not injured? I just enjoy it. You are just meat on the chopping board in my eyes now. I will slowly torture you to death, chop off all your limbs, make you a human stick, and chop all your limbs into pieces in front of you." Hee hee. Li Xingyan laughed crazily. He could feel that Xiao Han had not suffered any fatal injuries, and he was happy with it. He just liked to see Xiao Han in such a miserable state. "What a perverted hobby," Xiao Han said loudly with a smile while pulling away. After a pause, he cancelled the giant ape transformation, took out the red soul sword and continued, "But your approach really suits my taste. To be frank, you taught me this method, and I like it very much." A red hexagram array appeared directly behind Xiao Han. Just when everyone thought Xiao Han was going to attack, two more hexagram arrays appeared. The 3 six-pointed star arrays were like 3 dazzling suns, spinning rapidly behind Xiao Han. "Brahma Heart Flame." After Xiao Han whispered, the meteorite quickly flew out towards Li Xingyan. Xiao Han said solemnly, "It's just controlling multiple spells at the same time. Do you really think you can conquer the world with such a simple thing? Relying on sorcery is not called strength." The sound was continuous and long. Not far away, Xiao Tanner's beautiful eyes were bright. Her bright red mouth slightly opened and she said, "It's really fascinating." While Xiao Han was running his magic, he also took out the tiger roaring diamond shield that he had bought from Baibao Pavilion before and put it in front of him. Roar! A tiger roar appeared, like a real magic spell, reaching directly to Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan crushed the tiger roar to pieces with one hand. "Weak, really too weak," Li Xingyan said with a smile, repeating this sentence over and over again. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han threw out the red soul sword directly, and took out a round bead in his hand. He formed a seal with one hand to perform the 9 turns mysterious Yuan technique, while the other hand quietly transferred spiritual energy into the bead. The red soul sword seemed to be able to locate its position, diffracting straight towards Li Xingyan. Li Xingyan reached out to grab it again and, after a slight stalemate, he crushed the red soul sword to pieces. Xiao Han grinned, and the 9-turn Shenyuan technique instantly reached Li Xingyan. It might be because he had used it many times on the same person. This time Li Xingyan did not show too much pain. I'm gradually losing my patience. Li Xingyan's narrowed eyes suddenly rolled up and he continued, I've been doing these tricks over and over again. Can you come up with something new? Xiao Han had been waiting silently. When the beads in his hand were filled with spiritual power, he said loudly, Do you want something new? Then let's start. A large amount of fog began to appear around Xiao Han, and it didn't take long for the surrounding area to become densely covered with fog. Wu Feng, who was in the void, shouted curiously, Psychedelic beads? Why are the psychedelic beads in Xiao Han's hands? Li Xingyan kept smiling, and he might have looked pretty normal, but now he looked a bit gloomy. The fun has just begun. Li Xingyan muttered and plunged into the fog. #C1777 Kill Li Xingyan. The fierce battle outside Yuyun Peak was inexplicably quiet at this time. Many people were paying attention to this battle. Even though this battle had nothing to do with many people at this time, it still did not prevent these people from watching and eating melons. And they were eating melons with their own lives as chips. A fog suddenly appeared, covering the entire battlefield, and even spreading to not far from Yuyun Peak. No one could see what was happening in the fog. Even the headmaster and the elder could only sense it roughly. What on earth is this fog? Why can't I see what's happening inside? What is the Yuyun Patriarch playing? Hey, this is interesting. Countless discussions suddenly appeared. In the fog, Xiao Han tightly grasped the psychedelic bead and slowly approached Li Xingyan. This psychedelic bead is worthy of being a third-level disposable spiritual weapon. The power is really amazing. Li Xingyan has been spinning in place and even started to hit the surroundings randomly, and various magics appeared frequently. When he was sure that Li Xingyan could not find him, Xiao Han took out a spear from his storage bracelet. He aimed at Li Xingyan's dantian and swung it out. The spear turned into 3 spears in the void, and each spear was covered with flames. Li Xingyan finally found the spear and rushed forward. He crushed one of the spears with one hand, and black air was floating all over his body. Squeak! Even if Li Xingyan was faster, the spear still pierced Li Xingyan. Ha! Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, and soon stared and muttered, No, it didn't pierce the dantian. Hee hee. Li Xingyan laughed more and more crazily, and suddenly pulled out the spear that pierced him and crushed it directly, and then began to tear his hair as if he was suffering from some pain. Xiao Han, where are you? Come out and fight me face to face. Don't be a coward. Ah! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han shook his head. All the efforts he made before were for this moment. Although the spear could not kill Li Xingyan directly, it made his breath chaotic. Li Xingyan was tortured and began to split his personality. In a hurry, Xiao Han took out a spiritual sword again. In order to avoid accidents, he flew a sword directly to fill Li Xingyan's dantian. He pressed him to the ground and said, Li Xingyan, everything is over. Cough, cough. Li Xingyan coughed out a mouthful of fishy and thick blood. His eyes seemed to have regained a trace of rationality. Facing what was happening, he was a little surprised. He never thought that he would lose like this. At this moment he could clearly feel that his physical energy was rapidly fading. After a pause, Li Xingyan said with some difficulty, Xiao Han, you won. Do you feel good? In fact, looking back on my life, I have lived such a sad life. The thing I regret most in my life is choosing to go up the mountain and pursue this so-called immortality. Ahem. Li Xingyan's eyes gradually lost their expression, and he kept talking. Xiao Han did not interrupt. In fact, Li Xingyan's life was a kind of suffering. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han asked in a deep voice, Tell me, who was behind me? Who was the one who wanted to kill Qiao Tanner that day, and who else wanted to kill me? Where is the red fire furnace? I have to get my things back after all. Xiao Han asked several questions in a row, all of which he was eager to know. Ha ha! Li Xingyan laughed weakly and said softly, "Do I need to ask this? Of course, it's the one you suspect. As for the one who is plotting against Xiao Tanner, I really don't know, but I'm very happy. It seems that besides us, there are still people who want to kill you. Xiao Han, you won this time, but winning now doesn't mean you will always win. I know him too well. He will never feel at ease unless you die. And do you really think it's that simple? In order to make you suffer, I'll tell you another clue." Ahem. Li Xingyan coughed violently a few times, and then continued, "Take some time to learn more about your own life experience. What is good and what is evil? Good and evil are just a not very obvious division. If you look closely, there is no good person in this world. Sometimes, after studying your whole life, you find that you are the source of evil, the source of evil." As Li Xingyan spoke, he lost his breath. Xiao Han punched the ground and asked, "What do you mean by that?" But no matter how Xiao Han asked, Li Xingyan did not answer. He knew that he could not answer his question. Xiao Han slightly checked the storage bracelet on Li Xingyan. Except for some spiritual medicine resources, there was nothing very clean. It is really hard to imagine that a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the golden core stage is so poor. Just when Xiao Han's consciousness was about to withdraw, he found a black book in a corner. On it were 3 big characters, blood sacrifice, clearly written. Xiao Han took it out and chose to read it on the spot while the fog had not yet dissipated. The cruelty of the blood sacrifice was far beyond Xiao Han's imagination. This kind of scourge could not be kept, but it was definitely not for him to destroy it. While flipping through it, a card slipped out of the book. The whole card was black, and a black plum blossom was engraved on it. Subconsciously, Xiao Han put it away and quickly put the blood sacrifice back into the storage bracelet. Boom! Xiao Han's body began to swell. He couldn't let anyone know about the conversation between him and Li Xingyan. Let alone other dangers, the great elder alone was not something he could deal with at the moment. Moreover, there were many hidden opponents. What about his own life experience? It seemed that he needed to check it out. After the giant ape transformed, Xiao Han threw Li Xingyan up and punched Li Xingyan's body, knocking him away. The psychedelic beads were also crushed by Xiao Han, and the mist dissipated directly into the air the next moment, faster than when it appeared. Bang! The huge crash echoed around, and everyone focused their attention on Xiao Han. I thought that Li Xingyan, who flew out, would stand up again, but there was no response after waiting for a long time. The formation that controlled many disciples also shattered and completely dissipated. The disciples who had regained their lives sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and their eyes were dull. Master Han appeared next to Li Xingyan, who flew out in a flash and picked him. At this point, how could everyone not see that Li Xingyan was dead? The elder Wu Feng glanced at Xiao Han with a slightly cold look. Soon he appeared beside Li Xingyan, and tore Li Xingyan to pieces with his hands, and then shouted, "Li Xingyan practiced forbidden techniques, and he deserves death." After that, he looked at Han Zhangjiao and said, "There is a blood sacrifice technique in the storage bracelet, master. You decide how to deal with it." Humph! Han Zhangjiao was quite unhappy with the elder's behavior, but he did not pursue it. He just picked up the blood sacrifice technique and said, "This blood sacrifice technique must not be kept. I represent Lu Yun's sect to all disciples. Today, I will personally burn this blood sacrifice technique." As he said that, the book spontaneously combusted in the void. The elder looked at the burning book, breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his head to look at Xiao Han and said, "Li Xingyan challenged Xiao Han and lost. Who will be the next one?" After this sentence, the originally noisy scene became quiet. It was so quiet that you could even hear the breeze blowing. #C1778. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. The scene was quiet for just a few seconds, and then it started boiling again. Sure enough, the recent events were not the most outrageous, but only more outrageous. After a pause, Master Han said softly, "Grand Elder, have you thought about this carefully? Xiao Han just made a great contribution to the sect. Wouldn't it be too disappointing to do this now? Does it violate the rules for me to say this?" Wu Feng retorted and then continued, "I remember that I didn't seem to say from the beginning that the assessment of the 8th elder should be cancelled this time. Besides, this is the 8th elder of the sect. How can it be set up so casually? Wu Feng, do you really think that Luyun's sect belongs to you alone, Master?"
Han shouted Stan Lu.
Just when Master Han was about to say something, Xiao Han raised his hand slightly and said, "Master, there is no need to say more. It doesn't matter if you don't want the position of the 8th elder. Today, the position of the 8th elder will be invalidated. Do you really think I care about you as the 8th elder?" "Heh!" Xiao Han sneered again, then looked at Wu Feng with a sharp look and continued, "Don't you just want all the Jindan cultivators to challenge me and eventually defeat me? Today I am here to accept everyone's challenge, but I have a prerequisite. Have a temper that is a bit violent recently. I will not be responsible if I really hurt or maim people." Boom! The scene exploded for a while, and many people had unconvinced eyes. But, after looking at the tragic death of Li Xingyan, they finally said nothing. Even Li Xingyan, who used the blood sacrifice technique, was not Xiao Han's opponent, so why did they dare to challenge Xiao Han? The elder looked at several Jindan cultivators in a row, and they were all indifferent. No one took the initiative to stand up and say that they wanted to challenge Xiao Han. Finally, under the pressure of the great elder, the 3rd elder Shin Su took a step forward. "I'll do it." After saying that, he began to form a seal with one hand. Xiao Han did not complete the transformation into a giant ape, but only expanded his 2 arms. Even so, the roaring sound continued, and endless pressure surged towards Shin Su with one hand. As soon as it touched the condensed magic, it shattered with a bang. With a move, Xiao Han arrived in front of Shin Su and punched Shin Su with a fist, mixed with the power of destiny. Bang! Shin Su was smashed to the ground from a high altitude, and the whole ground was smashed into a deep pit by Shin Su's body. After this scene happened, no one dared to challenge Xiao Han again, even if it was a round-robin battle. Seeing that things had come to this point, the great elder did not react. But he was secretly happy in his heart. He liked Xiao Han's appearance. In this way, the position of the 8th elder could be cancelled naturally. What's the point of clinging to this goal? Li Xingyan is useless as the 4th elder. Even if he arranges someone else to take the position of the 4th elder, it is obvious that no one in the Jindan realm can defeat him. The preparations made will probably not be of much use. The position of the 8th elder will definitely belong to Xiao Han. In this way, the original balance between him and the headmaster will be broken. This is very disadvantageous in the short term. Ancestor Yuyun is really domineering. I like the direct fighting style of Ancestor Yuyun. If you don't agree, just fight. The strength of the body alone is enough to overcome everything. Hey, I really envy physical cultivators. Why do they need so many complicated fighting methods? Am I the only one who noticed what the elder said? Fuck. I noticed it too. I couldn't listen to what the elder said just now. Was really disheartening. Didn't someone predict that Ancestor Yuyun would be the 8th elder after this? Look at the result now. The elder looks pretty good on weekdays. Not bad at all. That's because you haven't seen the elder's ruthlessness. I love this answer. I must be a show-off for Ancestor Yuyun. A young girl looked at Xiao Han in the void with admiration. A male cultivator looked at the ordinary-looking female cultivator with disdain and said, "You, the Yuyun patriarch, would be interested in her? Fairy Tanner from our Luyun sect is excellent, but the Yuyun patriarch still didn't accept her. I just want to be a beautiful girl, not to become a Taoist partner with the patriarch, so I don't ask for much." Master Han looked at the great elder with a sullen face and said, "Today the fourth elder violated the sex rules and practiced forbidden techniques. The position of the fourth elder Li Xingyan is now abolished. I think you have no objection to this." Wu Feng nodded and said, "Of course I have no objection to this, although he is my favorite disciple. But practicing forbidden techniques is a road of no return. There is no problem in directly abolishing the status of the fourth elder. Speaking of this, I also want to mention it to you. Under normal circumstances, the fourth elder should be arranged by me. I just happen to have a suitable candidate and there is no problem with his strength. Of course, if you feel that you are not experienced enough, you can temporarily replace the fourth elder. There is no problem for me to arrange him to go out for training for a period of time before becoming a formal elder." Wu Feng's words were full of the meaning that I had already arranged this matter, and he did not give the headmaster any opportunity to express his opinion. Headmaster Han flicked his sleeves and said, "Under normal circumstances, Xiao Han must be the eighth elder today. Why are there two standards for you? If you don't know, you would think you are the headmaster of the Luyun sect." When Headmaster Han said this, he did not have any intention of lowering his voice. Wu Feng waved his hand and said, No, this is different." Xiao Han gave up the position of eighth elder voluntarily, not what I said. This matter will be discussed later. After Master Han finished speaking, he shouted directly to the disciples below, "Disciples can return to the peak individually. This is the end of today's matter. As for the eighth elder Xiao Han's matter and the position of the fourth elder, we will discuss it another day." After finishing speaking, he left. First, just when Xiao Han was about to go back, he received a message from the headmaster. "The great elder has too great influence in the sect, so I am giving in temporarily just to be able to overcome him better in the future. Today I, the Luyun sect, am sorry to you, Xiao Han. I will make good compensation to you when I completely master the Luyun sect." Xiao Han didn't reply after hearing this, and he even resisted asking the headmaster about his life experience. His thoughts are all confused now. There is really a lot of information received today, and he needs to digest it and think carefully. The disciples outside Yuyun Peak also quickly retreated. As for the various traces caused by the battle between Li Xingyan and Xiao Han, the disciples from the miscellaneous affairs hall will naturally come to deal with them. Today's battle is enough to become the talk of the entire Luyun sect after dinner. Qin Ming looked at Xiao Han, cupped his hands and said, "I don't have any actual say in this matter today. I'm really sorry for this matter. Otherwise, you come back with me now, and I'll treat you to a nice meal and a drink as apology. I have a lot of good wine there. Of course, if you like tea, I also have a lot of good tea." Xiao Han stopped walking back, turned around and cupped his hands as well. "I understand Elder Qin's difficulties, and I am very grateful to Elder Qin. As for drinking and eating, forget about it. I was seriously injured in the battle with Li Xingyan just now. I need to go back and recuperate now." When he said these words, Xiao Han kept wandering in his mind about the message he had received before. It was impossible for Qin Ming to like women and invite him to dinner for no reason. This was unacceptable. After all, we are not that kind of person. #C1779 Kill anyone who enters Yuyun Peak. In fact, if he had known this news before, Xiao Han would have probably agreed to Qin Ming's invitation and went to eat, drink and chat with Qin Ming. But after knowing the news, Xiao Han couldn't bring up the idea, but subconsciously rejected it. Thinking about what happened, Qin Ming was too enthusiastic about himself from the beginning. At first, Xiao Hanji just thought that this was his concern for the people below him as a sect elder. Later, after meeting more sect elders and other elders, Xiao Han realized that something was wrong. Qin Ming is really too enthusiastic. Just when Qin Ming was about to say something more, a purple figure suddenly appeared next to Xiao Han. He reached out and took Xiao Han's arm into his arms, holding him close to him, and saying, "Senior brother, Xiao Han is so tired today, let's talk about it. Next time." After finishing speaking, he looked at Xiao Han and said, "Xiao Han, didn't you promise to accompany me to Ziyun restaurant for dinner? You go back and rest first. Then call me after you have rested." After saying that, he blinked slightly. Only then did Xiao Han react and feel the softness. This level was at least the 4th in the English alphabet. "Yes, I have to go to dinner with Xiao Tanner. Let's talk about it next time." Qin Ming looked at Xiao Han and the two in surprise and said quickly, "Xiao
Han, don't you like Xiao Tanner?
why do you feel like you are so close now? Okay, you guys are doing this quietly. Hey, in this case, we can only make an appointment next time." After saying that, Qin Ming left directly. All the elders came over to greet.
Xiao Han.
No one regarded Xiao Han as a transparent person anymore. Soon everyone near Yuyun Peak left. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, quickly took his arm out of Xiao Tanner's arms and said, "Qin Ming is gone." Compared to Qin Ming, Xiao Han can still accept Xiao Tanner's slightly more intimate actions. Xiao Tanner said with some displeasure, "You just finished using it and ignored me. Today, considering your injury, I won't argue with you. I have some elixirs here for you to use first." After saying that, he threw a storage bag to Xiao Han. Just when Xiao Han was about to refuse, Xiao Tanner said quickly, "Don't refuse in a hurry. There are many third-level elixirs here. I don't know why. The third-level elixirs on the market are disappearing quickly recently. Your injury is quite serious today. Ordinary second-level elixirs have no effect at all. If you look for third-level elixirs now, you probably won't find them." Xiao Tanner was telling the truth. As for why there was no third-level elixir, Xiao Han knew very well. After a little hesitation, he directly collected the storage bag and raised his hand to throw another storage bag to Xiao Tanner. "Here are the spiritual stones to buy elixirs. They should be enough for these elixirs. If you don't accept this elixir, I won't accept it either." Seeing Xiao Han's determination, Xiao Tanner didn't refuse and just put the spirit stone away. Seeing Xiao Tanner put away the spirit stone, Xiao Han suddenly thought, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Xiao Tanner was stunned and quickly asked, "What did you just say?" "I'm going to invite you to dinner, but it's just at our Yuyun Peak. I won't go to Ziyun restaurant this time."
Xiao Han invited.
I haven't changed my clothes yet." Xiao Tanner was a little flustered. What does this mean? Does it count as taking the initiative to ask her out? She knew Xiao Tanner was going to think too much, so she immediately explained, "Aren't you very nice, and it's just a meal, nothing else. Anyone who breaks into Yun Peak will be killed." Just when Xiao Han wanted to continue to say something, Xiao Qian's cold voice suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's ears. Then he looked at Xiao Tanner and quickly headed towards Yun Peak. The two golden elixir stage monks were only a blink of an eye apart from each other. As soon as he arrived at the foot of Yun Peak, Xiao Han saw a killed monk in front of Xiao Qian, and there were dozens of monks blocking the door. "Xiao Qian, if you kill your fellow disciples so directly, the headmaster and the elders will definitely punish you." One of the disciples shouted loudly, "That's right, we just want to be guests at Yun Peak. It's not like you are the Tong Yun Peak. Why can't we enter?" Hey, as expected, as the outside world said, the people of Yun Peak look down on people from other peaks. No matter what, you killed someone today, just wait for the sect to come and deal with you. Even if Ancestor Yuyun comes here today, he won't be able to protect you. The monks surrounding Yun Peak were chattering, as if they would stay here and not leave if Yun Peak didn't give an explanation today. Xiao Qian looked at everyone and said again, "Anyone who breaks into Peak will be killed." He didn't give any explanation, just repeated this sentence. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?"
Grandpa zu.
Xiao Qian bowed respectfully first, and then continued. The man I killed wanted to force his way into Yun Peak. Disciples follow the instructions of our ancestors and kill anyone who breaks into Yun Peak. Yes. Xiao Han turned around and looked at the people in front of him who had no impression at all. A burst of pressure directly suppressed him and said, So are you planning to break into Yun Peak? You can guess who brought these people together with just your toes. The disciples who had originally planned to explain something were immediately forced to their knees by the pressure. Ancestor, we are just joking. Yeah. Don't be familiar with us. Xiao Han raised his hand and slapped all the people in front of him, flying away.
Roll.
After that, he looked at Xiao Qian and said, Come with me up the mountain and arrange for someone to cook a meal. Xiao Qian glanced at Xiao Tanner beside him. How could he not understand what his ancestor meant? He nodded quickly. Yun Peak. Xiao Han brought Xiao Tanner to the place where they usually ate. He did not take Xiao Tanner to the cave on the top of the mountain but to the newly built place to entertain guests. This dining place does not look very luxurious, but it has a simple atmosphere. It looks very simple and comfortable. At this time, there were only Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner in the room.
Xiao Han
Raised his hand and a barrier and a soundproof cover were formed. After the previous experience, Xiao Tanner did not show any panic this time, but asked curiously, Do you have any news to tell me? Or do you want to ask me something? Xiao Han's behavior is definitely not what he wants to do. It seems that you have guessed what I mean. Xiao Han paused and continued. I want to ask you if you know anything about me? As soon as Xiao Tanner finished asking this question, her face turned red, and she hesitated and didn't know what to say. Should I tell him everything? This is definitely not possible. It would be so embarrassing. How could Xiao Han not understand what Xiao Tanner was thinking? He explained. Again, you know that I have lost part of my memory about my life, experience, and origin. I really want to know where I came from before. After this explanation, Xiao Tanner finally understood Xiao Han's meaning. After a pause, she said, To be honest, I don't know much. I'll just tell you briefly. If you don't get the answer you want, don't be disappointed. Xiao Han nodded and said, Of course, I'm satisfied to know a little about the past. Xiao Tanner pondered for a moment and said softly, This matter has to start from my master. #C1780 Immortal and Demon Battlefield. Xiao Han suddenly felt ashamed. It has to start with your master. This is really a long story. However, Xiao Han did not interrupt, but listened quietly. The door to the room had been banned by him and no one could open the door, including waiting for Xiao Han's notification when the food was served later. I actually don't remember these things very clearly. Xiao Tanner began to recall. More than 300 years ago, I was just a monk in the foundation building stage. The master was still there at that time, but he was already very old at that time. As a monk of nascent soul Dzogchen, there is no way I can cross that hurdle. At that time, in order to better train the two senior brothers, who are now the headmaster and the great elder. At that time, one of them was in the middle stage of yuanying and the other was in the early stage of yuanying. They were all young talents from Tianxian continent. So master arranged for them to go to the battlefield between the human world and the demon world. Wait a minute. Xiao Han interrupted Xiao Tanner. He still knew little about this area. Including the previous reading in the library, it was not about this aspect. So he took the initiative to ask, Isn't there only the Tianxian world and the so-called spirit world? Where is this demon world? Xiao Tanner was a little surprised and finally said softly, It seems that you do have a lot of memory loss. This spiritual world is just a legend. At least for now, there is no way to enter the spiritual world. I think this is all a lie told by our ancestors. Not to mention the spiritual world, there are not even many monks in the God transformation stage in the Tianxian world. The so-called path to immortality basically does not exist now. In that ancient book, it is called transforming into a god, returning to the void, distracting the mind, Mahayana, overcoming tribulations and becoming an immortal. These may have existed in ancient times, but now they can only be regarded as history. As for the demon world you just asked about, actually, to put it bluntly, it is a simple division. The Tianxian realm has a total of 9 pieces of land in this vast sea. Of course, there are some small plots of land that cannot be regarded as continental land. The largest of them belongs to Tianxian continent. Humans, demons and demons are 3 pillars of the Tianxian realm, each occupying 3 pieces of land. The 3 human realms are called the human realm. The demon tribe is of course the demon realm. As for the demon tribe, it is the demon realm. This is only a superficial division. In fact, the 3 races of humans and demons have been in chaos for a long time, especially the demon race, which has a long lifespan, has eroded the places between humans and demons. Xiao Han nodded slightly, and then said softly, "So that's it. Go on and talk about what happened just now. It's enough to have a little understanding of this kind of thing. You will know it by reading the book if you have nothing to do. There is no need to waste time on it." Qiao Tanner slowly opened her mouth and continued, "Originally, my 2 senior brothers were very good people, but they have changed since they came back from the battlefield of immortals and demons. 2 senior brothers who had a very good relationship began to be suspicious of each other and even started to compete for power, alas." Seeing that the topic was about to change, Xiao Han quickly reminded, "I wonder what this has to do with me." Qiao Tanner took off her veil, revealing her exquisite face, and continued, "When they came back, they brought back a baby who was you when you were young. I hugged you back then. You were so naughty at that time." Qiao Tanner covered her mouth and kept trying to laugh, but she didn't. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. Fortunately, it was not him but the Xiao Han of this world. Otherwise, this would not be embarrassing to death. "I can't even imagine this picture. Why are you so shy? It's just a hug. Speaking of which, when I asked my 2 senior brothers where you were from, they all said that you were passing by a village that had been looted. When we arrived, the village had been completely wiped out by the demons. You were the only one left, and you were taken back to the sect. At that time, the sect had regulations that no children of people who had left the sect were allowed in the sect, which meant that non-monk descendants could not go up the mountain. The 2 senior brothers insist on keeping you, and then senior brother Qin Ming and I will take turns taking you. As for those 2 senior brothers, they don't have much time. They spend all day running back and forth between the sect and the battlefield of immortals and demons." Xiao Han was even more confused and asked, "Since you and senior brother Qin brought me up, why did you look like that just now?" "This." Qiao Tanner hesitated before speaking. She quickly made a decision and said directly, "Senior brother Qin is not very normal in that aspect. I only discovered it later. Don't talk nonsense about this. I'm just afraid that you will be affected if you stay with him for a long time." Xiao Han suddenly realized. "Then I waited until you were 10 years old before sending you down the mountain to a family for foster care. I waited until the recent Feishan conference. You made a sensation and finally detected the innate spiritual root. The rest is not much. Any older monk who can find it will know more or less." Xiao Tanner said nothing more and just looked at Xiao Han quietly. It turned out that there was such a period of history, and Xiao Han finally understood how Xiao Han came to be in this world. As for other confusions in my mind, I can only find an opportunity to ask the headmaster, but the headmaster didn't tell him before, and I won't tell him now. Xiao Han directly sent a message to Xiao Qian to deliver the food, and then removed the sound insulation cover and barrier. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun, 2 brothers and sisters, each carried several plates of food and slowly placed them on the table. Xiao Yun's big eyes flickered. The two of them had been in there for so long, and they didn't know what they were doing. Grandpa, Grandma, let's have a meal. Xiao Yun started using the honorific title. What is this Xiao Yun talking about here? Xiao Han hasn't even waited for anything to say. Xiao Qian was so frightened that his hands trembled. He quickly put down the dish and covered Xiao Yun's mouth, saying, "Don't blame me, elder. I was just joking." Then he turned to Xiao Yun and said, "How dare you make irresponsible comments on the matter between Grandpa and the elder? Why don't you apologize to the elder?" Xiao Yun ignored Xiao Qian and just laughed at Xiao Tanner. Xiao Tanner touched Xiao Yun's head and said with a chuckle, "Little girl is so cute. Here, this is my gift for you. Keep it." Xiao Tanner took out a bracelet and put it on Xiao Yun's wrist. The bracelet can also automatically adjust its size. Xiao Han took a look and said, "This is a third-level spiritual weapon. You gave it to a child." Then he turned his head to look at Xiao Yun. Before he could say anything, tears flashed in Xiao Yun's aggrieved eyes. "Grandpa, please don't take it away. Yuner is very obedient." After saying that, he cast a look of help to Xiao Tanner. Xiao Qian watched this bizarre scene from the side, nodded slightly, and seemed to understand something. Xiao Tanner said quickly, "Xiao Han, what's the big deal? I gave you a good thing when you were a child." "Okay, stop it." Xiao Han was too lazy to continue arguing with Xiao Tanner, and tacitly accepted Xiao Tanner's gift. He would return the favor when he had the chance in the future. Soon, Xiao Qian and his sister left the room, leaving the two of them alone to eat. After dinner, Xiao Han sent Xiao Tanner out of Yuyun Peak, but he went directly to the cave on the top of the mountain and brought the 4 sacred beasts of Suzaku up. As they woke up for longer and longer, they needed some space to move around. #C1781 Black Card. At night inside Yuyun Cave, the moonlight shines into the cave through the hollow above, reflecting the pool of water with a gleaming white light. The moonlight tonight is much softer, as if to soothe the waves in my heart. Xiao Han threw the second-level peak monster he hunted directly in front of Suzaku. "As usual, you keep saying that the second-order peak monster beasts will be enough for you today." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he walked straight. The Suzaku chirped, "Why don't you help me with this? I want to eat something roasted." The white tiger also said, "That's right, Xiao Han, you are getting lazy." Then he started to encourage Qinglong and Xuanwu. The other 2 holy beasts remained unmoved, just watching the show quietly. Bai Hu said a little depressed, "Why are you two like this? We must learn to fight the epidemic, otherwise we will get it again in the future." Xiao Han raised his hand and threw the other monster out. After a pause, he continued, "Suzaku doesn't know how to bake. I did it because you have a small appetite. Now look at each of you. You are eating like an animal. No, I am looking down on you. You are like countless animals." Seeing Xiao Han's determination, Suzaku accepted the fact with some sadness, and went to cook barbecue by himself. Xiao Han left the cave directly and came to the open space outside. This place was tortured by Xiao Han, but the power of nature is very strong, and it won't be long before there is no trace left here. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han directly took out the black card he obtained from Li Xingyan. The black plum blossom on the card was so eye-catching. Xiao Han looked over several times but couldn't see any clues. It wasn't that there was no formation in the talisman. No matter whether it is soaked in water or burned with fire, there is no movement. The card looks very soft but cannot be bent by hand. Xiao Han didn't dare to mess with the card too much. Just when he was about to put the card away, Xiao Han seemed to see 2 words in the plum blossoms. These 2 characters are very small, so small that you can't even see them if you don't look carefully. Fire, cause. These are the 2 characters above, and they are still pictographic characters, not standard simplified characters. Is there any necessary connection between the word fire and the word yin? Xiao Han muttered to himself. After thinking for a long time without getting an answer, Xiao Han began to sort out his harvest. With so many people watching the battle, Xiao Han did not dare to take anything special from Li Xingyan. According to the sect's regulations, after he killed Li Xingyan, the sect took 10% of Li Xingyan's belongings after inspection and found that there was nothing wrong with them, they would send them to Yun Peak. This can also be regarded as a reward for killing evil people. As for whether the sect would give it to Xiao Han, he didn't know at all, so he took some hard currency such as spirit stones. According to the information revealed by Li Xingyan, there are indeed several people in Luyun sect who want to kill me, just because there are so many golden core cultivators on the surface does not mean there is nothing behind them. Especially because the Great Elder attaches great importance to the position of the Eighth Elder. He knows that even Li Xingyan is not his opponent, yet he still engages in such operations. The only possibility is that there is another Jindan trump card hidden, and this trump card will be very strong. This Great Elder must be the one behind the scenes. Combined with the information I got from Chao Tanner, the Great Elder's determination to kill me may not just be because of the red stove. The red stove may be just a hook, and there are some unknown secrets behind. What does it mean that he won't feel at ease until he dies? The other biggest gain is the issue of my own life experience. If I hadn't had the news revealed by Li Xingyan, I wouldn't have thought about my life experience. As for the other words he said, they may be some of Li Xingyan's insights into his own life. At present, the headmaster does not pose any harm to me, and it is the only place where I can possibly know my life experience. What I need to do next is still to improve my strength as my top priority. Can't stop making talismans and refining medicine. As for refining weapons, I will give up for the time being. It's just that I don't have a suitable spiritual weapon to grab. I never said I was a good person. As for the magic deduction, we can't stop, especially today's battle. Just that the simple giant ape transformation attack is too monotonous, and it is easy for others to come up with ways to deal with it. Training the disciples well to welcome the secret realm is the next step. Xiao Han slowly sorted out his thoughts in his mind, and didn't stop until he had sorted out all his thoughts. If you are in a strange world, you still need to learn more about it. Thinking of this, Xiao Han directly raised his foot and stepped out, appearing outside the main hall of Yuyun. At this time, under the moonlight, the disciples were meditating and practicing. They were wearing the most ordinary Luyun sect green robes, and there was not a single cloud pattern on their chests. These clothes can only keep warm and cover the body. Only when these people take the step of refining chi will the sect issue a blue robe with a cloud pattern. I will run the spiritual energy through your bodies one by one later. You must remember the route. The first person sitting in the open space was Xiao Qian. The moment Xiao Qian saw Xiao Han, he stopped, stood up and bowed respectfully. Welcome, ancestor. All the disciples stood up without any hesitation and said, Welcome to you, ancestor. These etiquettes have been trained, and nothing wrong with what you do at this time can be found. Xiao Han raised his hand and saw more than 100 porcelain bottles. It was the best way to dispose of these elixirs for hand training to these disciples. Take it, Xiao Han just said softly, and waved his hand to Xiao Qian, signaling him to come over. Thank you, ancestor. The eyes of the disciples were full of excitement. The ancestor was very generous. He had given medicine many times since entering the mountain. Originally, they stayed in Yun Peak with the attitude of watching, but as time went by, their sense of belonging here became stronger and stronger. The best thing about Yun Peak is that there is no discrimination. Even if you are just a mixed spiritual root, you will never be deducted from the cultivation resources. This is very taboo in the world of cultivation. People with strong talents get more cultivation resources. This is the law of survival, but it is not the case here in Yuyun Peak. On the other side, Xiao Han brought Xiao Qian to a remote place and asked, softly, "There should be a lot of books in Yuyun Peak." Xiao Qian immediately understood what his ancestor meant and said, "Yes, but there are relatively few books in my Yuyun Peak. I don't have a library, but only a study room. Ancestor, do you want to read books? I'll take you there now." "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "But I still need you to help me collect enough books as long as they are about the Tianxian realm. Some ancient books are best. In addition, I also need a lot of books about the demon realm." Xiao Han directly stated his original needs. Xiao Qian asked with some doubts, "Ancestor, if you want to know these, it's better to go to the library in the sect, which is the place with the most complete information at present." "No," Xiao Han said decisively. #C1782 Secret Realm opens. 1. Xiao Qian looked at the ancestor with a puzzled look. But in the end he didn't ask anything. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han continued, "I can't reveal these various information to the outside world. In addition, you must hide your identity when collecting these books. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart, but keep them all in your heart. Hey, no matter what, the ancestor will not harm you. Follow the ancestor well, and you will definitely be able to stand out. Although the sect's library is good, there will be records of a lot of reading. Once someone with ulterior motives finds out, they may use it to do something weird. Now he has an extra black card on him, and he doesn't know who Li Xingyan has contacted. The unknown is dangerous. First understand it yourself, and when you really need some information, it is very appropriate to go to the library to find it accurately." Xiao Qian nodded and led the way in front, bringing Xiao Han to the door of the study before turning back. This study doesn't look like a study. Xiao Han feels that Xiao Qian is a little unclear about the concept of a study and a library. Or in Xiao Qian's mind, only the one in the sect is called the library. Looking at the large house in front of him, which covers an area of thousands of square meters, Xiao Han directly lifted the ban and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw rows of bookshelves with many books on them. Xiao Han picked them up and read them one by one. He was addicted to each book, like a new toy. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han waved his hand and put all the books in the study into the storage bracelet, pushed open the door of the study, and went directly to the cave on the top of the mountain. After returning to the cave, Xiao Han began to read these books. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and the sun and the moon alternate back and forth. In the blink of an eye, several months passed quietly. In the Yuyun cave, Xiao Han put down the book in his hand, stretched his waist, and walked out of the cave directly. The breeze blew across his face, and the temperature became cooler and cooler. As time went by, for several months, Xiao Han practiced or read books every day, always wandering back and forth between Yuyun Peak, Tongyun Peak, and Wanshou Mountain. Apart from the fact that his magic skills have been improved again and the talismans have been gradually completed, there is no significant gain. However, he has learned a lot about the various strange knowledge, anecdotes, and basic situations in the Tianxian realm. He also went to the sect's library several times and borrowed a lot of magic skills and basic books. Xiao Tanner asked him out many times to hint at him, but Xiao Han didn't show. Sometimes you still have to keep a sense of distance. The most surprising thing is the elder. He has been unusually quiet during this period and has not taken the initiative to find anything.
Xiao Han
thought that the elder had let go of the grudge between him and him. There are also some clues about the black card. This black card is unique to the demon clan and is specially used to contact undercover agents in the human race. The contact is two-way. Once the person dies, the card will be completely invalid. Li Xingyan not only practiced the forbidden art, but was also instigated to become an undercover agent of the demon clan. Xiao Han did not report this news. No matter what his mentality was, he always felt that once he reported it, it would only be dangerous for him. This feeling was particularly strong. There was no news about the 2 words on the black card, and no information could be found at all. As for the secret realm, there was no news of its opening. All the disciples of Yuyun Peak had already entered the Qi training stage, including Zhao Taizhu, who had entered the early stage of Qi training, and Xiao Yun was even suppressing his own realm. If the secret realm is not opened, Xiao Yun should have built a foundation. Ha! Xiao Han exhaled slightly, and white smoke immediately appeared in front of him. A layer of white frost covered the ground, just like a girl wearing a gauze. Judging from the content of the book, the place where Luyun mountain range is located should be a place where the blue star reaches 0 degrees in winter, but is not very cold. The vegetation of the entire Yuyun Peak withered, all the herbaceous plants withered, and many leaves of shrubs and trees also fell. In this Luyun mountain range, except for spiritual plants, most plants will wither and die in this winter. Now the food for the 4 sacred beasts is gone again, otherwise Xiao Han would not go out at this time. However, at this moment Xiao Han suddenly received a message from the headmaster which said, "Come to Tongyun Peak as soon as possible, the secret realm is about to open." After receiving the message, Xiao Han did not go to Tongyun Peak immediately, but chose to go down the mountain to find Xiao Qian. "Grandpa," Xiao Qian called respectfully. "Grandpa, Yuner misses you so much," Xiao Yun also said. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said softly, "The secret realm is about to open. You should notify this news now, and make preparations to go to the secret realm. I will inform you as soon as there is any news." "Yes, Grandpa." Xiao Qian and his sister were both excited. They have been preparing for this for the past few months. Now that they heard the news that the secret realm is about to open, it would be a lie to say that they are not excited. Xiao Han raised his hand and threw out a flying sword. This was his newly purchased 3rd level inferior 7-star sword. The last time the Red Soul sword was destroyed by Li Xingyan, he really felt distressed for a while. Fortunately, Li Xingyan's things were delivered to him very quickly. There were basically no spiritual tools and talismans, but there were still some spiritual medicines and spiritual stones. Xiao Han immediately went to the treasure pavilion to buy a flying sword. Again, after controlling the flying sword for such a long time, Xiao Han was no longer the rookie who had just come to Tianxian realm and only wanted to get some feathers to forge wings. While he understood the refining of tools, he also learned about the refining method of wings. It is indeed possible to refine it, but few people in the entire Tianxian realm would choose this way of flying. Not to mention that it takes a lot to refine wings. The fact that they are not as flexible as the spirit sword is a big problem. We can only wait until later. At least it is easy to use the flying sword now. Without bringing others, Xiao Han quickly came to Tongyun Peak by himself and saw an old acquaintance as soon as he arrived. Purple figure appeared in front of Xiao Han. Unlike usual, Qiao Tanner was wearing a purple skirt today, and the veil on her face was changed to white, not the previous purple. A pair of white and tender calves were exposed to the air. Although she was not wearing any stockings, she looked flawless. There was a red rope tied to the snow-white ankle, and there was a cute little bell on the red rope which made a pleasant sound when walking. "Xiao Han, long time no see." Qiao Tanner greeted with joy, and after a pause, continued, "You are still as obsessed with cultivation as before. If there was no news about the secret realm today, you probably wouldn't have left Yuyun Peak. Really, I asked you out so many times, but you didn't come out, and I was afraid of disturbing you, so I could only practice alone in silence, trying not to be left behind by you." Qiao Tanner muttered, as if she had a lot to say to Xiao Han. "For now, cultivation is more important." Xiao Han arched his hands and continued, "I wonder if you have any news that I don't know. If you know any news, Tanner, I hope you will share it."
Xiao Han decisively
called Tanner. At this time he felt like a scumbag. Xiao Tanner said with interest. Of course there are insider news that you don't know. But if you want to know these insider news, you have to agree to one of my requests first. Are you asking yourself to be someone who casually agrees to other people's requests for such a little news? The headmaster should introduce it in detail later. Is it just a request? Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner and continued. If it's just a request, then I'll agree to it for now. Hashtag C1783 Secret Realm opens. 2. Xiao Tanner laughed so coquettishly that her eyes became crescent-shaped. Hey, you are so realistic. Xiao Tanner stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Xiao Han's arm and continued. You never responded to any invitation I made on weekdays. Not to mention agreeing to any request I made. Now you agree to my request. For the news, then if I ask you to become a Taoist couple, can you agree? Xiao Tanner said jokingly, and she still had some expectations in her heart. When she said this matter is too sudden. Xiao Han decisively refused indirectly, and after a pause, he continued. At present, cultivation is the main purpose, and I will never stop until I reach the nascent soul stage. His meaning is very clear. This kind of thing can be joked, don't take it seriously. Okay, I was just kidding you. When you have time, remember to have dinner with me. Xiao Tanner paused and continued. This secret realm should be opened in half a month. The headmaster should tell you everything. I actually only want to tell you one thing. Remember to let your disciples bring enough talismans. There will definitely be fierce fighting in the secret realm. According to the information I received, this secret realm only restricts cultivation, not the items and elixirs brought. Hurry up and collect talismans and elixirs that can be used by chi training disciples on the market. I don't think this news can be concealed for long. Someone will definitely know before the secret realm opens. You must act quickly. This news is really powerful. Xiao Han silently memorized this rule in his heart. As for collecting elixirs and talismans, forget it. He can refine elixirs and make talismans. Seeing that more and more people are around, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner also chose to go up the mountain directly. Tongyun Peak can fly with a sword, and there are not many rules like Leiyun Peak. It was only a blink of an eye before they arrived outside the Tongyun Hall. As soon as they arrived, they saw several elders had already arrived.
Xiao Han.
And Xiao Tanner ignored anyone. It was not until the sun rose high that the figure of the headmaster appeared in everyone's sight. At this time, outside the Tongyun Hall, it was the person in charge of the 108
Backs.
If there were strong people in the peak, the strong ones would come. If there were no peak masters, the peak masters would come. If the peak masters were not there, the temporary person in charge would come. After the headmaster Han appeared, the great elder also appeared and stood beside the headmaster. Looking at the people outside the Tongyun Hall, the headmaster Han said loudly, "The secret realm will be opened in half a month. You can start preparing after you go back later." Now let me talk about the general situation. There are a total of 5 sects participating in the joint development of the secret realm this time. 3 upper-class sects, 1 middle-class sect, and the lower-class sect, where the secret realm appeared.
Xiao Han liste ned kvietli.
According to the situation he knew, the sects of the human race were mainly divided into top-level sects, upper-middle lower-class sects, and lower-class sects. The top sects usually have a small number of people and have always been secluded from the world. Sects like Luyun sect are upper-class sects. In this vast Tianxian continent, there are few upper-class sections. This time, there are 3 participating in the development of the secret realm. It seems that the competition this time is quite fierce. They are my Luyun sect, Qixing sect, Hongfeng Valley, as well as the Shentai sect and Lingshou sect. This secret realm is in the territory of the Lingshou sect. I have gone over to explore a little. This time, the ancient secret realm is quite large and extremely dangerous. In theory, any disciple in the Qi training stage can enter, so this time, there is no limit on the number of people in each peak, and any disciple in the Qi training stage can enter. After arranging the personnel, each peak should remember to report the name of the main person in charge to me as soon as possible, no matter what conflicts there are within my Luyun sect. But when we are outside, we are all one fist. If anyone dares to do anything in here, don't blame me for being ruthless. Our main opponent this time is the Seven Stars sect. As the elders of the sect, you should know that the Seven Stars sect has always had a feud with us. The people of Red Maple Valley have always been neutral. They should not be provoked unless it is absolutely necessary. As for the Black Iron sect, if you can persuade them, you can persuade them. If you can't persuade them, just give up directly. It should be noted that the people of the Spirit Beast sect should give them some opportunities as much as possible. For this first exploration, the time for discussion among the sects is tentatively set at 1 month. At that time, no matter what the harvest is, everyone must exit the secret realm. Okay, that's all you need to pay attention to. If you have anything to ask, hurry up and ask. After saying this, Master Han stroked his few beards and looked at everyone quietly. Soon, a familiar-looking Foundation establishment cultivator asked, "Master, can we also add vision to the secret realm this time?" "Yes." Master Han nodded and continued, "I almost forgot to say that this time the secret realm is the same as before. Each peak can add vision to the person in charge of entering the secret realm. You can conduct vision exploration within the secret realm, which is also convenient for the sect to draw a resource distribution map within the secret realm, which is convenient for further exploration in the future." Xiao Han was stunned when he heard this. He had never heard of this method. He thought that they would be in the dark after the disciples entered, and could only know the situation after the disciples came out. This method is really good, and it can also observe the entire secret realm through the disciples' vision. Seeing Xiao Han frowning, how could Xiao Tanner not know what Xiao Han was thinking, and directly sent a voice message to Xiao Han to tell him about this. After receiving the voice message, Xiao Han smiled and nodded at Xiao Tanner. It turns out that this thing is achieved with the help of a spiritual tool, which is called the detection bead. This spiritual tool is extremely precious, and is usually kept by the headmaster. Each peak can apply for its use. When encountering such a situation, the headmaster will directly issue it and hand it over to the headmaster after use. The usage is also very simple. The person who explores sends his own spiritual sense into it and then gives it to the person who enters the secret realm to carry, so that he can see the vision seen by the person carrying it. Soon, several people asked about some things in detail, and the headmaster answered them one by one. Seeing that no one asked any more questions, the headmaster said loudly again, "After the exploration of the secret realm is over, theoretically all the benefits belong to each peak, but remember, once there is a fight between the sections, then the harvest at that time needs to be handed over, and then the sect will determine the ownership. Finally, I emphasize again that when you enter the secret realm, you are no longer a peak, but Luyun sect." After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the elder and said, "Does the elder have anything to say?" When the headmaster Han said this, there was some yin and yang. Usually at this time, the elder would interject a few words to explain his status. He usually pretends to be indifferent to the affairs of the sect, but, in fact, he always likes to intervene in everything. The elder opened his tightly closed eyes slightly and said, "There is nothing to say. What the headmaster said is what I want to say." Headmaster Han turned his head and said, "In this case, everyone should go back and prepare. We will set off on time in 10 days. There are still a few days to go." The monks bowed and said, "Yes, headmaster." #C1784 Secret Realm opens. 3. Yun Peak. Xiao Han looked up at the time, put away the talisman he had just carved, threw a few second-level peak monsters in the cave, and went down the mountain. Directly. Xiao Qian, is the meal ready? As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Han found Xiao Qian and asked directly, and then continued, Yuyun Peak will be handed over to you during our absence. Remember what I told you is the most important thing is the spiritual medicine. Once something uncontrollable happens, remember to harvest all the spiritual medicines as soon as possible. The meal is ready. Grandpa, don't worry about Yuyun Peak. I will definitely make good arrangements. Then Xiao Qian took out a storage bag and continued. There are also the top-grade talismans and pills that Grandpa asked me to buy. I deliberately leaked my identity to buy these talismans and pills. Xiao Han took the storage bag, put it away directly and said, Now you can notify everyone to come here for dinner directly. You can go and do this and call your sister over by the way. Seeing Xiao Qian leaving, Xiao Han used his spiritual sense to explore the contents of the storage bag, all of which were good things. After the headmaster announced the secret realm that day, news came out within a few days saying that this secret realm can bring high-level talismans and elixirs. Theoretically, disciples at the peak of the Qi training stage can use the peak of the second-level talismans, while those at the initial stage of Qi training can only use the primary of the second-level talismans. As for elixirs, disciples at the Qi training stage can only use the first-level elixirs, and the powerful second-level medicinal power will only directly break through the meridians of the cultivators. As soon as this news came out, all the markets were boiling, all the talismans and elixirs were sold out, and all the peaks with alchemists and talisman makers were also making them with all their strength. Thanks to Qiao Tanner's news, after returning that day, Xiao Han began to frantically refine elixirs and talismans. There are two types of elixirs. One is the top-grade elixir that can only be given to Xiao Yun, and the other is the ordinary elixir, which is better than nothing. For example, there are top-grade talismans on the market, so there is no need to hide them too deliberately. After waiting for a while, Xiao Han saw Xiao Yun's figure and could clearly feel Xiao Yun's current strength. He had reached the peak of Qi training, and now he only needed a foundation building pill to directly enter the foundation building stage. Xiao Yun's aptitude was already good, and now with Xiao Han's unlimited supply of resources, his strength would naturally improve much faster. Grandpa, you called me? Xiao Yun asked. Well, I asked you to come over to arrange something.
Xiao Han di David.
And a storage bag to Xiao Yun and continued. You must carry this bead with you. This time, as the leader of Yuyun Peak, the entire vision is on you. I have already told you the function of the bead. The remaining storage bag contains talismans and elixirs. The top grade elixirs and talismans must be used with caution. You are also very clear about the interests involved. I won't tell you anything extra. Just control the degree yourself. Surprisingly, Xiao Yun did not show her usual laughing expression, but looked very heavy. In this battle for the secret realm, the danger comes not only from other sects but also from some internal targets. Although the headmaster repeatedly emphasized this, it was only when there were outsiders. Once there are only disciples in the sect, they will inevitably fight to the death for the interests of each peak. Grandpa, do you have any instructions? Xiao Yun asked in a heavy tone and then continued. I must gain something this time. I know that Grandpa needs enough resources to ensure the strength of my Yuyun Peak. Xiao Han grinned and said, Don't be so solemn. Then he touched Xiao Yun's head and continued, If it really comes to the point of a life and death struggle, life comes first. As long as people are alive, there is a chance to win back everything. Grandpa can't teach you much. There is something more important than life, that is dignity. If dignity is trampled on, you must do your best to maintain dignity. Yes, always remember Grandpa's teachings. Xiao Yun nodded solemnly. Soon Xiao Qian gathered all the disciples together. The place for eating was the open space outside the main hall of Yuyun, where many tables and chairs were neatly arranged. The more than 100 disciples in front of him all chose Yuyun Peak in the end, and only 2 disciples with decent talents chose other peaks. However, they were treated differently, which also strengthened the determination of the remaining disciples to follow Yuyun Peak. "Meet the ancestor," the disciples said in unison. Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "Today is the last meal before leaving, and I have nothing to say to you. In short, once you embark on the road of cultivating immortals, most of them have no way back, especially fighting for various cultivation resources. Once you stop and want to go back to the past, your opponents will not let you go. So do your best and compete for resources as much as possible. When you return after success, I will definitely not treat you badly." The disciples said excitedly, "Yes, ancestor." After eating, Xiao Han directly brought all the disciples to the foot of Yuyun Peak and waited quietly. After waiting for less than an hour, a huge spaceship appeared in front of us. This is the flying magic weapon in the sect, which is considered a great treasure of the sect. It is only used during such large-scale activities. It needs to burn a lot of spirit stones when driving it, so it is not used easily. "Xiao Han, get on board." Qin Ming's voice came from the spaceship. After Xiao Han nodded, he exchanged a few words with Qin Ming and began to arrange for the disciples to board the ship. The entire spaceship is large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. This time, the Luyun sect disciples will be sent to the secret realm in 2 batches, and their batch is the first batch. Xiao Han stood on the wide deck, overlooking the entire Luyun Mountains, and then looked around and said, "Elder Qin, why don't you see the headmaster? Did you go to the secret realm in advance?" Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you thinking about? How could the headmaster go to the secret realm? If the headmaster and the elder come to the secret realm, once the demon clan secretly attacks my Luyun sect, you can imagine what will happen. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that this time the team leader is you, me, and the 6th elder Kong Kai. You are the peak of the combat power of our Luyun sect Jindan period. There is no problem." Xiao Han was a little surprised after hearing this. The outsiders looked at Qin Ming and said, "Why am I the leader? Nothing's wrong with this leader, right? What can happen?" Qin Ming smiled and continued, "Generally speaking, there are other sects that are causing trouble, and we just need to take it on. If any sect is not convinced or bullies our people, just beat them until they surrender." Xiao Han immediately understood what the leader meant, and chuckled and said, "It's just to calm the situation, understand? Which peak are you going to pick up next?" Qin Ming smiled and said, "Your old lover, from Ziyun Peak." Xiao Han stumbled and almost fell off the deck when he heard the 3 words, "old lover," coming out of Qin Ming's mouth. #C1785 Secret Realm opens. 4. 2 days later, in the Dishuan continent, in the territory of the spiritual beast sect, a huge spaceship passed by in the air. Just looking down from above, you can see that there are many disciples walking back and forth, and each disciple is followed by a spirit beast. These spirit beasts are either strong or weak. The spiritual beast sect is such a sect that focuses on spirit beasts, cultivating spirit beasts as the main thing and then absorbing the blood of spirit beasts to finally achieve the goal of breakthrough. It is a complementary state of practice. This kind of practice can help spirit beasts break through, and both spirit beasts and disciples can benefit from each other. The spiritual beast sect is located in the spiritual beast mountain range of the Dishuan continent. According to Xiao Han's understanding, the main continent of the Tianxian realm is the Tianxian continent, named after the largest piece of land, the Tianxian continent. The Luyun sect is located in the southernmost part of the Tianxian continent, and further down is the Dishuan continent, another continent of the Tianxian realm. The spiritual beast mountain range is thousands of miles in radius. Compared with the Luyun sect, there are not only various spirit beasts rampant, but Also countless birds and beasts, and monsters are even more rampant. Occasionally, there are some ordinary people who come here to chop wood and hunt. If they are lucky enough, they will encounter 2 beasts killing each other, and they can get a lot of money by taking them back. But most people who come here are fighting for their lives. Xiao Han, come and see. There is a very beautiful bird over there. Pleasant female voice came from the deck. Xiao Han shook his head and looked in the direction pointed by Xiao Tanner. There was indeed a very beautiful bird. It looks a bit like a vermilion bird, but it is not a vermilion bird. It is covered with green feathers. This is really a good place. If I could come here. When I first came, I would definitely get some feathers to make a pair of wings. Disciples, get ready. We have arrived at the secret realm. At this moment, Qin Ming's voice suddenly appeared and accurately reached the ears of every disciple. Xiao Han also received this news. He looked at Xiao Tanner and came directly to Qin Ming's side. A huge valley can be seen from a distance. There are still densely packed people in the valley. Looking down from the spaceship, it looks like countless ants. The spaceship stopped accurately outside the valley. According to the agreement of several major sects, flying magic tools cannot enter the valley. In addition to the 3 leaders, several Jindan stage cultivators also came to the sect. In addition to watching the show and eating melons, the main purpose was to keep the peace. Things like this, where several major sects work together to develop, are prone to friction. Qin Ming and Xiao Han got off the ship one after another, followed by the other Jindan cultivators. After everyone got off the ship, the spaceship rose again and it had to go back to pick up the second group of people. As soon as Xiao Han entered the valley, he saw a middle-aged man coming towards him. The man was about 6 feet tall and slightly fat, and the most eye-catching thing was his squinting eyes. Looking at him, people felt that this man had a sly look, and his strength was about the late Jindan stage. There were also several cultivators following behind him, all of whom were Jindan stage cultivators. Presumably, these are the assets of the Spirit Beast sect. Are there only 6 Jindan cultivators? Sure enough, it can't be compared with the upper-class sects like the Luyun sect. Soon the middle-aged man came to Xiao Han and the others, pinched his 2 small mustaches and said, "Spirit Beast Sect Master Yang Pingshu welcomes friends from Luyun Sect to come from afar. I didn't know that you 2 are from Luyun Sect." Yang Pingshu paused after saying this, asking about their identities. Qin Ming bowed and said, "I am Qin Ming, the second elder of Luyun Sect. The one next to me is Xiao Han, an elder of my sect. We are also the leaders of this team. Of course, there will be another leader who will arrive in 2 days. The rest of them are all elders of my sect." After listening, Yang Pingshu hurriedly bowed to Xiao Han and said, "Welcome to my Spirit Beast sect." When talking to Xiao Han, there was no respect for Qin Ming. Xiao Han could feel the loss in the other party's eyes. This time, the matter did not make the head of Luyun sect come, and the other party would inevitably think too much. Especially when a small sect faces a big sect, there are many thoughts in his head. After Yang Pingshu greeted the other elders, he introduced several cultivators behind him to several people, and then followed Qin Ming and talked non-stop. He completely put Xiao Han aside, as if Xiao Han, the leader, did not exist. Yang Pingshu complained in his heart, why let a cultivator in the middle stage of Jindan be the leader? Is there really no one in Luyun sect? However, these words will definitely not be said openly. After all, Luyun sect has 2 Yuanying cultivators, and the strongest in his Lingshou sect is only in the late Jindan period. Luyun sect can overturn Lingshou sect by sending any sect elder. With a strange mood, Yang Pingshu took Qin Ming and others directly to the entrance of the secret realm. The place here has been divided long ago, and it must be said that the preparation work of Lingshou sect is still very good. The 3 major sects are located in the front position, and Yang Pingshu suddenly stopped before he arrived at the place. Elder Qin, in fact, I have already divided the position. There was no one in the position belonging to Luyun sect just now. Now, Yang Pingshu said and pointed to a position with his hand. At this time, the place that should have been the Luyun sect was surrounded by many disciples, and one person even treated the magic as a game, messing up the position of the Luyun sect. Is that the position of our Luyun sect? A disciple of the Luyun sect immediately asked. Look at the mark. It should be the position of our Luyun sect. Who are these people? Not only are they occupying our position, but they are also causing all kinds of damage. It's really hateful. I'm looking forward to what the leader will do later. Half of the disciples were quite resentful, and the other half had a mentality of watching the show. Xiao Han also looked around. This valley didn't look that big from the sky, but it felt different once he got into the valley. At this time, many people from the Seven Stars sect and the Red Maple Valley had arrived, except for the people from the Flowing Cloud sect. Don't blame yourself, sect master. We can handle this ourselves, Qin Ming said to Yang Pingshu in front of him. Yang Pingshu nodded and said, in this case, I won't get involved in this matter. There will be people coming later. I'll go to greet them first. In this kind of fight between gods, the Spirit Beast sect can't afford to offend either side. Although this is in the territory of the Spirit Beast sect, these are two major sections. He would be crazy to get involved in this matter. Thinking of this, Yang Pingshu took the other Jindan cultivators in the sect to the entrance of the valley. Xiao Han was also looking around. Among those who were occupying seats, Xiao Han noticed 8 Jindan cultivators, and 4 of them were Jindan Daiyuan, and the other 4 were Jindan late-stage cultivators. The top combat power of the Seven Stars sect is similar to that of the Flowing Cloud sect, but this Jindan stage cultivator is much higher than that of the
Flowing Cloud sect.
At this time, Qin Ming sent a message. The one occupying the position of my Flowing Cloud sect should be the leader of the Seven Stars sect this time. He is very strong. I don't know how strong he is. Anyway, I can't win. I didn't expect the Seven Stars sect to send him as the leader. Just act according to the situation later. If it doesn't work, just fight directly. Anyway, it's not the first or second time. Yeah.
Xiao Han nodded.
Oh, this is the Flowing Cloud sect. Several figures suddenly rose into the air and looked down at the people of the Flowing Cloud sect from above. Soon the voice appeared again. Isn't this the little junior sister Tanner of the Flowing Cloud sect? She is still so beautiful and charming. I don't know where the Flowing Cloud sect is. Why don't you come to my Seven Stars sect and become my Taoist partner? Hashtag C1786 Secret Realm opens. 5. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked older. His black hair and handsome robes could not make up for his wretched face. He had a small nose and small eyes, and there was a big black mole at the corner of his mouth, and there was a hair on the black mole. Even if he used many means to make up for his facial defects, he was still so ugly. I wonder what he looked like before. Seeing that a dispute was about to break out, Qin Ming and others decisively summoned flying swords to fly into the air. The other side had a total of 8 Jindan stage cultivators, while they only had 5, and only Qin Ming was a Jindan stage great perfection. Qiao Tanner moved lightly and came directly to the front and smiled. Who did? I think this was? It turned out to be Hao Jianren, who was beaten by my senior brother and knelt down to beg for mercy. Hey, if I remember correctly, it was indeed Hao Jianren. You look like a dog. That doesn't even lick you. What are you dreaming about all day long? Just as Qiao Tanner finished speaking, an endless pressure suddenly appeared, and the middle-aged cultivator in the first place had an extremely ugly face. He said directly, I hate it most when people talk about my appearance. Very good, you have successfully angered me. I will make you kneel down and beg me. Even dogs don't lick it. I want to see if you will lick it. When Xiao Tanner wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Qin Ming. The first waved his hand to resist the pressure, and then said loudly, "Dao Yu Hao, Genren's mouth is really stinky today. First, you occupied my position in Luyun sect for no reason, and then provoked my junior sister. If our master was here, I'm afraid you can only kneel down and beg for mercy again." Yu Hao Genren pointed with one hand, and quickly calmed down and continued, "I don't know if your Luyun sect has no one left. Today you only sent 5 Jindan cultivators here. And I think you are the only one who has reached the great perfection of Jindan here. Aren't there a few more? They are all dead. Right, haha?" After Hao Genren laughed, the cultivators following him also laughed, and the disciples of the 7-star sect below also laughed. The disciples of Luyun sect were full of anger, but they had no place to vent. They had to endure this kind of anger for no reason. At this time, a figure suddenly flew out from the direction of Hongfeng Valley. She was dressed in red and was a middle-aged female cultivator. Her cultivation was also in the great perfection of the golden core stage. It seems that the ideas of the various sects are basically the same. If the strongest person in a sect comes, it will be difficult to deal with the situation in the sect. Hongfeng Valley is one of the sects with more female cultivators. It also maintains a neutral attitude towards the outside world and has no deep hatred with other sects. Other sects will not offend a sect with many female cultivators for no reason, especially a sect with female cultivators in the nascent soul stage. After all, the difficulty of provoking women is comparable to challenging a higher level. The middle-aged female cultivator had a whisk in her hand, and she swung it slightly and said, "Taoists from Luyun sect and Qixingmen, I wonder if you can give me a favor from Hongfeng Valley. Seeing that the secret realm is about to open, isn't it better to wait for it to open peacefully?" Qin Ming bowed to the middle-aged female cultivator and said, Taoistly, "Hong Ying, you also saw that it was the Qixingmen who deliberately made trouble. If my Luyun sect backed down, wouldn't it be a voluntary admission of defeat? Today, the Qixingmen must give my Luyun sect an explanation. Otherwise this matter will not be so easy to cover up." Then Hao Genren also bowed to the middle-aged female cultivator and said, "It's not that I don't give Taoist friends face. Our Qixing sect and Luyun sect have a deep grudge which cannot be explained in just a few words. The Luyun sect just stole one of our spiritual veins a while ago, and this matter has not been settled yet." Before Li Hongying could say anything, Qin Ming immediately said, "Stolen your spiritual vein? It was clearly my Luyun sect that discovered it first. Speaking of this matter, I haven't settled accounts with your Qixing sect yet. Not only did you hurt my Luyun sect disciples, you even stole their things. If this matter is investigated, your Qixing sect will have no way to defend yourself." The middle-aged female cultivator saw that she could not persuade them, shook her head and sighed slightly, and chose to stand by and watch. "No way to defend yourself?" Hao Genren chuckled. Xiao Han frowned. "What's the point of such a meaningless verbal dispute, then?" he said directly. "Since this is an irreconcilable conflict, let's just have a fight." "Well said. That's what I've been waiting for." But Hao Genren paused, and the pressure appeared again and continued, "Who are you and what qualifications do you have to speak? You are just a middle-stage Jindan and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Really presumptuous. Get out." Hao Genren slapped the air directly. Invisibly, a pressure came overwhelmingly, and the pressure gradually increased and finally fell on Xiao Han. Xiao Han just touched it slightly with his hand, and the pressure shattered like thin ice. This scene made everyone slightly stunned, and then they carefully observed the young man in front of them who was speaking arrogantly. "Hey, you want me to get out?" Xiao Han sneered and continued, "At least you don't have the qualifications." Boom! Everyone's eyes were all on Xiao Han. The disciples in Luyun sect looked at the old ancestor Yuyun with admiration, while the other disciples were at a loss. Where did this person come from? Qin Ming did not interrupt Xiao Han, but stepped back unconsciously. It was not until this moment that Hao Jianren noticed something was wrong. Just now, when he pressed down, Qin Ming did not make any move, and judging from the looks of those disciples of Luyun sect, they were obviously watching a show. What strength can a middle-stage Jindan have? After pondering for a moment, Hao Jianren said, "This is interesting. Luyun sect actually let a middle-stage Jindan come out to support the scene. I wonder which disciple of the Luyun sect you are, who dares to say such arrogant words." Xiao Han just said slightly, "Xiao Han, the foreign affairs elder of Luyun sect. A bunch of noobs are not worthy of our second elder taking action. There is no way that none of you can beat me, a middle-stage Jindan player. Xiao Han, please take it easy." Qin Ming frowned and said softly. This was really a bit full of words. Although he firmly believed that Xiao Han could win, there would always be some surprises. Xiao Tanner said with a relaxed expression of gratitude, "Senior brother Qin is worrying too much. These chickens and dogs in front of us are not Xiao Han's opponents." Then he deliberately said loudly, "Xiao Han, you must beat that ugly guy for me. He said that just now and disgusted me. I think I'm going to vomit just thinking about it." Luyun sect disciples still don't cheer for Ancestor Yuyun. Xiao Tanner suddenly shouted at the Ancestor Yuyun. Come on, Ancestor Yuyun, destroy the opponent and strengthen the power of my Luyun sect. Countless disciples shouted every word. Hao Jianren glanced at the monks behind him, and immediately a monk in the late Jindan stage came forward and said, "Zhang Shimanti of the 7-Star sect is here to ask for advice." As he spoke, he formed a seal with one hand, and a water-blue 6-pointed star array appeared behind him. Upon seeing this, Qin Ming quickly waved one hand, and an invisible barrier appeared to protect the disciples behind him. Hao Jianren also waved with one hand, and a fairly small sky battlefield was quietly formed. #C1787 Secret Realm Opening 6. The aqua-blue 6-pointed star was suspended behind Zhang Sherman, a monk who majored in the water attribute. Shuimanshu. Zhang Sherman waved one hand and looked at Xiao Han with contempt. A middle-stage Jindan dared to say such a thing. Xiao Han raised his hand and cast several spells. 3 rounds of red 6-pointed star arrays appeared in Xiao Han's several directions. This was what he learned from Li Xingyan, and using the power of creation to deduce the technique gave him a deeper understanding of the technique, which made him extremely comfortable in controlling several techniques at the same time. Hey, with 3 spells at the same time, it seems that the opponent is not easy either. Be careful if the leader overhears you. We'll see you when we get back. No, is it so difficult to admit the power of others? At least in the 7-Star sect. Apart from the sect master and the great elder, who else can do this? Okay. Keep your voice down. Many disciples of the 7-Star sect began to pay attention to these
Discussion.
How could Hao Jianren not hear these discussions? But he did not blame the disciples casually. It was only after looking at the attitude of the Luyun sect disciples and Qin Ming that he asked someone to go over and give it a try. Now it turns out that the Xiao Han is not simple. Then he quickly sent a message to Zhang Sherman. Be careful. Use all your strength and don't underestimate the enemy. Zhang Sherman immediately sent a message. Leader, don't worry. A large amount of water surged out of the aqua-blue 6-pointed star array, winding towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han aroused some curiosity, as he had never tried this technique before, so he did not make any resistance and allowed the water to cover his whole body. That's really weird.
Xiao Han.
Qin Ming shouted loudly. It was just a water diffusion technique. How could Xiao Han fall into it? Even Hao Jianren was very confused. He looked so strong just now, how could he be so weak now? The moment the water covered his body, the spiritual energy contained in it rushed toward Xiao Han's body like crazy. This water flooding does not mean that people suffocate to death, but that strange spiritual energy pours into the body and causes its own spiritual energy to be disordered. After figuring out the secret behind this, Xiao Han lost interest in continuing research. How Genren sneered and muttered, "Whether you are really incompetent or pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, I will defeat you quickly and there will be no way to fight back. Zhang Sherman, attack with speed and don't leave the opponent a chance to breathe." How Genren whispered. Any monk at the Golden Core stage can hear this message. Zhang Shimon's face was full of impatience. How could such a weakling highlight the power of the 7-star sect if he didn't play well? This fight seems to be just a simple fight, just a phenomenon of the ongoing discord between Luyun sect and 7-star sect. In fact, this is not a battle about morale before the secret realm opens. Everyone knows who loses on both sides. The disciples will be at a disadvantage in the secret realm and can easily be suppressed everywhere. Seeing the team leader being so cautious, Zhang Sherman was a little helpless, but he could only nod his head. The next moment, spiritual power emerged from his body, and 2 aqua blue hexagrams appeared in the void with his hands quickly forming. This is the limit of what he can operate. I really don't know how Xiao Han can control 3 spells at the same time. Water escape technique. Both techniques were water escape techniques. Seeing that the opponent's 3 techniques had been formed, Zhang Sherman did not dare to be too arrogant without knowing the secret behind it. At this moment, Xiao Han's spiritual energy shook violently, and all the spiritual energy that had eroded into his body was shattered. Not even a trace. "Hey!" Xiao Han raised his eyes, looked at Zhang Sherman with some contempt and continued, "There are no other interesting spells. I can wait if there's more." "You!" How could Zhang Sherman endure this kind of provocation? While controlling the water shield, he condensed another spell. Water swordsmanship. The moment the 3 words appeared, the surrounding water attribute aura quickly surged towards Zhang Sherman, and countless water swords formed by water instantly appeared in the aqua blue 6-pointed star array. This attack method is really boring. Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Oh, is it just this level?" As he said that, he pressed down with one hand, and the aqua blue 6-pointed star array shattered directly. It's not even finished. Zhang Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash after. The spell was interrupted before it was completed. The stronger the spell, the stronger the backlash, and even the controlled water shield shattered. Zhang Sherman looked at Xiao Han fiercely and said, "You forced me to do this." Then he directly summoned a spiritual sword that looked very agile. "Blue water sword, go." Zhang Sherman pointed forward with the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and the blue water sword flew towards Xiao Han like a shooting star. Xiao Han's pupils shrank slightly. The speed was amazing, and he turned sideways in a hurry. Bah! The blue water sword directly passed through Xiao Han's arm, and red blood flowed out instantly. Xiao Han stretched out his hand and patted it, and a pill appeared in his hand. He swallowed it directly, and the bleeding slowly stopped. This was a top-quality elixir. If it were just an ordinary elixir, he would probably bleed more now. "Your Bishui sword is quite interesting." Xiao Han's eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Sherman took the opportunity to rise up and continued to control the flying sword to stab straight from behind Xiao Han. Xiao Han stepped forward and his figure disappeared into the air. When he reappeared, he had already walked 10 meters forward, then took another step and disappeared into the void. Shuchi Jutsu. Look, it's Shuchi Jutsu. Where does the earth-shrinking technique come from? This is just a phantom technique. How can the earth-shrinking technique exist? Have you ever seen an phantom technique that can shrink 10 meters in one step? Wait a minute, wouldn't the Yun Patriarch really have learned the extremely difficult earth-shrinking technique? Fuck, this technique is well known to everyone in the sect. but someone has really learned it. The faces of the Luyun sect disciples were full of surprise. Everyone knew how powerful this technique was, but even the headmaster hadn't learned this earth-shrinking technique. It can only shrink the earth by a short distance of 1 meter at most, which is meaningless, especially for a Jindan stage cultivator. It's better to take a step forward than to shrink the earth by 1 meter. Qin Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, full of surprise. He had also tried to practice this earth-shrinking technique, but he didn't gain anything except wasting time. Xiao Han smiled slightly and continued to step forward. Before Zhang Sherman could react, he grabbed the other's neck with one hand. With a single hand, Zhang Sherman lost his spirit. He tried this technique of shrinking the earth, but it was not a complete technique at all. How could anyone practice it if it was incomplete? Fortunately, he could use the power of fate to deduce the technique. Finally, he gradually perfected the technique and finally reached the current level of shrinking the earth by 10 meters. Do you think your flying sword is faster or my hand is faster?
Xiao Han
Chuckled, paused and continued. With such little strength, kneel down. Zhang Shiman's whole body softened and he knelt uncontrollably in the void. Xiao Han stretched out his hand and grabbed the green water sword in his hand. Since this spiritual sword is interesting, give it to me. I think you should have no objection. Hashtag C1788 Secret Realm Opening 7. I think you have no objection. The moment these words appeared, Xiao Han directly poured out the pressure in his body and pressed directly on Zhang Sherman. No objection. Zhang Sherman, who was gradually collapsing, said intermittently. Xiao Han pressed with one hand, and Zhang Shiman's bones began to creak. He said loudly, louder. I didn't hear it. No objection. Please let me go. Zhang Sherman completely collapsed at this time, and he didn't even dare to look at Xiao Han's eyes. Hao Jianren, who was not far away, glanced behind him and 3 more figures shot out. 3 spells appeared in an instant. The cultivator in the first row shouted, "You are so presumptuous in front of my 7-star sect. Do you really think that there is no one in my 7-star sect? Hurry up and let Zhang Sherman go. Otherwise don't blame us for being rude." At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside Xiao Han and said, sarcastically, "You can't beat him in a one-on-one fight, but you still want to bully the weak with your numbers. My Luyun sect is not yet at the point where there is no one." Xiao Tanner took out a flying sword directly. Xiao Han waved his hand to stop Xiao Tanner's action, then turned his head to look at Xiao Tanner and said, "They are just 3 Jindan stage cultivators. You don't have to make a move. How long do you think it will take me to defeat them?" The meaning of Xiao Han's question was particularly obvious. Xiao Tanner covered her mouth and soon thought of something, and directly stretched out 3 fingers. 3 minutes. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and continued. 3 minutes is a bit long. No. Xiao Tanner shook her head and continued. I mean 3 seconds, is that okay? If you can solve it in 3 seconds, I will give you a reward or agree to any of your requests. Any request is fine. Xiao Han said with some shame. Forget about the reward. Then he looked at the 3 Jindan stage cultivators in front of him, paused and continued. But how can a man say he can't do it? 3 seconds is 3 seconds. You arrogant kid. Don't you feel embarrassed to talk so much? The Jindan cultivator who was in the first place in front of Xiao Han was angry. This was clearly mocking them. Hao Jianren's eyes were cold. He heard clearly what Xiao Tanner said to Xiao Han just now. Since he couldn't get what he wanted, he had to destroy her. After a while, he made up his mind and quickly sent a message to the 3 Jindan cultivators. If there is a chance, kill this boy on the spot. His potential is too terrifying. When he grows up, he will only be a great enemy of my 7-star sect. After receiving the message, the 3 Jindan cultivators looked at each other. The leader must have considered it for saying these words. For the sake of the 7-star sect, let alone killing a Jindan midstage cultivator, even if he is a Jindan great perfection cultivator. Besides, this person insulted them first, so killing him should not be a problem. In an instant, several hexagram formations appeared, and 3 flying swords appeared in front of him. Xiao Han stretched out a finger and said, 1. Then the body began to expand rapidly, and rumbling sounds continued to come from the body. The matter of body cultivation has spread to Luyun sect, so there is no need to deliberately hide anything. 2. Xiao Han's figure suddenly accelerated, and he stretched out 2 huge hands directly. The next moment, the 2 hands condensed into huge palm phantoms. Then 2 palms slapped down at the same time, and the 6-pointed star formation of those Jindan cultivators was directly shattered. The 3 flying swords lost their luster and fell directly to the ground. At the same time, the Jindan cultivator was knocked to the ground by Xiao Han's 2 palms. 3. Xiao Han lifted the giant ape transformation and looked down at the 3 immobile cultivators below. Wow! The disciples were boiling, including the many female cultivators in the red Maple Valley, all of whom cast admiring eyes towards Xiao Han. I have heard that there is a rare physical cultivator in Luyun sect, but I didn't expect it to be this Xiao Han. They will talk about it for a long time. Xiao Han turned his head to look at Xiao Tanner and said, Is it more than 3 seconds? This question has a little bit of other meaning. After saying that, Xiao Han felt deeply regretful. Why did he ask Xiao Tanner in such a tone? What a sin. Xiao Tanner smiled so charmingly that the whole world was eclipsed in an instant. Xiao Tanner was not only the goddess of Luyun sect, but also the goddess of many nearby sects. The most important thing was that Xiao Tanner had never had a Taoist partner, and she had rejected countless young talents, those guys who claimed to be geniuses. With this foundation, it was even more exciting for these people to conquer and possess. It was just 3 seconds, and I knew that you, Xiao Han, were the best, Xiao Tanner said, and then she planned to go down and find a place to rest. It had already reached this point, and the opponent should not be so blind to continue fighting. At the moment when Xiao Tanner turned around, she suddenly felt some coldness behind her and subconsciously summoned her life magic weapon to block in front of her. Bang! A huge collision sound appeared, and a wretched figure appeared where Xiao Tanner had just been. Seeing that his attack failed, Hao Jianren hurriedly shouted, Xiao Han of Luyun sect attempted to kill the elders of our Qixing sect, and the method he practiced was probably the method of the demon clan. Now our Qixing sect is passively attacking and is only seeking to protect itself. After saying this, he quickly rushed towards the direction where Xiao Tanner flew out. He felt sick after listening to the conversation just now. From the moment he met Xiao Tanner, he told himself in his heart that he must get this woman. For this reason, he practiced desperately. Seeing that he was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, he would have the qualifications to further raise this matter. Unexpectedly, he saw this scene. That woman is not clean now, right? So she might as well die. Hao Jianren accelerated again and went towards Xiao Tanner. Qin Ming was shocked and hurriedly attacked. The other 2 Jindan stage cultivators directly stopped Qin Ming. Hurry up and save Tanner, Qin Ming shouted loudly. The other Jindan cultivators did not need Qin Ming's reminder and directly attacked to stop Hao Jianren. The last Jindan cultivator of the 7 Stars sect attacked again, and only a wall stopped the 3 Jindan early-stage Luyun sect cultivators. Xiao Han's eyes were slightly cold, and he turned around to chase. The distance was really far, and he hoped that Xiao Tanner could hold on. He took a step and disappeared directly on the spot. He appeared 10 meters away again. Xiao Han used the shrinking technique to the extreme. Soon Hao Jianren's figure appeared. He punched out again and hit Xiao Tanner hard. Xiao Tanner, who had just stabilized her body, flew out again. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out directly, and stayed in the air for a moment before falling. Go to hell, you undercover of the demon clan. Hao Jianren shouted and flew out again. Xiao Han came to Xiao Tanner with a few earth-shrinking techniques and took Xiao Tanner in his arms, looking coldly in the direction of Hao Jianren. Boom! The hand that was stretched out instantly swelled up and collided with Hao Jianren accurately. Xiao Han took a few steps back, but Hao Jianren was knocked out. Xiao Han stabilized his body and stuffed a pill into Xiao Tanner's mouth. This time he specially confirmed that he did not take the wrong pill. Then he looked into the distance and said, I didn't expect the 7 stars sect to have such a low quality. If you can't beat them, you use these sinister means. It's really shameless. Hashtag C1789 Secret Realm Opening 8. This sudden scene happened so fast that many disciples did not react. And the short battle came to an end. Took a long time to react. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner and put her down after making sure her injuries were stable. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han in confusion, thinking that he was still like that before. Xiao Han, can't you hold me for a little longer? Xiao Tanner's voice was as low as a mosquito's, and she quickly continued, I'm seriously injured and I'm still a little dizzy. Xiao Han decisively retreated a few steps. I'll go deal with that Hao Jianren first. Then he turned around and headed towards the direction where Hao Jianren flew, upside down. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han's puzzled face and felt both love and hate. Maybe that's why she was like this. If not, is he still him? When the remaining Golden Core monks from the 7-star sect saw Xiao Han, they quickly moved closer to Hao Jianren, especially the 3 monks who had just been knocked down by Xiao Han's 2 palms were staggering towards Hao Jianren. What did I see just now? A 7-star sect disciple who reacted, stammered. Soon another monk said, no need to confirm. Everyone including the team leader was beaten away by Xiao Han of Luyun's sect. I have said before that you must recognize the strength of others and think about your own shortcomings. It's over. I'm afraid my trip to the secret realm will be suppressed forever. A 7-star sect disciple said sadly. The top combat power does not represent us, so what does it matter no matter how powerful Xiao Han is? Can he go directly to the secret realm? That's true, but after all, I no longer have that confidence. The disciples of the 7-star sect looked sad. They especially hoped that the leader could continue to fight back. How could they raise their heads in front of the Luyun sect disciples if this continued? It's so shameless. It turns out that this is how the 7-star sect works. That's right. I always hear my seniors say it, but I feel sick when I actually see it. Am I the only one paying attention to Ancestor Yuyun? Damn it. Ancestor Yuyun is awesome. When the disciples of Luyun sect complained about the 7-star sect, their worship of Ancestor Yuyun intensified in their hearts. Especially those disciples of Yuyun Peak were shouting like crazy. Everyone, including everyone in the Red Maple Valley, knew that what Xiao Han used was indeed unique to physical training, not the Demon Clan's technique. The 7-star sect was just looking for an excuse to take action. The dust gradually dissipated, and the 8 Golden Core monks from the 7-star sect stood side by side, each of them looking more or less embarrassed. Especially the 4 who were beaten by Xiao Han, their clothes were even more tattered. Xiao Han, you, a member of the Demon Clan, do you really think that my human clan is easy to bully? Hao Jianren put a big hat on Xiao Han's head. Qin Ming and the other 2 golden elixir monks came behind Xiao Han and said, what Xiao Han used is the body cultivation technique. If you, the 7-star sect, want to take action and speak out, there is no need to resort to such methods. Before Qin Ming finished speaking, Xiao Han waved his hand to interrupt Qin Ming, then looked at Hao Jianren and continued, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. If you don't accept it, just take action. Hee hee. Those other guys don't be idle either. Let's come together. Xiao Han completed the giant ape transformation in an instant and quickly headed towards the monks he had beaten just now. It is understandable how difficult it is to fight 8 golden core stage monks at the same time. If it weren't for his giant ape transformation, Xiao Han would not dare to speak so boldly. Before those Jindan monks could react, they were slapped away by Xiao Han. Again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 huge crashes echoed in the valley, and countless monks were affected. But it was already this time, how could they dare to complain? Zhang Sherman, who was defeated by Xiao Han at the beginning, fell straight to the ground before he made a move, and fell to his knees with a pop. Ha! Don't hit me. I'll give up. This scene looked particularly funny, and Xiao Han didn't have to hold on to a monk. The rest are Hao Jianren, 2 golden elixir Dzogchen practitioners, and a late golden elixir monk. Xiao Han looked straight at Hao Jianren. He had punched Hao Jianren just now. You must know that his fist had grown to a giant size just now, and he still felt some pain. This shows that Hao Jianren's strength is really good. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. Clouds quickly piled up on Xiao Han's head, and countless thunder and lightning burst out with astonishing power. The few golden elixir monks who followed Hao Jianren quickly retreated in a panic without any hesitation at all. Disperse quickly, Qin Ming shouted, and soon many monks were running out of the valley like crazy, including those from the Red Maple Valley and the Black Iron Sect Spirit Beast Sect. All of them were also running out of the valley. This Hao Jianren is about to get serious. Qin Ming quickly sent a message to Xiao Han. This Hao Jianren has the best mutated thunder spirit root. You must be careful. I need to ensure the safety of all my disciples, so I can't help you be careful. This news shocked Xiao Han. Hao Jianren looked so wretched, but he actually had a mutated thunder attribute spiritual root. Xiao Han soon calmed down and said softly, "Hey, I still have innate spiritual roots." While thinking this, several thunder and lightning in the sky directly hit Xiao Han's huge figure. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning continued to sound, and Xiao Han felt that his nerves were being electrocuted. My whole body is numb. Damn it! I'm really going to be angry. Xiao Han looked at his giant ape body, and his face became increasingly ugly. He fell to the ground, stomped his foot on the ground, and flew up. With one hand, he pressed the air, and a pressure came down on Hao Jianren. Today, I'll show you what despair is. Even with the blessing of the blood sacrifice technique, he was not his opponent, so where did Hao Jianren get the courage? With a palm, Hao Jianren was slapped down. Bang! He was smashed to the ground in just a moment, and a huge pit was smashed on the ground. Just when Xiao Han wanted to continue attacking, a huge crack suddenly appeared not far away. When the crack appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy instantly rushed into the crack. Xiao Han just took a look from a distance and judged that this was the opening of the secret realm. How could the secret realm be opened for no reason before? The time was up. Without daring to think too much, Xiao Han smashed directly to the ground and punched Hao Jianren. Be careful in the future. You can't judge some people by appearance. Trash. After saying that, he punched Hao Jianren again. His whole body became bloody and bloody. The reason why he let Hao Jianren go was nothing more than to keep this last bit of face. If he really killed Hao Jianren here today, the 7-star sect would definitely not give up. When the Yuanying stage master came, only the headmaster would protect himself. As long as Hao Jianren was still alive, the 7-star sect would not tear their faces apart. The secret realm is open. The secret realm is open. I don't know who shouted, and in an instant everyone was shouting that the secret realm was open. The clouds in the sky retreated, and the lightning came and went quickly. The disciples rushed back like crazy. No one expected that the secret realm would be opened 3 days ahead of schedule today. #C1790 entering the secret realm. Xiao Han glanced at Hao Jianren, who was half crippled by his beating, and then glanced at the secret realm that was about to be opened, and soon made a decision in his heart. Xiao Han, should we wait for the secret realm to open? Qin Ming's voice Transmission was accurately transmitted to Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han frowned and looked at Qin Ming and continued to transmit. Why wait? Will there be any problems if the secret realm suddenly opens? Otherwise, let others go in to explore first and our people will go in later. Qin Ming's transmission only paused for a moment, and then continued. This way our losses can be minimized. Xiao Han nodded and shouted to the disciples of Luyun's sect below. Disciples of Luyun's sect, listen up, the secret realm is about to open, everyone go in. As quickly as possible. Qin Ming. How could Xiao Han not know that Qin Ming was waiting for me to doubt, and took the initiative to explain. It's a big fight. If you are really afraid of this and that, what are you fighting for? Hey, if there is no danger, how can there be opportunities? After saying that, he turned around and continued to say to the disciples, whether you can gain something in it depends on your own ability. If you encounter other people fighting for it, don't be afraid, we are behind you to support you. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, the disciples of Luyun's sect excitedly went to the entrance of the secret realm. For a moment, the entire entrance was surrounded by the disciples of Luyun sect, and the division at the beginning did not work at all. The whole scene was extremely chaotic, and cultivators entered the entrance of the secret realm one after another. Xiao Han specially observed the entrance, and just by slightly probing his spiritual sense to the entrance of the secret realm, he could feel a huge pressure. If he went in, he would probably be directly ejected or be killed by the secret realm. All sects have tried this before, and there is no need to make such an attempt again. Even if the secret method is used to force the cultivators to the Qi training stage, it will not work. When the people of Qixingmen and Hongfeng Valley reacted, they were half a step behind Luyun's sect. Hongfeng Valley also reacted quickly and quickly organized the disciples to go to the entrance. Hao Jian was supported by the other Jindan cultivators of Qixingmen. He looked at Xiao Han weakly, and there was some cruelty in his eyes. Soon, he said in a somewhat gloomy tone, "Hee, I'll settle the accounts between the Seven Stars sect and the Flowing Clouds sect with you later." Xiao Han said indifferently, "Ha, why do you have to raise it to the Flowing Clouds sect and the Seven Stars sect? This is a grudge between you and me. If you really don't accept it, you can come again." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he went directly to the place prepared by the Spirit Beast sect to rest. Qin Ming looked at Xiao Han's back and carefully recalled the process of him doing all this and what he said. Only then did he suddenly realize why the headmaster insisted on letting Xiao Han be the leader, and even argued with the elder for a long time for this, and finally took out the headmaster's order to decide this matter. At first, he thought that the headmaster was letting Xiao Han establish prestige in the hearts of the disciples, and at the same time let Xiao Han accumulate merits and eventually sit in the position of the elder of the sect. At the same time, Xiao Han can also be compensated. For a leader like this in a secret realm, a certain degree of reward can be given according to the final disciple's gains after the matter is over. This is a considerable amount of resources. Any Jindan cultivator could not refuse this reward, even those in the Yuanying stage would be tempted by it. It turned out that these were not the original intention of the headmaster, but the headmaster was too familiar with the style of these people. If there was no Xiao Han, whether it was the previous trouble of the Seven Stars Gate, or the early opening of this secret realm, the more Qin Ming thought about it, the more he felt that the headmaster was right to do this. Thinking of this, Qin Ming followed Xiao Han to his side. Before he could sit down, Xiao Tanner flashed. "Brother, are you sure you don't want to give me a seat?"
Kia tan smilet.
Mysteriously, Qin Ming immediately stood up and said, "Of course, please, junior sister." Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner, who was so energetic, and he was slightly relieved. It seemed that there was no big problem. Fortunately, he was here this time with the top-grade elixir, and he didn't delay to recover so quickly that Hao Jian would fall into his hands sooner or later. Although there are many disciples in the valley, the crack is also very large. All the disciples have entered in less than half an hour. Except for some leaders, there were no other disciples around the major sects. Xiao Han put his energy directly into the secret realm, and looked at the entire secret realm through Xiao Yun's vision. In the ancient secret realm, the moment Xiao Yun stepped into the secret realm, he appeared directly in a huge desert. At this time there was a strong wind blowing in the desert and countless quicksands could swallow people in the blink of an eye. There was nothing in the endless desert, not even a plant. The place where Xiao Yun and others were located happened to be a leeward outlet, so it was not directly covered by the desert. Looking up and looking around, there happened to be a few disciples of Yuyun Peak around him, and there were also a few people from Qixingmen and Hongfeng Valley not far away. Captain, there are only 12 people in my Yuyun Peak. Soon a disciple reported the number of people to Xiao Yun. Only 12 people? Xiao Yun muttered, thinking in his head. It seems that this secret realm is randomly teleported to various corners of the secret realm. There are other Luyun sect disciples nearby, and it seems that there is no leader. Xiao Yun frowned. Before coming, the captain of each peak must recognize the other leaders, which is also to prevent accidents. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yun said softly, "Quickly reorganize the team, including the other Luyun sect disciples, and listen to my arrangements. For the time being, we will set off in a quarter of an hour." Xiao Yun made a decision quickly. She didn't expect such a dilemma at the beginning. A disciple muttered, "Captain, can we travel in such a strong wind? And there is no direction in this endless land. Didn't you hear what I said? Let's set off on time in a quarter of an hour." Xiao Yun didn't explain anything. After a pause, he continued, "If anyone is unwilling to obey my orders, you can leave at any time. I won't stop you." As soon as he finished speaking, the many disciples quietly began to count the number of people. Soon the number of people was counted. Xiao Yun ignored the people from Hongfeng Valley and Qixingmen. It was inappropriate to chat or anything else. At this time, at least we have to wait until we are in a safer place. Captain, there are a total of 48 disciples in Luyun sect, 12 of whom are disciples from Yuyun Peak, all of whom are in the early stage of Qi refining. The remaining 36 are disciples from other peaks, 3 in the late stage of foundation building, 13 in the middle stage of foundation building, and 20 in the early stage of foundation building. "Are we leaving now?" A disciple accurately reported the current situation. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he carefully looked at the cultivator in front of him. The strength of the initial stage of foundation building, a male cultivator from Yuyun Peak with ordinary looks and a bit old-fashioned, then asked softly, "What's your name?" "Captain, my disciple's name is Wang Ping," the cultivator answered in a crisp voice. Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Wang Ping will be the deputy captain in the future. I will listen to his deployment when I am not here." As soon as the voice fell, a discordant voice appeared. "Why is Wang Ping the deputy captain? This is a secret realm. How can you, Yuyun Peak, do whatever you want?" #C1791 Mysterious Disappearance. The scene became quiet for a while, and Xiao Yun looked at the speaker coldly. Even the 7-Star Gate and Red Maple Valley cast curious glances. Is there such disharmony within Luyun sect? There are also various fights within their respective sects, but they are not to the extent that they would behave like this in the outside world. At this moment, a Qi practitioner from the Qixing sect looked at this scene quietly and immediately sent a message to another Qi practitioner beside him. "I received a message from the team leader when I came in. Once there is someone in the secret area opportunity, we must secretly let this Luyun sect disciple stay in the secret realm forever. I don't know if you have received it." The last sentence of the 7-star sect person was a question. I quickly received a reply. "Hey, I also received this message. In addition, I just confirmed it with several other disciples except for the disciples of Qi. Refining Dzogchen. No one knows the news. I think the leader's intention is already obvious. The monk who had perfected his Qi practice nodded and said, "Oh, no matter what, we will definitely have enemies with the Luyun sect, so we must use more ruthless methods." Soon the two people came to a decision and looked at Xiao Yun and others. Quietly, "What if this person asks us to seek death when you are not around? Do we have to listen to what a disciple in the early stages of Qi training can do? If you're in danger, you don't just stand back. You're obviously a loser. This vice captain should let me come. It is true that I am not as good as you in terms of strength, but in this current situation, my strength in the later stage of Qi training should be of some use, at least stronger than in the early stage of Qi training." The voice that just raised doubts appeared again, and they briefly analyzed the pros and cons. Xiao Yun looked up at the man and said, "What's the name of that peak?" "Thundercloud Peak is booming. What's the problem?" The disciple in the late stage of Qi refining said with confidence, "It's just a fallen Yuyun peak. Even if there is an ancestor Yuyun, it might be able to develop in the future, but it can't be done now. Falling out is falling down. Well, listen carefully to what I just said and follow my arrangements. If you are not satisfied, you can leave the team at any time. If there were no other sect members, she would really like to teach Fang Xing a lesson." After a pause, Xiao Yun continued, "Oh no, you can leave the team now. Those who want to leave the team now can leave at any time." After Xiao Yun finished speaking, he began to check the surrounding situation and quickly determined a direction. He took out several talismans directly from the storage bag, and as soon as the spiritual energy was transferred inside, a huge defensive shield was formed in front of him. She just distributed some basic talismans to the disciples of Yuyun Peak, and the most important talismans and elixirs were all with her. Everything in the secret realm is unknown. Once the talismans are divided equally, it is likely to be used as wedding clothes for others. This is the reality. Xiao Yun let out a breath and slapped a speed-increasing talisman directly on her body. Her speed suddenly increased and she headed straight to the north. Although there are dangers in this secret realm, the richness of the spiritual energy is not inferior to any high-level spiritual veins. Seeing this scene, the Luyun sect disciples could only follow Xiao Yun towards the north, and Fang Xing from Leyun Peak also followed. Now is not the time to be angry. It is difficult for a person to survive in this vast desert, even if he is an immortal cultivator. One cannot be considered a true monk until he has entered the golden elixir stage. Red Maple Valley hesitated for a moment, then organized his men and immediately followed him. The same was true for the Seven-Star sect. There are no disciples from the Black Iron sect or the Spiritual Beast sect. Here, a group of nearly 200 people went directly to the north. Each sect also reserved some positions, each with its own ideas and purposes in mind. Xiao Yun kept on walking until it was completely dark, and then she found a place with leeward to stop. They were not allowed to leave the desert for a day, and all the disciples were very disappointed. "Wang Ping, hurry up and make arrangements for tonight's watch." Xiao Yun immediately made arrangements, and after a while she privately sent a message to Wang Ping. "Remember that one of the disciples of Yuyun Peak must be awake at all times." Wang Ping glanced at Xiao Yun and expressed his understanding with his eyes. At this time, she didn't dare to place her wealth and life on other peaks, especially since she would stay up all night tonight. Although disciples during the Qi training period can go without sleep for a short period of time, their mental endurance is limited. 1 or 2 nights without sleep is acceptable, but staying without sleep for a long time is definitely unbearable. Whoops! The strong wind blows very hard, especially at night. Fortunately, practitioners always have some means to avoid being unable to sleep. Xiao Yun sat alone, lowered her head and closed her eyes. Normally, her grandfather would protect her so she could be careless in doing things. But At times like this, she had to learn to be strong. Thinking about everything that Yu Yunfeng had gone through, her grandparents disappeared, and so did her parents. How could she not have guessed what happened behind this? Yuyun Peak has developed to this point and cannot stop. The harvest from the secret realm is inevitable. Only by obtaining these resources can it be further strengthened. Only then can the old scores of Yuyun Peak be vindicated and those who once bullied them get the punishment they deserve. Late at night, Xiao Yun was closing her eyes and meditating when she suddenly felt some slight movement in her ears. She opened her eyes motionlessly to check the situation. But I didn't find anything different. Someone is missing. Just when Xiao Yun wanted to close her eyes and rest, a frightened voice suddenly appeared. This shout immediately woke everyone up, and Xiao Yun threw out several lighting beads in an instant. The whole place was as bright as day. Who is missing? Xiao Yun asked calmly. The person who shouted paused and said, Li Ming, he was next to me just now, but when I opened my eyes again, he disappeared. Wang Ping repeatedly searched and verified in the crowd, and then looked at Xiao Yun with a somewhat ugly expression and said, Captain, a total of 10 people are missing. When Wang Ping said this, everyone was stunned and looked around as if there was danger all around. 10 people disappeared silently, and this news would make anyone panic. This movement caused the disciples of the other two sects to wake up, and soon there were panic sounds. Xiao Yun paid a little attention and found that people from the 7 Stars sect and the Red Maple Valley also disappeared inexplicably. Such things happening at the same time can only mean that the danger is likely to come from this desert. Fang Xing from Leiyun Peak immediately shouted, Xiao Yun, this is the team. You lead. 10 people are missing in less than a day. The chance of surviving in this desert must be 0. Let's see how you will. Explain it to the sect when you go back. Noisy. Xiao Yun uttered 2 words lightly, and soon said again, The remaining disciples should not sleep tonight. Take out another rope and tie everyone up. Xiao Yun threw out a rope. The ancestor gave her some good things. This rope is a spiritual weapon which cannot be easily destroyed. Wang Ping and the disciples of Yuyun Peak quickly tied the rope around themselves, but when it was Fang Xing's turn, an accident occurred. Are you still going to let such a little girl manipulate you? Fang Xing questioned. Just when everyone was confused, Fang Xing continued, We listened to the arrangements of this little girl during the day, but 10 disciples disappeared in just one day. No matter what, I will not listen to her arrangements again. You should know what to choose. #C1792, Sand Pattern Scorpion. After Fang Xing finished speaking, he took the lead to move away from Xiao Yun's team and headed in another direction. The distance was not far. Obviously, he still thought it would be safer for everyone to stay together. After all, if they encounter danger, they can die with their fellow Taoists, rather than the poor Taoists. Soon, several people started to head towards Fang Xing. These people were all on good terms with Lei Yunfeng. Some of the more neutral ones were in a dilemma. At this time, there were still 39 people left in the Luyun sect team, including Xiao Yun. Captain, there are still 10 people left in Yuyun Peak. Only 2 are missing, and there are currently 15 people tied to the rope. Wang Ping reported to Xiao Yun as soon as he finished counting. Xiao Yun had a strange look on his face and said lightly, I have said it before, if you don't obey, you can choose to leave. As a member of the same sect, I, Xiao Yun, will not be so petty. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining people who had not tied the rope to themselves all walked towards Fang Xing's position. Since then, the Luyun sect team has been completely divided into 2 teams, and Xiao Yun has no psychological burden. She only needed to take care of the people in Yuyun Peak. She couldn't care too much about the rest and didn't want to care too much. After some arguments, the scene fell into calm for a short time. None of the disciples slept, but how could they not be sleepy after a day's journey? They nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Rustle. There was another strange movement. Xiao Yun instantly locked her sight in one direction, which was where the disciples were. One person sank directly from the ground. The disciple next to him woke up immediately and pulled the rope hard. When he was pulled up, the person was gone. Someone on Fang Xing's side also disappeared again, and he couldn't even lock the direction. Xiao Yun shouted, "Get out of my way!" Then he took out several talismans and threw them directly at the place where the disciples disappeared after activating them. Bang, bang, bang! A violent explosion sounded, and a huge deep pit was blown out of the sand. Countless sand flew up, and some flesh and blood appeared in everyone's sight. An arm that was obviously bitten fell on the sand. "It's a monster!" a disciple exclaimed in surprise. The disciples did not hesitate any longer, and took out their spirit swords, looking around nervously. Xiao Yun's face turned cold. It was really disgusting to encounter such a monster at this time, especially since this monster was unknown. The monster could eat so many cultivators silently, so its strength must be at least at the peak of the first level. This was also Xiao Yun's judgment. If it was a second-level monster, it could kill the disciples openly. It's unrealistic to travel at night. The wind and sand alone can make people lose their way, and it's easy to go around in circles. This monster dare not come blatantly, and its strength should not be very strong. There is still hope for survival if it stays where it is. After a brief analysis, Xiao Yun made a quick decision, and raised her hand, and threw dozens of talismans which fell accurately into the hands of the disciples of Yuyun Peak. After a pause, she said, "Everyone use floating talismans. Hurry up." She was worried that the monster would attack again soon. The Yuyun Peak disciple who got the talisman was delighted. Since the monster was hunting underground, floating up would avoid most of the danger. The other disciples looked at it awkwardly and soon took out their own floating talismans. How could you pray for someone to give you a talisman if you were not from Yuyun Peak, especially in a place where no one knew when you could get out? Every talisman and every pill could be a means of saving your life. Fang Xing also responded quickly. It must be admitted that Xiao Yun's method was the best one that could be thought of at present. A disciple from Fang Xing's side shouted in despair. All the disciples had floated up for a while, but the disciple did not make any move. Among all the disciples of Luyun's sect, only that one person was like this. He was a little older and he didn't take out the talisman for a long time, so he must have no resources. No one sympathized with this disciple. Soon the disciple continued, "Looking for immortals, why must we look for immortals? I am now stuck in the sand, unable to return to the mortal world, and unable to integrate into the world of immortal cultivation. In the end, I can't even live an ordinary life." As soon as he finished speaking, he sank directly into the sand, without any movement. Many cultivators listened to this and looked at the situation in front of them and felt more or less touched. They were no exception. The family knew that he was cultivating immortals, and felt that his future was bright. They all enjoyed the convenience brought by his cultivation. But who really cared about them? They had poor qualifications, were excluded everywhere, and even had to wag their tails like a dog for a little bit of resources. One day he suddenly realized that he wanted to go down the mountain and be an ordinary person, but in the end he found that he could not go back at all, and there was no place for him in either place. Xiao Yun quickly threw the spirit sword down, accurately stabbing it at the place where the cultivator had just disappeared. Swish! The spirit sword sank into the ground, and suddenly made a ding sound, and Xiao Yun's face was happy. Throwing out several more talismans, the quicksand on the ground was blasted apart, and a huge black shadow appeared in everyone's sight. Xiao Yun controlled the lighting bead to the black shadow and then saw that it was a huge sand-patterned scorpion, a first-level monster. Its appearance is 60% similar to that of a scorpion, but its shell is like quicksand, so it is called a sand-patterned scorpion. "Hey!" It's the sand-patterned scorpion mentioned in the monster illustration book. A disciple recognized the origin of this monster. Soon another voice appeared. No, the sand-patterned scorpion does not have the two pincers on its mouth. This is an ancient secret realm. The monsters will definitely notice it. Xiao Yun did not have the leisure to listen to these people's idle chatter. She applied some paralysis medicine on her spirit sword, and soon the sand-patterned scorpion would wake up. Taking out another spirit sword, Xiao Yun accurately stabbed the sand-patterned scorpion, which ended its life. After putting the sand-patterned scorpion into the storage bag, Xiao Yun continued to float in the air. Sand-patterned scorpions are cautious by nature. They must have just successfully hunted some prey, which stimulated them. Now they killed one and would not easily attack the rest. Very good, it's almost dawn. As long as we can wait until dawn, we can continue on our way. Xiao Yun thought so in her heart and felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, the two chi training great perfection cultivators of the 7 Stars Gate not far away kept muttering there, and from time to time they showed some fierce looks on their faces. As the sky got brighter, Xiao Yun's pressure was getting less and less, and her tense nerves were a little relaxed. I thought everything would be quiet until the sky was completely bright. But there was movement. The ground began to tremble violently, and soon several sand scorpions appeared on the sand, staring at the people floating in the void. Compared with these sand scorpions, the number of these cultivators was too small. Rustle. A more violent sound appeared, and a black shadow much larger than an ordinary sand scorpion appeared not far from Xiao Yun. The eyes in the eye sockets were blood red, or to be more precise, the eyes of all sand scorpions were blood red. C1793 Cooperation. Chapter 1793 Red Maple Valley Chin Mishio. Swish. The sound of fragments continued to appear, and the sand-patterned scorpions on the ground gathered more and more, and the number was so large that it made people's scalps numb. Most of these sand-patterned scorpions were first-level primary and intermediate monsters, but they were too numerous to withstand. If they fell down, they would be eaten clean by the sand-patterned scorpions in a few minutes, especially the sand-patterned scorpion at the highest point of the sand slope, whose strength was estimated to be at the peak of chi training. It was quite difficult to sneak attack and kill it and make the sand-patterned scorpions chaotic. The sky gradually brightened, but the sand-patterned scorpions in front of them did not disappear and even gradually increased. The wind speed also gradually decreased, and the surroundings, which were originally covered with sand and dust, began to gradually become clear. Why would the cautious sand-striped scorpion suddenly riot? This thought came to Xiao Yun's mind, and soon he felt that he had the answer. Perhaps the peak-level sand-striped scorpion is on the verge of a breakthrough. That's why a large number of sand-striped scorpions are dispatched to hunt and eventually achieve the goal of advancement. Could there be a second-level monster in this secret realm? Or even a third-level or fourth-level monster? I really dare not think about it. The survival rate of this trip to the secret realm is estimated to be terribly low. Before Xiao Yun made the next move, a Luyun sect disciple with them hurriedly said, "Captain, I'm running out of floating talismans. What should I do?" This sentence made the already frightened disciples even more panicked. Xiao Yun said in a deep voice, "Use the floating talisman alternately first, 2 people in a group. This floating talisman can carry the weight of 2 people, but it is easy to play with it. Once you don't pay attention to the time and weight, you will face the danger of accidentally falling. But it's already this time, so you can only use the floating talisman alternately." The disciples quickly adjusted themselves. Xiao Yun looked into the distance, toward the Red Maple Valley and the 7 Stars Gate. Maybe someone else could come up with a better solution at this time. Wait, why did the disciples of the 7 Stars Gate disappear? There was not a single disciple of the 7 Stars Gate. When did this happen? Why didn't I hear any noise? Did the disciples see where the people from the 7 Stars Gate went? Xiao Yun asked in a deep voice. Soon, several disciples said they didn't see them. Even Fang Xing shook his head. Although there were some contradictions within the group, they still had to maintain a united front to the outside world. Just now, a large number of sand-striped scorpions gathered, and everyone's eyes were on their feet. How could they notice the 7 Stars Gate? Only now did they notice that the people from the 7 Stars Gate disappeared. It is said that there was no floating talisman and they eventually fell down, and were eaten by the sand-striped scorpions. Even a fool would not believe this result, especially the density of sand-striped scorpions. The number of sand-striped scorpions on the 7 Stars Gate side is extremely rare. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yun shouted loudly, "Everyone in Red Maple Valley, the people from the 7 Stars Gate suddenly disappeared, and I believe you have some guesses. How about we temporarily join forces to solve the difficulties in front of us?" Xiao Yun changed his usual style and immediately decided to join forces with Red Maple Valley. There was a whisper in Red Maple Valley, and soon there was an answer. These disciples of Red Maple Valley were also eaten by the sand vein scorpion. There were less than 40 people left after more than 50 people. Most of these cultivators were female cultivators, and the leader was obviously that female cultivator. The state of Qi training is perfect, and the appearance can only be said to be average. From the beginning, this female cultivator didn't say much and followed Xiao Yun silently. There was nothing special, but Xiao Yun didn't despise this female cultivator. To be able to become the leader in such a small group, there must be something different. Of course we can cooperate. In our current situation, no one can survive. Only cooperation can solve the problem in front of us. Hee. Let me formally introduce you to Qin Mishio from Red Maple Valley. Xiao Yun nodded and said, "Xiao Yun from Luyun sect? Let's not talk so much nonsense first. Let me briefly talk about my ideas. The disciples of our 2 sects combine the earth, water, wood, and fire elements and use a large amount of flames to burn the sand scorpions below. Wonder if you have any ideas. This is the best way I can think of at the moment." Xiao Yun didn't say any nonsense and directly expressed his ideas. Qin Mishio chuckled and said, "What idea do I have? It's nothing more than using talismans to help. Your method is feasible, so let's start now." Xiao Yun and Qin Mishio quickly decided on this plan. Xiao Yun looked at Fang Xing with an inquiring look and said, "You can choose to cooperate or ignore it, but I think you won't refuse." Fang Xing said loudly, "Hey, of course." Soon all the disciples were ready. The most commonly used technique for Earth-type cultivators in the early stage of Qi training is the sand condensing technique. This is a natural choice for many sections. Can not only serve as the beginning of a technique practice but also enhance one's deep understanding of the earth attribute. The cultivators on both sides quickly prepared, and there were nearly 80 cultivators in total. More than a dozen earth-yellow hexagram formations appeared, floating behind the disciples who released the technique. Sand condensing technique. A disciple with good talent murmured. The techniques used by these disciples were still very immature, including the seals, which were intermittent and even failed. Fortunately, it was good overall. The quicksand on the ground was fixed. Then the water blue spell appeared, and the dry sand began to become moist. The green vines were also growing rapidly. These spells had no meaning to the sand scorpion, not even a tickle. The peak-level sand scorpion became more and more irritable. The sand scorpion, which did not like water, became even more irritable in the face of the continuous rain. Hiss! The sand scorpion hissed, and countless sand scorpions began to gather, one after another, and their target was the monks floating in the void. The overall situation was that there was a pile on the side of Luyun sect and a pile on the side of Hongfeng Valley. Xiao Yun did not hesitate at all and threw down several cracking and exploding talismans. It was difficult to deal with them if they were scattered, but it was still possible to gather them together. Countless vines continued to grow, and Xiao Yun relied on the principle of mutual generation. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions appeared one after another, and the sand scorpion was blown up, but it still fell madly. Under this huge base, a pile of sand scorpions was formed little by little. At this moment, the disciple with the wood attribute seemed to have exhausted his spiritual power and waved his hand weakly. The next moment, a fiery red hexagram array appeared, and fireballs hit the ground one by one. The vines that were originally relatively moist soon began to burn after encountering the fire. These vines that lacked spiritual power would wither quickly, and the fire rushed over. The monks in the sky relied on the water shield to barely avoid being roasted. Hiss! A large number of sand-marked scorpions were burned to death, and the eyes of the first-level peak sand-marked scorpion gradually lost their red color. Just when Xiao Yun thought that this matter was stable, the first-level peak sand-marked scorpion suddenly took off into the air, heading towards Xiao Yun. The thorns on the scorpion's tail flashed under the light, and a sense of coldness rushed over. #C1794 Corpse Pill. Xiao Yun staggered in midair and quickly slapped herself with a floating talisman. Hey! This is not a sand-patterned scorpion, Xiao Yun exclaimed, then corrected. This may still be a sand-patterned scorpion, but it is definitely different from the ones outside. A fiery red hexagram appeared behind her, and the fireball spell was instantly smashed out. The power of her spell is not comparable to ordinary fireball spells. No one knows when this sand-patterned scorpion can jump so high, which is why, Xiao Yun exclaimed. When casting the spell, Xiao Yun only felt that this world seemed to be restraining her. The fireball spell hit the sand-patterned scorpion accurately, smashing the sand-patterned scorpion directly into the fire on the ground. Crackling sounds continued to appear, and countless sand-patterned scorpions followed one after another, and finally died under the huge fire. So many cultivators relied on mutual generation, and this fire was comparable to the spell released by a foundation-building cultivator. Seeing the fire gradually getting smaller, the spiritual power of those fire attribute disciples was exhausted, and the sand-patterned scorpion showed no sign of retreating. Xiao Yun panicked for the first time, but her face remained calm. As the leader, if she panicked, it would be a real nightmare. Xiao Yun, what else can you do? The fire is about to go down. Qin Mishio shouted anxiously, the elixir that Grandpa gave her. Xiao Yun suddenly thought of the top grade elixir in her storage bag. Then she hurriedly shouted loudly, "Hey! I wonder if you can buy me a minute. Just give me a minute and I can solve this problem." Qin Mishio responded loudly, "Yes, but you must be fast. I don't know how long. I can hold on." After that, he took out 5 flags directly from the storage bag and then threw them out, inserted them around the fire, and a small formation suddenly appeared. The fire that was about to weaken burned again. Xiao Yun took out a pill from the storage bag, crushed it without anyone noticing, and then slowly sprinkled it down. After repeating this several times, Xiao Yun shouted, "The fire can be stopped." Qin Mishio breathed a sigh of relief. She was only at the state of great perfection in Qi training. She almost exhausted her spiritual power by forcibly supporting such a formation. The formation flag was indeed difficult to control. The fire gradually became smaller, but the sand scorpion still did not retreat, and even slowly returned to its original state. Qin Mishio's mind was full of questions, but she still did not ask them actively. Just when everyone was about to collapse, something strange happened in the sand scorpion, and one sand scorpion attacked another sand scorpion like crazy. Then the attacked sand scorpion turned to attack others. The spread speed was extremely fast, and Xiao Yun's face was happy. This corpse pill was really useful. It was worthy of being refined by my grandfather to save my life. Once you encounter such a group of monsters, the corpse pill is the best solution. This time it was really painful and 6 corpse pills were consumed at once. In just half a quarter of an hour, the sand-pattern scorpions were completely rampant, and some of them gradually became exhausted and fell to the ground. The rest of the sand-pattern scorpions ate the dead ones in an instant. Hiss! The sand-pattern scorpion leader hissed a few times, but it didn't work at all. He was also stared at by countless crazy sand-pattern scorpions and continued to kill each other. Corpse pill. Qin Mishio muttered and then said loudly, "When did Luyun's sect have corpse pill? I have seen this pill recipe in an ancient book. The refining method should have been lost." Xiao Yun chuckled and said, "Just because Hongfeng Valley doesn't have it, doesn't mean that my Luyun sect doesn't have it. I can't say more about the origin of the corpse pill. I hope that fellow Taoist Qin can keep it secret. For me." Qin Mishio frowned, and soon relaxed and said, "Hey, this is Luyun sect's business, and it has nothing to do with my Hongfeng Valley." Xiao Yun was very satisfied with this answer. Qin Mishio was very sensible. Even if she revealed it, it wouldn't cause any harm to her. But it's better to say this. Then Xiao Yun looked at Fang Xing and said, "You don't need to look at me with that look. Even if I hate you, I won't use this kind of elixir to deal with you. But if you really want to provoke me, I don't mind making an exception. By the way, you know who my great-grandfather is. People from Layun Peak. I wonder if the great elder of Layun Peak will go to trouble my great-grandfather for an ordinary person." Xiao Yun's words were heartbreaking. After she finished speaking, she quietly looked at the sand-patterned scorpions biting each other below. Fang Xing's face was gloomy. Xiao Yun's words were unpleasant to hear, but they were very realistic. She, Xiao Yun, was the great-great-granddaughter of the Yun patriarch, and who was she? He now regretted it faintly. If he had known, he would not have clashed with her at the beginning. What did the hatred between Layun Peak and Yuyun Peak have to do with him? As time went on, the sand-patterned scorpions below gradually died, including the sand-patterned scorpion at the peak of the first level, which was bitten to death and swallowed alive by the other sand-patterned scorpions. The entire ground was in a mess, and there was no place to step. Xiao Yun looked around and said, "Disciples, land one by one, and we continue on our way. We can't waste time here anymore. We have been in the secret realm for such a long time, and we have not gained anything except consuming a lot of talismans." Grandpa Zhu could always see her vision, which was really embarrassing. Xiao Yun kept spurring herself on. After recovering a little spiritual power, everyone continued on their way. It was not until it was getting dark that they saw hope of leaving the desert. The horizon was green. Although it was still far away, there was hope. Without the people from the Seven-Star Sect, Luyun Sect, and Hongfeng Valley came together smoothly. After Xiao Yun's words, Fang Xing did not have any trouble for a long time. The whole team was surprisingly quiet. "Should we leave the desert overnight or stay here tonight?" Xiao Yun asked. Qin Mishio glanced at Xiao Yun and said, "Are you serious about staying here for one night?" After a pause, she continued, "Let's continue on our way. We can leave this damn place at midnight at most. It's okay to rest in the second half of the night." "That's fine." Xiao Yun just asked everyone's opinions, and then everyone continued on their way. Just when it was completely dark, a depression instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Medicine spirit, it's a spiritual medicine." A disciple shouted loudly. "This is a fortune, this is a fortune, these are all first-grade top-grade spiritual medicines." It seems that it is impossible to tell what kind of spiritual medicine it is, just from the appearance. Does anyone know it? It seems that you have learned to identify spiritual medicines in vain. This is ground rootgrass, which only grows in the desert. It is really magical. They are all first-grade top-grade spiritual medicines. The disciples discussed loudly, whether they were from Luyun Sect or Hongfeng Valley. Xiao Yun also looked happy, turned his head and looked at Qin Mishio and said, There are enough spiritual herbs here, and there are such harvests here. Alone. If we continue walking, there should be more harvests. Xiao Yun can be said to have made it clear. Qin Mishio chuckled and said, I understand what you mean. Half for each person. Then he drew a line with one hand, accurately divided the whole area into 2 pieces and continued, You pick first. Hashtag C1795 Grand Elder of the 7 Stars. Hey, that's great. Xiao Yun pointed to the plot on the right. Qin Mishio divided the land very evenly. The 2 plots were about the same size. Just a quick glance showed that the number of spiritual herbs would not be too different. The disciples were completely impatient, but the leaders of the 2 teams did not say anything, so they would definitely not start. Xiao Yun pondered for a moment and said, You can pick the spiritual herbs on the right at will, but be careful to pick them completely, don't just focus on speed. Everyone will give me all the spiritual herbs after they get them, and I will distribute them uniformly, so being fast will not make you get more. Understand? After saying that, he looked at Feng Xing and continued, Of course, if someone doesn't want this, then we can also make another division. Feng Xing muttered to himself, and then decisively admitted his defeat. Of course, it is more appropriate for the captain to distribute uniformly. This time, picking trouble may not get you anything. Hearing this, Xiao Yun smiled knowingly, and this was exactly what he wanted. The number of cultivators on Feng Xing's side accounted for more than half of the total number. If a conflict really occurred, he would certainly not suffer too much loss, but it was hard to say for the disciples of Yuyun Peak. After the 2 captains discussed it, the disciples decisively began to pick, and the disciples who had reached the great perfection of Qi training were all watching around. At this time, you can't be careless. Nothing happened until the last spiritual medicine was picked and Xiao Yun finally let go of his hanging heart. Then everyone continued on their way. At midnight, the breeze blew gently, and after coming out of the desert, the strong wind gradually turned into a strong breeze. The surroundings were no longer the endless desert, but there were many weeds and shrubs. Xiao Yun immediately confirmed whether the surroundings were safe. When Xiao Yun announced that they could rest on the spot, everyone's spirits were relieved. He slept until dawn and didn't wake up. At the same time, outside the secret realm, the tea fragrance was curling in the valley, and the sound of birds could be heard from time to time. In order to ensure the normal operation of the secret realm and prevent many accidents, the leaders and elders of each sect did not leave. The entire valley was extremely empty. The Qixingmen Luyun sect and the Red Maple Valley occupied the best positions, followed by the Lingshou sect, and the Zuantimen had the worst position. In addition to the dancers prepared by the Lingshou sect, there were also various fruits and teas. This was also specially prepared to kill time. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the sexy ladies dancing while eating the grapes that Xiao Tanner brought to his mouth. In fact, Xiao Han was originally resistant and vowed not to eat the grapes given by Xiao Tanner, but Xiao Tanner was too enthusiastic, so Xiao Han could only reluctantly agree. After the previous battle, no one from all the sects dared to look down on Xiao Han and even had a deep fear of him, so there was naturally no need to provoke trouble. Soon Xiao Han saw the squinting eyes of the Lingshou sect slowly approaching. Captain Xiao, are you satisfied with the dance arranged by our spiritual beast sect? Squinty-eyed Yang Pingshu said with a smile, his eyes even smaller. Xiao Han said perfunctorily, It's okay. It's pretty good. Some magic was added when dancing, so it was naturally much better than the general dance on Blue Star. Squinty-eyed smiled even happier, and clapped his hands, and another team appeared and started dancing. After a pause, Squinty-eyed continued, In fact, there are more good dances in my spiritual beast sect. The Captain Xiao has time. Wait until the exploration of this secret realm is over. You can also come to my spiritual beast sect alone, and then we can arrange everything. Xiao Tanner glanced at the squinty-eyed, turned around and took a strange looking fruit and said, Xiao Han, try this water snake fruit. It tastes great. Xiao Han subconsciously took the fruit from Xiao Tanner and ate it in one bite. The juice was really full. As he was eating, a strong sour taste suddenly appeared. Xiao Han almost vomited it out. After thinking about it, it seemed impolite, so he could only force himself to swallow it and said, It's really delicious. Then have another one. Xiao Tanner took another one. Xiao Han's face looked a little ugly, but he still forced himself to eat the water snake fruit. It was time to refine some pills that block the sense of taste. After eating the water snake fruit, Xiao Han looked at Mimi and said, I wonder how these clothes on the legs of these singers and dancers are made. I thought that the clothing in this world mainly tended to be the clothing of the ancient blue star, and it has been so since I came into contact with it, until I saw what this dancer wore. Mimi said uncertainly, Is it the one that looks like it can make the skin more perfect? Xiao Han nodded and said, That's right. Since the secret realm was opened, Mimi has come to chat with him many times. If Xiao Han was not interested in the stocking-like clothes, he really wouldn't pay attention to Mimi. It's definitely not because he doesn't want to eat that super sour fruit. Squinting Eyes suddenly realized, this kind of clothing is developed by our spirit beast sect. It is called silk pants, which are a kind of leggings made of silk. At that time, it was actually just made by female cultivators to keep cool. In the end, it was found that these silk pants not only have the effect of covering blemishes, but also make the skin look smoother. If Captain Xiao likes it, I have various styles here, including white skin, color, and black. Squinting Eyes took out a storage bag. Xiao Han quickly refused. No, I'm just curious about this. Now that I have answered questions and solved doubts, I have a good understanding of it. Just when the Squinting Eyes wanted to put it away, Xiao Tanner beside him suddenly took it away and said, I'm also very interested in this thing, just give it to me. Squinting Eyes naturally would not refuse, and nodded in understanding. At this moment, a flying magic weapon slowly stopped at the entrance of the valley, and Xiao Han looked out. It was not the flying magic weapon of Luyun sect. Xiao Han made a quick judgment. The people of the 7 Stars sect stood up in unison, and appeared at the entrance of the valley in a few flashes. Seeing this, the leader of the spirit beast sect nodded to Xiao Han and followed. It may be the great elder of the 7 Stars sect coming. Xiao Han, why don't you go back and hide first? Qin Ming's voice transmission appeared at the same time. Seeing that Hao Jianren stood up to greet him, he didn't need to think about who this person was. Xiao Han shook his head and said in a voice transmission, No need to hide, at most he will be seriously injured. Hao Jianren behaved like this. Xiao Han didn't slap him to death, and this great elder was not a brain-showing person. Okay, let's see what happens later. Xiao Han. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with a worried look. Soon Xiao Han saw the people from the 7 Stars sect. The one at the head had black hair. If it weren't for the wrinkles on his face, he would have looked middle-aged. He walked with his eyes closed. The style of the 7 Stars sect's elder was similar to that of the Luyun sect's elder. Following behind him were the 7 Stars sect's disciples. The secret realm was originally scheduled to open in the next 2 days. The disciples of several major sects were supposed to arrive today. The 7 Stars sect's disciples entered the secret realm one after another. When they arrived, the 7 Stars sect's elder did not take the initiative to make trouble or say anything from the moment he entered the valley until he sat down. Just when Xiao Han thought that the elder would not cause trouble, he suddenly felt a strong pressure. The next moment, the table in front of Xiao Han was crushed, and only the bench he was sitting on could barely support it. Xiao Han felt a lot of pressure. His feet were deeply sunk in the mud, and he could faintly sense a hint of murderous intent. At this time, the 7 Star sect's great elder slowly said, Are you Xiao Han? Hashtag C1796 snakes and rats are in the same nest. Xiao Han didn't know how to describe this kind of pressure. Compared with the previous pressure, this kind of pressure was not formed by spiritual power or other energy. It was a kind of aura. Just sitting there could make people feel suffocated. The aura was more uncomfortable. This was not only physical pressure but also psychological. Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. Qin Ming immediately sent a voice message to Xiao Han, and after a pause, he continued, the great elder of the 7 stars sect, Li Tai, is an early nascent soul cultivator. Once a conflict occurs, it will be a losing situation, and it is very likely that the opponent will do something dirty. This voice was clearly transmitted to Xiao Han's ears, and Xiao Han ignored Qin Ming. Then he stood up forcibly, and even if his legs gradually sank into the mud, Xiao Han had no intention of bending his knees.
Xiao Han.
I don't know who you are in the 7 stars sect. If you are in charge, you should take good care of the dogs in your sect. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he grinned and continued, don't let them come out and bite people. This dog needs to be trained. Otherwise it will easily offend people if it is released, and it is easy to be beaten to death by accident. You ask even though you know it. Li Tai stood up and flicked his sleeves, raised one hand and pressed it on Xiao Han, saying, I want to see how hard your bones are. You bullied the people of the 7 stars sect first, and now you are so arrogant and insult my disciples in front of me. Li Tai's face was livid. From the moment Hao Jianren sent him a voice message, he decided to come with the next batch of disciples. He can defeat several Jindan stage cultivators at the same time, and he is also a physical cultivator. Such a strong potential danger needs to be paid attention to. You must know that there are 7 or 8 Jindan stage cultivators, and for Jindan great perfection, even he is not sure that he can win easily. We must find an opportunity to kill this kid here, otherwise he will be a great enemy of the 7 stars sect. Thinking of this, Li Tai's pressure became even stronger. Hey, I didn't say your disciple is a dog. Xiao Han smiled and continued, if you insist on saying your disciple is a dog, I have no objection. Relying on their own strength to bully others, the 7 stars sect is really a nest of snakes and rats. Xiao Han had a very bad impression of the 7 stars sect. How could such a sect be a famous and upright sect? You should know that there are many people in the Luyun sect who make him feel disgusted. Why is the 7 stars sect even more disgusting? Boom! A dull low sound appeared, and Xiao Han felt as if he was weighed by hundreds of thousands of pounds, and his whole face began to deform. After a while, he couldn't hold it anymore and flew backwards. Li Tai looked at Xiao Han with a gloomy face and said, you little brat, you are so outspoken. Do you really think I dare not touch you? Even if your headmaster comes today, he can't protect you. He said that he took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and took out a flying sword, which floated above his head. The place where Xiao Han flew out was covered with dust, and no one could see where he was. Hey, it really hurts. Xiao Han came out of the deep pit with some difficulty. The blow just now made him lose his fighting ability. This body can't withstand a few blows, even if he exercises every day. No wonder he doesn't have the art of physical cultivation. He usually doesn't choose close combat or physical training. It's really terrible. At this time, Li Tai appeared directly in the void. Qin Ming and several other Jindan stage cultivators quickly appeared in the void and stood directly between Li Tai and Xiao Han. No matter what they are like internally, they must work together in front of other sects. Xiao Tanner even directly sacrificed her flying sword and was ready to fight with the opponent. I advise you not to stop us, Li Tai said calmly and then continued. Today, I am only looking for trouble with Xiao Han. If you dare to stand in front of me, I don't mind taking care of you too. If you think I will kill Xiao Han, you can rest assured about this. Hey, how could I let him die so easily? He looked in the direction of Xiao Han and said, "Right. Xiao Han thinks we are a bunch of snakes and rats." Li Tai was not worried about this scene. It was like a garbage strength, so there was no need to rush. Qin Ming frowned. It seemed that Li Tai was destined to beat Xiao Han to death. He could only say loudly, "Our headmaster is about to arrive. If you, the Seven-Star Sect, don't want to completely tear your face with the Luyun Sect, please give up today. Today it was your disciples who started the trouble first. You must know this. What if we tear our faces?" Li Tai waved his hand in the air, and Qin Ming was blown away. The other Jindan stage cultivators beside him also flew away, without any power to fight back, just lying on the ground unable to move at all. Overall, it was not a big deal. Li Tai didn't want to embarrass these people, just looked at them and controlled them. In the void, only Qiao Tanner was left without any problems. Li Tai looked at Qiao Tanner with interest and said, "She is indeed a beauty. But if it's just like this, it won't make my disciple behave like this. If you are willing to join the Seven Stars Sect, I can let go of what you did before. I don't know what you are still doing in the Luyun Sect, which has no potential. Forget it, I will talk to you later," Li Tai said naggingly, and Qiao Tanner lost the ability to resist when he grabbed her again. When Hao Jianren saw this scene, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Qin Ming, who flew backwards, was slightly relieved, and soon flew out again, blocking Li Tai and Xiao Han. He was the last line of defense before the headmaster came. When he reported this to the headmaster, he was ordered that Xiao Han must not be in any danger, even if it cost the lives of all the Jindan stage cultivators. Could it be that the headmaster has already obtained evidence of that incident? In any case, since the headmaster said it, he must do it. "You are looking for death."
Li Tai shoutaludli.
He had challenged his majesty again and again, and he had lost his last patience. In the blink of an eye, a green hexagram array appeared. Countless green thorns flew out of the hexagram array and entangled Qin Ming. Crazily, in just an instant, Qin Ming was covered with blood. Countless green light spots were frantically drilling into Qin Ming's wounds. Soon, these green light spots turned into seeds and began to grow at the speed of light on Qin Ming's body. The small seedlings grew very fast. After the thorns disappeared, Qin Ming still had countless tiny thorns on his body. Qin Ming screamed in pain, then hugged his head and began to tear the dense seedlings hard. Every time he pulled out a seedling, a piece of blood and flesh fell off Qin Ming's body. A small pile of thorns full of blood and flesh appeared where Qin Ming was. "If I die here today, you can imagine the future of your Kixingman." Qin Ming's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. After a pause, he continued, "I think you know better than anyone what my Luyun Sect style of doing things is." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming, who could still stand up, flew backwards. "I hate others threatening me the most." Li Tai's voice echoed in the valley. #C1797 Arrogance. The flying sword behind Li Tai swung several times, but in the end it did not fly out. He was still very afraid of Luyun Sect's current strength. If it weren't for fear, how could he endure it until now, especially when Qin Ming said that the headmaster would come over? But at this time, he no longer cares about so much. As long as the great elder of Luyun Sect doesn't come, then there is no need to be too afraid. This time he took the initiative to come here just to regain his position, but it turned out that just a few Jindan monks made him feel so aggrieved. If the master really came here, would there still be such a chance? "Since you want to save Xiao Han so much, then I will help you." The flying sword behind Li Tai quickly moved towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming, who was seriously injured, could only take out a shield and block it in front of him. Bang! Qin Ming flew backwards again, and the entire shield exploded instantly. Just when the flying sword was about to arrive in front of Qin Ming, a flying sword collided head-on with Li Tai's flying sword. Blue water sword? Li Tai looked at the disciples behind him with some hatred and said coldly, "You are really capable. Not only do you lose face, but even this kind of spiritual weapon can be snatched away by the other party. I really wish I could just let the other side kill you all." Li Tai's heart bleeds when he saw the blue water sword. Such a good growth-type spiritual weapon actually allowed the other side to cut off the sword like this. Zhang! The two flying swords collided together, making a sound of metal clashing. "Thank you, Elder Qin. You have done enough." Xiao Han soared from the ground and took the repulsed Bishui sword. "This blue water sword is much stronger than I thought. Can withstand a blow from the Yuanying stage monk's spiritual sword without causing much damage. This alone is enough to explain some problems." Seeing Xiao Han getting more and more aggressive, Qin Ming quickly shouted, "Xiao Han, leave quickly. I'll stop him. We can wait until the headmaster arrives. Otherwise we will all end up here today." Xiao Han glanced at Qin Ming gratefully. The bloody flesh and blood on his body told everything. It was also at this moment that Xiao Han completely let go of his wariness towards Qin Ming. If he could do this, how could he be the one who wanted to kill him? "Elder Qin, don't worry too much. We retreated from here today. What will happen next?" After Xiao Han finished speaking, his body began to expand rapidly. Boom boom. This time, it seemed that a larger phantom appeared in Xiao Han's body. Just when Li Tai arrived near Xiao Han completed the giant ape transformation. Bang! Li Tai's short figure just punched in the air, and a substantial shadow of the fist hit Xiao Han's huge body directly. Under the collision between the two, Xiao Han's figure did not move at all. Only Xiao Han knew in his heart how powerful the opponent's punch was. At this time, there was a powerful aura flowing back and forth in his body, destroying the trajectory of the spiritual energy in his body. Fortunately, he had taken the pill in advance. Xiao Han moved his mouth, feeling the elixir placed in his cheeks, and said softly, "Are the fists of Yuanying stage monks also so weak?" It seems that these words are crazy, but Xiao Han wants to let the other party feel his madness and uses this to give the other party a feeling that he can't figure out. There is no problem with what Qin Ming said. Everything must wait until the master arrives. At the moment when he was knocked away, he received a message from the headmaster, and it wouldn't take long for the headmaster to arrive. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Han wants to fight with all his strength. As long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, it is very beneficial to fight against such masters, and you can also take this opportunity to feel the strength of the nascent soul stage monks. Oops, arrogance is simply arrogance. When did a golden core monk dare to mock a nascent soul monk like this? Many monks watching the battle felt arrogant and at the same time shocked. Inside, soon a monk was shocked and asked, "Is this body cultivation technique so powerful? It's up to you whether you are strong or not. Even a nascent soul stage monk cannot be shaken with a single punch. He is really terrifyingly strong. I can't describe it anyway. I can only say holy shit. I think this Xiao Han is just talking nonsense. No matter how powerful his physical training is, he can't reach a higher level. No matter how it ends, we'll see." The leader of the Red Maple Valley not far away looked at this scene with slightly shocked eyes, and then gradually became interested in Xiao Han. What a funny boy. Li Tai quickly retreated and put his hands behind his back unconsciously. The punch he just punched was 70% to 80% of his own strength. Originally, he just wanted to test how strong Xiao Han's physical training technique was. As a result, after the punch was fired, I can still feel numbness in my fist. Despite his rough skin and thick flesh, his punch could not break through Xiao Han's defense. We can't fight him in close combat. We can only use talismans and other attacks. Li Tai silently determined this plan in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Li Tai said loudly, "It is true that the skin is rough and the flesh is thick, but if it is just rough skin and flesh, it can only serve the purpose of being beaten. Go! Li Tai touched the storage ring with his right hand, and dozens of cold lights flashed past, quickly heading towards Xiao Han's direction. I saw that Li Tai was holding something similar to a disc in his hand. He moved it a few times with his hand, and the cold light that flew out quickly changed its direction. In a moment of shaking, he arrived in front of Xiao Han, and quickly scratched Xiao Han's skin. The sound of Thule kept ringing, and Xiao Han shook hard. Boom boom! A shadow suddenly appeared on the huge body, forcibly blocking the dozens of cold rays of light. The giant ape cannot use spiritual energy to control spiritual tools after transformation, which is also a fatal disadvantage. Xiao Han did not dare to delay and quickly approached Li Tai. He must deal the most powerful blow at the fastest speed. His figure suddenly accelerated, and Li Tai also retreated quickly, constantly forming seals in his hands, and bombarded Xiao Han with magic one after another. However, this formation condensed in a hurry was difficult to cause a fatal blow to him. Come and try my trick! Li Tai suddenly shouted, and a green hexagram suddenly emerged under Xiao Han. Xiao Han was shocked. When did Li Tai arrange this kind of magic under him? I saw countless green vines appearing in the hexagram, which looked very fragile, but Xiao Han could clearly see some colors similar to black iron. If from a close distance, can plants be covered with such things? As soon as the question appeared, I heard a squeak and the green vines rushed towards Xiao Han frantically and bound him. Countless spikes quickly grew out of the vines and pierced directly into Xiao Han's skin. Although the spikes were short, they attacked Xiao Han's body in a matter of minutes. Each spike was like a spiritual sword, cutting Xiao Han's thick skin. Not only that, Xiao Han was imprisoned. Do you really think I have no tricks and can only dodge? Li Tai's voice appeared above Xiao Han and then continued loudly. Let you experience what despair is. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you that my magic not only has this difficult ability, but the spikes are also poisonous. Once the skin is pierced and blood is seen, I'm afraid this fight can only be declared over. You just hope that your headmaster can arrive quickly. I can't cure this poison. Our fight is considered a normal fight, and I don't want to kill you. If you die unexpectedly, Liun's sect will surely not be surprised. #C1798 See you in the next life. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Xiao Han felt something strange in his body. This feeling was first a numb feeling and then a severe pain. The strength of his body was rapidly disappearing, as if it was about to be hollowed out. If this continued, he might really die suddenly, as Li Tai said. I was really careless. Xiao Han thought to himself and quickly swallowed a pill hidden in his mouth into his stomach. This top-grade detoxification pill was hidden in his mouth a long time ago, in case of Li Tai's method, but he didn't expect it to work. The power of the pill slowly melted in his body. Xiao Han closed his eyes tightly, showing a painful look, and his body seemed much weaker. He now needed time to let the pill slowly dissolve and dissolve the toxins in his body. All of this took time. If he didn't pretend to be decent, how could he deceive Li Tai? If a spirit sword flew down at this time, it might really end his life. Everyone from the sect, please take a look. Seeing this, Li Tai was not in a hurry but looked up at the monks and continued. I just fought with Xiao Han. As a result, Xiao Han was accidentally poisoned by my magic. I didn't mean to kill him. I thought he was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. Li Tai's expression became more and more excited as he spoke. He really didn't expect to kill Xiao Han in this way. It was really good. At this time, even if the headmaster came, he could only seriously injure him and vent his anger. He would never make a complete enemy with the 7 stars sect for a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to give Xiao Han a fatal blow, but just waited quietly. How shameless! The leader of the Red Maple Valley shouted loudly. She had a good impression of Xiao Han. Luyun's sect had a monk with such a temper which really suited her taste. The Seven Stars sect has always been disgusting. I don't know how many Red Maple Valley disciples they have kidnapped privately, but most of those disciples were voluntary, and Red Maple Valley couldn't say anything. Seeing this great elder behave like this now is really disgusting. Li Tai turned his head and looked at the female cultivator from Red Maple Valley and said, "Isn't this fellow Taoist Li Hongying from Red Maple Valley? Look at what you said. When have I lost my shame? Go back and tell your headmaster that our headmaster said that he misses your headmaster very much and will visit him when he has the chance." Bah! Li Hongying spitted and said quickly, "It's really disgusting." After that she stopped talking. She just said a few fair words for Xiao Han, and she didn't want to offend the Seven Stars sect for a cultivator from another sect. Even if she offended him, what would happen? Xiao Han was destined to be defeated here, which was a pity. Li Tai didn't care. The headmaster of Red Maple Valley was not easy to mess with. If he really teased his disciples here or made his disciples suffer, the headmaster of Red Maple Valley might directly come to the Seven Stars sect to make trouble for him. The Great Elder is mighty, and the Great Elder will live forever. An unknown disciple of the Seven Stars sect shouted, and soon several disciples followed suit. Even those Qi training cultivators who were about to enter the secret realm stopped to eat some melons and only rushed into the secret realm again after seeing Xiao Han defeated.
Xiao Han, Xiao Han.
Xiao Tanner shouted loudly. Her voice gradually became hoarse, and 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. Was she going to lose him again? Those days and nights were unbearable. Losing and regaining, gaining and losing again. Is there anything more painful in the world than this? Xiao Tanner made a decision soon, biting the tip of her tongue hard, and bright red blood flowed out of her mouth in an instant. The restraint on her body was also loosened, and Xiao Tanner immediately went towards Xiao Han, regardless of the spiritual sword in her hand, chopping the vines. Every time a section was cut off, a new vine grew out, and many people watched this scene quietly. With Xiao Tanner's unremitting efforts, a gap was finally found.
Kia Tanner
Hugged Xiao Han's arm and burst into tears. "Xiao Han, you must not be in trouble." Xiao Tanner did not care about the people around her at all and continued to shout, "In fact, I still have a lot to say to you. Give me another chance." The sad mood gradually spread, and the seriously injured Qinming was also
secretly sad.
He had just sent a message to the headmaster, and it would take some time to arrive. Xiao Han was doomed to die today. Ahem. Qinming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured just now, and now he was completely exhausted. Not far away, Hao Jianren of the Seven Stars Gate watched this scene, and his eyes gradually became jealous, and then he began to go crazy, and soon the strong hatred appeared. Why? Then he stepped out with a spiritual sword in his hand, and went straight towards Xiao Han. "Hey! Hao Jianren, what are you doing?" Li Tai was shocked. There is a difference between actively killing and passively killing. Xiao Han was already in a deadly situation, so why bother to swing the sword? Seeing that Hao Jianren was about to rush forward, Li Tai slapped Hao Jianren in the face, and Hao Jianren was blown away and hit the ground not far away. "Heh! Are my words useless?"
Li Tai shouted angrily.
It was too late to block the flying sword now. What he did today was a bit too much. It was estimated that the next thing would be difficult to deal with. At the same time, when the flying sword was about to pierce Xiao Han, Xiao Tanner flew up and blocked in front of Xiao Han. Squeak! The flying swords were all sunk into Xiao Tanner's chest. She turned her head with some difficulty and looked at Xiao Han. "Xiao Han, since we can't be together, let's meet in the next life." "I must meet you in the next life." Hao Jianren, who flew backwards, saw the flying sword piercing Xiao Tanner's vitals, and there was a lot of surprise in his eyes, and then he fell into madness again. "Ha ha! Go to hell, All of you go to hell. After a pause, Hao Jianren continued, Master, in fact, women should die, don't they? Sometimes the more affectionate a woman is, the more cheap she feels. On the contrary, those who look at her coldly stick to her very closely. Hao Jianren spit out a mouthful of blood and said with some difficulty. Li Tai's eyes were gloomy. He really forgot about this matter. His apprentice seemed to be not very smart for Xiao Tanner. He was really confused. In short, he was a slut. So many women threw themselves into his arms, but he ended up liking Xiao Tanner, who repeatedly rejected him. Now it's good. I can only send you out to let Liyun's sect calm down. Xiao Han can die, that's fine. Who is Xiao Tanner? She is the darling of the entire Liyun sect. Xiao Tanner's vitality is getting weaker and weaker, and the blood she loses is getting more and more. She is about to die. Xiao Han began to move. The poison was finally detoxified. Just now, in order to detoxify faster, Xiao Han forced himself into the subconscious and tried not to control the body as much as possible so that the body could excrete the toxin faster. The body can't move, but everything just now can be seen clearly. Hao Jianren, I will make you live or die today. Xiao Han's angry voice resounded through the world. He now vaguely regretted why he didn't slap him to death at that time. #C1799 fight until the last moment. Bang! At the same time, the dense thorns on Xiao Han's body exploded instantly, and there was a roaring sound in his body again. The toxin just now was decomposed very cleanly without any residue. It is indeed the best detoxifying pill. This toxin is so powerful that it can remove it. Tan'er. Xiao Han hurriedly hugged Xiao Tanner, who was about to fall. Why was this woman so persistent? She had to block this sword for the sake of him, who was certain to die. In a hurry, Xiao Han directly stuffed several recovery pills into Xiao Tanner's mouth, including the pill given to Xiao Qin. Although there are certain side effects, the effect is the strongest. At this time, I can no longer care about so much. It's a pity that the other side won't let him go. Otherwise, if the life-sustaining elixir is refined on the spot, Xiao Tanner can take a breath and slowly recover. Hey, you deserve to die. Xiao Han cursed secretly, and then said loudly, Oh, Hao Jianren, I really shouldn't have let you go. I should have slapped you to death with that slap. But it's not too late now. Remember, as long as I don't die, you will have no hope of living again. After saying that, he lowered his head and looked at Xiao Tanner. Her beautiful cheeks were full of blood, and there was a lot of blood on her chest. Maybe it was the effect of the elixir, and some color returned to Xiao.
Tanner's face.
You must hold on, I will save you after I finish solving the problems in front of me. When Xiao Han spoke, his voice was a little choked, and there was some water in his eyes unknowingly. What kind of luck does Xiao Han in this world have that can allow a woman to do this? When Xiao Tanner saw that Xiao Han was fine, there was a hint of joy in her. She touched Xiao Han's face with a trembling hand and said, I feel like
I'm dying.
Please listen to me and finish my words. Ahem, I. Xiao Han quickly interrupted. Well, don't believe me even once. Say as little as possible. I will definitely let you survive. Once she is allowed to finish saying what she wants to say, she will lose the desire to live, and it will be hard to say when the time comes. After stuffing a few more pills, Xiao Han made a mark on Xiao Tanner's body so that he could sense it once Xiao Tanner lost her vitality. Then he controlled Xiao Tanner and put it on the ground, and said quickly, Elder Qin, help me watch Tanner. No one can get close to her. Then he looked at Li Tai in front of him with burning eyes. What method did you use?
Since Xiao Han spoke, Li Tai looked at Xiao Han.
With a gloomy face, still unable to understand how Xiao Han detoxified, Xiao Han responded loudly, This poison alone can't hurt me. It's a pity that you didn't take action directly just now and gave me a chance to survive. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you remove my toxin? Li Tai felt a little fear for the first time. The more he thought about it, the more he felt shocked and surprised. Even a nascent soul stage monk couldn't get rid of this poison in a short time. It is really possible for Xiao Han, a physical practitioner, to have this absurd idea appear in Li Tai's mind. How could a monk in the nascent soul stage be afraid of the golden core stage? He was still in the middle stage of the golden core stage. Nothing is impossible. Xiao Han frantically mobilized the essence and blood in his body. In the blink of an eye, he drained all the remaining power of creation from his body and blessed himself. Then he said loudly, "Today I will let you understand what the strong man was so angry that his steps were filled with blood. Even if I really die here, I will fight with you until the last moment." As he spoke, the huge figure suddenly rose up and headed in the direction of
Litia.
Feeling the power in Xiao Han that was comparable to the early stage of nascent soul, Li Tai felt slightly frightened, not knowing what Xiao Han's situation was now. Seeing Xiao Han's sudden figure, Li Tai quickly retreated, and a green six-pointed star array appeared under Xiao Han at the same time. With his previous experience, how could Xiao Han be fooled? He instantly shot out several floating talismans plus a few sliding talismans. Fortunately, he could still use basic talismans under the giant ape's transformation. Just when Li Tai thought Xiao Han was going to continue to follow him, Xiao Han suddenly changed direction. It was Hao Jianren who was slapped away by Li Tai.
No.
Li Tai finally knew what Xiao Han's original purpose was, but the distance was already too far, and then said loudly, "Xiao Han, if you dare to kill my apprentice today, I will not let you go. Today is your day of death." As he said this, he quickly moved towards Xiao Han. This scene happened so fast that Hao Jianren didn't even react.
Xiao Han
Gathered all his strength and punched Hao Jianren directly in the chest. There was a click sound, and Hao Jianren's entire chest was dented by the smash, and his entire face was bruised and bloody, and he couldn't even tell what it looked like. Ahem! Hao Jianren spat out blood frantically, and the vitality in his body was gradually draining away. Xiao Han quickly stuffed 2 pills into Hao Jian's mouth, and then dispersed the potency. Elder Li is worrying too much. Xiao Han dodged Li Tai's fatal blow and continued after a pause. "How could I let him die so happily? You don't have to worry too much about him. I just gave him life-extending pills. Let him also try the feeling of life being worse than death."
Xiao Han's
Words gradually turned cold, especially when the thought of Qiao Tanner using her body to block the sword for him lingered in his mind. The last trace of compassion for others also disappeared. "Xiao Han, you really want to die?"
Litia briefly sheka au Jianren's
condition. Xiao Han's methods were really vicious for this kind of life or death situation. Xiao Han said with some disdain, "Is it really interesting to emphasize this sentence again and again? If you really want to kill me, just come over. I want to see what the so-called nascent soul stage can do." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he hooked his huge hand with a provocative meaning. Li Tai's figure suddenly floated up, and a black shadow appeared in the void. The black shadow moved and turned very fast, and appeared above Xiao Han's head the next moment. I don't know when a spiritual sword appeared in his hand, and he quickly stabbed it directly at Xiao Han's huge head, as if he would kill Xiao Han with this sword. Xiao Han raised his head quietly and looked at the flying sword. Then the whole body shook violently, and a phantom rose into the air and hit Li Tai's flying sword. Dang dang! Sounds continued to appear. Just a phantom. It was like a substance. Li Tai quickly took out a disc, and the dozens of cold lights appeared again. This time Xiao Han observed it carefully. The disc was like a womb, and these cold lights were its derivatives. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was extremely sharp and controlled by the disc. It was also under the rapid cutting of the cold light that the shadow above Xiao Han's head quickly shattered. Li Tai's descent speed still did not slow down. When Xiao Han raised his hand, a shadow appeared and grabbed Li Tai's body with one hand. With a hiss, the spirit sword directly sank into Xiao Han's palm, and the disc in his hand also flew out. Xiao Han quickly changed direction and threw Li Tai out. In a hurry, Li Tai quickly picked up the fallen disc in his hand, and stabilized his body in the void before he flew far. Looking at the blood on the spirit sword, Li Tai licked his lips and said, "Maybe I should consider playing you to death slowly." #C1800 Confession. Xiao Han shook his hands, and the energy in his body quickly went to his palms, and the wound that was stabbed slowly merged. He had tried his best, but he was still at a disadvantage, and he couldn't even cause any harm to Li Tai. Is the nascent soul cultivator really as difficult as the chasm? I suddenly found that it seems boring to kill you directly.
Litia struka.
His chin and continued, I learned this from you. If you really want to torture someone, it's better to let him suffer alive. Li Tai continued to control the disc in his hand, and the dozens of cold lights rushed towards Xiao Han again. While controlling the cold light, Li Tai began to condense magic. Xiao Han was exhausted by the clever attack. This will definitely not work, Xiao Han thought to himself, but his movements suddenly changed. While resisting Li Tai's magic, he secretly accumulated energy. It was clear that Li Tai didn't want to kill him. All these attacks were not lethal. After feeling the power accumulated, Xiao Han suddenly stepped up from the ground, turned into a huge shadow and soared into the sky, punching Li Tai, who was performing magic. Li Tai seemed to guess that Xiao Han would punch in this situation, and a shield with an unknown name was directly thrown in front of him. Bang! The sound of collision appeared immediately, and Li Tai did not retreat but advanced, this time holding two spiritual swords in both hands, and slashed Xiao Han's huge body with sword after sword. Each knife was not fatal, but only cut Xiao Han's body. Blood gushed out, dyeing Xiao Han's whole body red. The more Xiao Han fought, the more frightened he felt. No matter how he fought, he could not really hurt Li Tai. Was the gap really too big? Give up, Xiao Han thought to himself. Just wait until the headmaster comes. Inadvertently, Xiao Han saw Xiao Tanner lying on the ground with serious injuries, and the anger in his heart rose again. No matter what, we must fight to the last moment. Even if we will definitely lose, we must not be cowardly.
Xiao Han attacked desperately.
At the beginning, he had a plan to form a certain encirclement and attack on Li Tai, but now he was simply attacking and gradually lost his rules. The eyes of the disciple watching the battle were full of surprise. I really didn't expect that the middle stage of the Golden Core could fight like this with the early stage of the nascent soul. Hey, I think he is just tired of dealing with it. If you have the ability, go and deal with one. If you can't do it yourself, don't talk about it. You are just a guy who can only talk nonsense. As soon as this sentence came out, he was rebuked by other cultivators. Li Hongying of Hongfeng Valley looked at this scene and quickly wrote and drew in the void. Soon he wrote a general description of the situation here. In addition to explaining the situation, the words also showed great surprise. After writing, he sent a letter directly back to Hongfeng Valley. These things will affect the judgment of a sect. You should know that a Yuanying stage cultivator can already establish a sect. Not to mention the Yuanying stage, even a mid to late Jindan can establish a low-level sect. This Xiao Han can withstand the attack of a Yuanying cultivator with the strength of the middle Jindan. Regardless of other things, the fact that he is invincible below the Jindan is enough to shock people. In this way, Hongfeng Valley should interact more with Luyun sect. There are only 3 high-level sects nearby, and many cooperations can be fully launched. In the void, Xiao Han's physical strength gradually failed, and he even began to be unable to support the giant ape transformation. Sure enough, no matter which world, strength is always the first. Xiao Han's huge figure quickly shrank, and finally returned to its original appearance, just flying the sword and standing on the spirit sword. Seeing Xiao Han return to his original appearance, Li Tai smiled and said, "Hey, this is not enough? I haven't played enough." Xiao Han did not respond to Li Tai's doubts, but quickly condensed the magic, and one moral magic after another was thrown out by Xiao Han. As for rhythmically controlling the spiritual power in his body, Xiao Han had not considered this. Li Tai seemed to have lost interest in continuing to play. The dozens of cold lights flying in the air suddenly accelerated their attack speed and quickly danced around Xiao Han, forming a huge net to trap him. "Enough, let's stop here." Li Tai completely lost his patience. He wanted to see what kind of power the prey in front of him had, but in the end he waited for this, which really disappointed him. Then the figure quickly approached Xiao Han, and the controlled spiritual sword fell from Xiao Han's head again. At this moment, Xiao Han's face was happy. Then a huge spiritual power fluctuation suddenly broke out in his body, and a soaring momentum instantly filled the entire valley. Li Tai was shocked, and it was too late to take shelter temporarily. "Since it's boring, let's do something exciting." Xiao Han just finished speaking, and a 6-pointed star array appeared under his feet.
Xiao Han
Whispered, 9-turn Shenyuan technique. The colorful light passed through Xiao Han's body and then entered Li Tai's body. It was the first time that he attacked the other party at the cost of hurting himself. This was the craziest thing Xiao Han did. Soon Xiao Han felt that his spirit was a little strange.
No bunde li xingyan
Was tortured crazy. If he hadn't tempered his spirit frequently, he would have gone crazy at this time. "Ah, what did you do?" Li Tai held his head and screamed madly. The impact on his spirit made him almost crazy. Xiao Han seized the opportunity and condensed 3 consecutive heart-burning flames which hit Li Tai directly. It was also at this moment that the spiritual power in his body was completely exhausted. Was it finally the last moment of the battle? Xiao Han fell from the air weakly, without even the spiritual power to control the flying sword. After 3 heart-burning flames, Li Tai was in a mess. His whole body was attacked by the heart-burning flames. The injuries alone were not light. He needed to rest for a while. His clothes were burned clean and his skin was burned black. It looked a little funny at this time. Li Tai just stared at it for a few seconds, and the anger on his face became more and more obvious. He shouted loudly, "Xiao Han, I will kill you now." The angry roar echoed in the valley. Li Tai quickly went towards the falling
Xiao Han.
At this time, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to kill Xiao Han here to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Li Tai, I don't know why your temper has become like this after not seeing you for a long time." Just when Li Tai was about to touch Xiao Han, a voice sounded outside the valley, and a flying sword appeared at the same time, approaching Li Tai's fatal place. Seeing this, Li Tai hurriedly retreated, gave up chasing Xiao Han's figure, and quickly sacrificed the flying sword to give Xiao Han a fatal blow. But it was too late. No matter what, he could not attack Xiao Han and was dissolved by the flying sword. "Master, it's the master!" Qin Ming shouted loudly. Xiao Han looked at the distance weakly. "Has the master finally arrived?" "Xiao Han, you have been delaying for this purpose." Li Tai's eyes were cold, but regretting now could not change anything. The master of Luyun's sect had already arrived, and he could not do anything. After thinking for a moment, Li Tai said loudly, "Xiao Han of Luyun's sect killed my Qixingmen disciples. I think you will give me an explanation for this matter." When questioning, no one noticed that Li Tai threw out a silver needle in his hand and quietly stabbed the dying Hao Jianren's temple. He only stabbed it once and then took back the silver needle. Hao Jianren, who had some breath, lost all his breath in the blink of an eye. "Oh, why did I hear that it was your Qixingmen disciples who killed my Luyun sect disciples first? Then what explanation can you give me?" As soon as the voice fell, the figure of Master Han appeared in the valley. The first moment he appeared, he landed directly beside Xiao Tanner, checked Xiao Tanner's condition, and after a little probing, he breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was not the worst. Then he looked at Xiao Tanner's chest, and then looked at Xiao Han, who was unconscious not far away, and he became more certain of some things in his heart. Ha ha! Li Tai suddenly laughed and said, "Explanation? Did any disciples of your Luyun sect die?" As he said that, Li Tai directly grabbed Hao Jianren's body in his hand and continued, "On the other hand, the bodies of the elders of my Qixing sect are in front of everyone. So, was it your Luyun sect who killed people first, or my Qixing sect who killed people first? If there is no explanation today, is it possible that your Luyun sect is going to completely break up with my Qixing sect?" When Hao Jianren's body appeared in front of everyone, everyone's eyes were full of surprise. This is really dead. On the other hand, no disciples of Luyun sect died. All sects, even those with deep hatred like the Seven Stars sect and the Flowing Cloud sect, have agreed that they cannot kill people in public. Once anyone breaks this rule first, they will be targeted by all sects. No matter who is right or wrong, everyone will not pay attention to the incident itself, but only look at the final result. It doesn't matter if the Seven Stars sect started the trouble first, as long as someone from the Seven Stars sect dies in the end, all the faults will be attributed to the Flowing
Cloud sect.
Master Han frowned slightly, and his spiritual sense directly detected Hao Jianren. Turned out that he was dead. How could Xiao Han choose to kill? Then Li Tai pressed again. "So how do you, the Flowing Cloud sect, plan to give me an explanation for the Seven Stars sect today?" Even if Hao Jianren didn't die, he was half disabled. Today the matter has developed to this extent. Using a disabled person to give yourself an absolute advantage is not a loss. Thinking of this, the questioning on Li Tai's face became more and more powerful. #C1801 Who can testify? Everyone cast their eyes on Han, the headmaster, in the air. No matter what the reason for the fight just now was, it no longer mattered at this moment. It was a fact that someone from the Qixing sect died, and everyone saw the scene where Xiao Han punched Hao Jianren just now. It was this punch that killed Hao Jianren. After thinking for a moment, Headmaster Han said softly, "What else do you need to explain? Your people from the Qixing sect killed my sect disciples. Does that mean you don't let my sect disciples fight back? What kind of bandit logic is this?" Li Tai narrowed his eyes and said, "My sect disciples and your sect disciples are just fighting normally. As for the woman who was seriously injured because she blocked in front of him, isn't this bandit logic? It means that during the fight I let my disciples block a sword, and the death in the end can be blamed on your sect, right?" Looking at Headmaster Han, Li Tai knew that he had to put the hat on Luyun sect today. By then, even if they took the initiative to attack Luyun sect, other sects would not say anything. The other sects didn't have the time to study what happened here. "So what do you want?" Master Han asked, retreating to advance. He always had to find out the other party's purpose in order to deal with it better. Li Tai replied loudly, "Of course, hand Xiao Han over to my Seven Stars sect for handling. As long as you can agree to this grudge will end." Haha, it's really for Xiao Han, but he also knows a little about Xiao Han's character. Maybe he will seriously injure him, but he will never kill him. Li Xingyan didn't kill him even after doing that until he found out that Li Xingyan practiced blood sacrifice. Xiao Han seems to be reckless and impulsive, but in fact he can see that Xiao Han is extremely meticulous, even to the point of being watertight, and everything is stuck to the limit. Not to mention Li Tai, even the Great Elder has not taken any advantage of him. So far, there is a problem here. At this moment, Qin Ming, who was looking at Xiao Tanner below, hurriedly said, loudly, "Master, Xiao Han couldn't have really killed Hao Jianren. Hao Jianren was still angry just now. There must be something wrong here." "Indeed, we can testify," We can all testify. Many Luyun sect disciples shouted. After Xiao Han punched Hao Jianren was still alive. How could he suddenly die? If Qin Ming didn't say it, everyone wouldn't think there was anything wrong. Only then did they find that there was something wrong. Li Tai raised his eyebrows and continued. The disciples of Luyun sect are of course speaking for you. Everyone saw it just now. It was Xiao Han who killed the person. Xiao Han can't argue with this. So, besides Luyun sect, is there anyone else who can testify to this matter? After saying that, he looked around. It was also because of this look that no one took the initiative to stand up and say anything, especially the Xiantai sect and the Spirit Beast sect, who dared not say anything. It is better to choose neutrality when the two major sects fight, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it afterwards. Just when the scene was silent, Hong Fenggu suddenly said lightly, I can prove that Hao Jianren was indeed alive at that time, and judging from the injury, it was not fatal for a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. The person who spoke was Li Hongying, and Master Han cast a grateful look at Li Hongying. Just now he guessed that there was a problem here, and now he can just grasp this clue and move on. Li Tai looked at Li Hongying with a gloomy face, and then loudly refuted. Do you mean that as long as he is killed on the spot it will be fine? Then can I beat a person to the point of death, and then let him die slowly? Heh! Li Hongying also smiled and then said, That's why I said that you, the 7-star sect, are shameless. Just now you didn't say anything about Xiao Hanqing's method, and now you change the standard in reverse, which is really shameful. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. After saying this, many people looked at Li Tai with different eyes. Yes, Li Tai seemed to have done this just now. Master Han seized this opportunity and grabbed Hao Jianren in front of him. By the time Li Tai reacted, it was too late. Oops. Li Tai thought to himself the other party's reaction speed was too fast. After an inspection, Master Han placed Hao Jianren's body in front of everyone, and said, Everyone, take a good look. There is a needle hole on Hao Jianren's temple. I think everyone knows what happened here better than I guess. After Master Han finished speaking, he looked at the disciples of the 7 Stars sect and continued, I just thought that the 7 Stars sect was overbearing. I didn't expect that in order to achieve their own goals they would even kill their own disciples. Ha! This is really interesting. Seeing that the situation was out of control for a while, Li Tai threw out a flying sword, stepped on the sword and said loudly, I remember everything that Luyun sect did to my 7 Stars sect today. Seeing that Li Tai was getting farther and farther away, Master Han just sacrificed a flying sword and said, You hurt my little sister and you still want to leave so easily. As soon as the voice fell, a painful scream came from outside the valley, and soon there was no sound. Master Han did not chase. At this time Qiao Tanner's life was more important. The biggest difference between Yuanying stage cultivators and Jindan stage cultivators is that they are difficult to kill, which is equivalent to having 2 lives. This is why even if a sect has only 1 Yuanying stage cultivator, it can be considered an upper-class sect. If a Yuanying stage cultivator really fights hard, there is a high chance that the self-destruction of Yuanying can seriously injure the opponent or even force the opponent to start cultivation again. This price is too high. Unless it is absolute strength, the Yuanying will be wiped out directly. Once the opponent's Yuanying escapes, the entire sect will never have peace. However, he was hurt by the sword just now. It is difficult to recover the peak strength for a while. Master Han focused his attention on Xiao Han again. He was able to hit Li Tai so smoothly with a sword. It was you who caused it. Just now, he could clearly feel the emptiness of spiritual power in Li Tai's body. He couldn't wait to escape at the first time just to avoid all irreparable losses caused by conflict. So terrifying. Only the middle stage of Jindan can make an early stage of Yuanying reach this point. If he really grows for a while, I'm afraid I will have to give in. Wu Feng, look at what kind of monster you have provoked. I just hope that things don't develop to that point. Alas, Master Han sighed slightly and fell directly to the ground. He first gave Xiao Tanner a pill and then began to supply Xiao Tanner with a large amount of pure spiritual energy. The more he transported, the more fiercely Master Han frowned. Puff! Just as the master was thinking, Xiao Tanner spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, Master Han whispered, and quickly tapped Xiao Tanner's back in the Qin Ming saw this scene and hurriedly said, Master, how is Tanner now? Master Han frowned and shook his head and said, although there is a glimmer of life, it is very likely that she will never wake up in this situation. The best case scenario is that she may be unable to move for the rest of her life and can only lie in bed. This blow is really fatal. It is not just as simple as injuring the vital parts, but also an unknown poison instantly invaded Tanner's body. At this time, Xiao Han climbed up from the ground and said hurriedly, how could this happen? Even Master, you can't do anything. #C1802 treatment. Seeing Xiao Han wake up, Master Han did not show any surprise. Xiao Han was just unconscious due to exhaustion of spiritual power. This period of time was enough for recovery. Well, there is really no way. Waking up is the biggest miracle, Master Han said with tears in his eyes and a trace of self-blame. Before leaving, the master told them to take good care of the little junior sister. Now he had never expected that he would end up in this situation. Even though Qin Ming had experienced many storms, he looked up at this time and tried not to look at Xiao Tanner as much as possible. He said with a choked voice, is the junior sister really the only way? Master Han nodded and said, the only way to keep a glimmer of life is that. Xiao Han gave her something to eat. It was that energy that saved Tanner's life. This is a kind of elixir I got from the secret realm. I gave her the last one. Xiao Han felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and then continued, in fact, I have another way to try, but it must be absolutely quiet. And no one can disturb her during this period, and it may also make the injury more serious. But once it succeeds, it will be restored to its original state. It won't even affect my practice. Can you let me try it, Master? Qin Ming hurriedly said, are you serious? After saying that, he looked at Xiao Han's expression seriously. After confirming it, he looked at Master Han and said, brother, how bad can the result be? Let Xiao Han try it. Even if it can't really be restored to its original state, it's okay to be able to recover half of it. At least it's worthy of Master's instructions. Alas, Master Han sighed slightly and continued, I also want to, but it all depends on whether junior sister is willing. How can junior sister open her mouth like this? Qin Ming questioned Xiao Tanner's appearance. Just then, Xiao Tanner suddenly moved her lips, and a very weak voice appeared. I am willing. The mosquito-like voice floated in the ears of the three people, and Master Han looked at Xiao Han seriously. Then he whispered, in that case, Xiao Han, then you should give it a try. No matter whether you succeed in the end, do your best. Xiao Han nodded and said, the secret realm here depends on the headmaster and senior brother Qin. Wait until I solve Tanner's problem and come back as soon as possible. Isn't it here? Headmaster Han asked curiously, and then continued, okay, leave this to me temporarily. Tanner's matter is the most important. If it really doesn't work, don't blame yourself too much. This is Tanner's own choice after all. After that, Xiao Han said a few more words to the headmaster and then left the valley directly, heading all the way to Yuyun Peak. It won't work here. He needs to refine a large number of third-level spiritual medicines and a fourth-level spiritual medicine. There is no fire for him to use here. Fortunately, he bought several fourth-level spiritual medicines at a high price in the Wanyao Hall before, and one of them is the main medicine of the jade marrow pill. The rest needs to be refined first. A life-extending pill does not require any specific spiritual medicine. As long as it is a mild third-level spiritual medicine, it will do. The only difference is that a large amount of third-level spiritual medicine is needed. It is enough to make Xiao Han breathless for a long time. All the previous gains from various places and the third-level spiritual medicine obtained from the Wanyao Hall have to be thrown in. However, compared with what Xiao Tanner did, it is nothing at all. Xiao Han does not feel any heartache. Let alone these, even if he has to spend everything, he must save Xiao Tanner. From the first time he met Tanner, it can only be said that he was still unfamiliar. No matter what Xiao Han did before, it had nothing to do with him. But in the subsequent contact, it is not something that can be explained in a few words. He has always paid attention to cause and effect, and finally this bond still exists. Even if he doesn't want to admit this, the fact is so. A few days later, Xiao Han took Xiao Tanner back to Yun Peak. No one was alarmed, and even Xiao Qian was not notified. Xiao Han, why are you back now? The vermilion bird asked directly as soon as he entered the cave, and the other few holy beasts also cast inquiring. It's the time when the secret realm is opened. Why don't you stay there and watch your great-great-granddaughter get resources? Why do you come back? White Tiger looked at Xiao Han holding a woman in his arms and hurriedly said, "It's okay to come back, but you brought a woman back. You are a heartless man." Heartless man, Qing Long repeated. Xiao Han was in no mood to joke with these guys, but just said in a deep voice, "She was injured for me, otherwise I would have died in the secret realm today." As soon as these words came out, the four sacred beasts all closed their mouths, and at the same time, a kind of relief appeared in their eyes. If Xiao Han got into trouble here, how could they be good? The best result would be that they would be taken away by others as spirit beasts. Although they could survive, they would lose their freedom after all. Suzaku, I need your fire to refine the spirit medicine. The speed is not slow. Okay, no problem. Zhu Kei agreed with a heavy face. First, use the third-level spirit medicine to refine the life-extending pill, and then slowly refine the jade marrow pill to let Tanner recover. In the valley of the spirit beast sect, it seemed particularly peaceful at this time. In the half-day after Xiao Han left, all the remaining disciples of Luyun's sect arrived and entered the secret realm. The second batch of disciples from Hongfeng Valley also arrived. Ever since the death of the elder of Qixing sect and the serious injury of the little sister of Luyun sect's headmaster, the several major sects tacitly did not take the initiative to propose anything, and all of them silently paid attention to the things in the secret realm. Master, a few days have passed. How is junior sister doing now? Qin Ming said with some worry. He has been in a bad mood these days. It doesn't feel like anything on weekdays, but it feels very uncomfortable when something happens. Master Han paused and said, Xiao Han didn't send a message, so he definitely doesn't know the details. No matter what, we can only wait now. But Master Han paused, touched his beard and said, I don't think it's good. Even if Xiao Han has that supernatural ability, at most he can only wake junior sister up. As for the recovery, I don't think it's good. That's true. Junior sister. Qin Ming felt more and more uncomfortable and aggrieved as he spoke. Junior sister is her own choice. Master Han emphasized this sentence again. Qin Ming still felt a little uncomfortable and said, But the Seven Stars sect is really too much. It was just a simple exchange which has happened every year. But this time Xiao Han's sense of proportion was just right. He just defeated the opponent while they wanted to kill Xiao Han. They even called on Yuanying stage cultivators when they couldn't beat them. This is completely against everyone's consensus. Don't worry, Master Han muttered and then continued. The conflict between us and the Seven Stars sect has been more than once or twice. Originally, it could be solved by Jindan stage cultivators at most, but this time it has directly risen to this level. I think the master of the 7 Stars sect probably wants to test the waters, and will take action soon. Do you really think I will choose to endure these things? The accounts with the 7 Stars sect will be settled sooner or later, but not now. Master Han's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and his eyes also inadvertently looked towards the 7 Stars sect.